College up for another jump. He currently sitting 6th with 11.73. Officials doing a fine job in tricky conditions, so much cooler than it was yesterday, obviously, with the rain. There's a forecast clearance for this, and hopefully that will happen.
Yes, and if there's a bug got in our system and you're not hearing us with some good audio, well, we apologise, but we are here, and it could... Great.
So our apologies there. It seems like you haven't been hearing a lot from us. We have been talking, haven't we, Tony?
Yes, Mark, we have, and we've enjoyed talking about the weather, which is very topical. But and we've had some results. So we'll try and recap what's been going on. But at least you've had the pictures here from Puna, where it's rangi maku.
And that's wet, very wet. Ratapu Sunday, the third and final day of this particular meeting. Ko Mark Rosanoski Ho and Tony Rogers with me, the president of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association. We've seen some really good 100 metre running despite the conditions this morning, setting up for our finals, which are all coming in from 11:30 this morning, so we're 2 hours away from those events.
Yeah, so we just saw Mako Mbonga from Central Southland College there. He had a foul though, so unfortunately for him. We got back to the top of our second round now. It's very close. We must be for Joshua Innes from Tauranga Boys will be next up, and we've just seen the shot put of Maya Phillips. There's Innes from Tauranga. So there is some of the leading results on screen for you now for the senior boys triple.
AJ Madondo pulled out a big one while you're out there, Tony, sorting things out for us with water in the system. 14 metres 17 take a stranglehold on this event for now.
Yes, and that's kind of the sort of the mark at least that we'd expect from these senior boys, but they'll be cautious because triple on a slippery track can be a bit of a concern at times, with them having to do their sequence of hop, step and jump, as we say, as it used to be called in the old days, but now it's called the triple jump.
Yes, well, when I was doing triple jump, and it wasn't pretty, tended to go too big on the initial hop, which led to a pretty short step, unfortunately, but these boys get far better than I as we go back to the shot put circle.
And that was Emma Louisa Hapi'ia, visiting Cook Island athletes. And we've got Sam Burton of King's College in the triple. Something that's never appealed to me in athletics, Mark, in my day is jumping into a wet sandpit.
well, I remember it well. My father was a fine long jumper in his time, and obviously then I had to. You're supposed to get better as you go down the generations, but unfortunately I regressed the family. But have been in many a wet long jump pit, and I concur with your thoughts there.
Next up is Ella Hogan, I should say, from Dannevirke High out of Central Hawke's Bay.
10.77 with her first put. And she'll be measured here for a second. Susanna Kennelly of King's College currently leading that at 13.30 after she was runner-up in the discus yesterday behind Rena Maka.
It looks like a Wanganui Collegiate boy that's just jumped there. Previously it was Ryan Mallon with 12.80. That's popped Ryan into second place.
Isabella Pua from the homeschooled athletes team collective. Her first put 11.98 has her in 6th place. the rain is only getting harder, Tony, if we're using the measure of the caravan roof.
Yeah, what we're hearing.
Carly Sherp now from Southland Girls High in the shot put circle, looking to build on 12-12.
In case you hadn't heard us earlier, while we're here at Ngā just about less than a kilometre away is the athletes in the road race. They started at 8 o'clock this morning, so they will be probably part way through the program. I just think they'll be up to the junior boys race by now. We'll get some of those results through to you, but you can get the results on athleticnet.live.
We do have a roving reporter out there, Paul Meads, who will come back to us later and discuss what's been happening out there on the road. We do have some race walks coming on the track very soon, about 5 minutes away. There's an update of the senior girls shot put, with nearly through 2 rounds for most of the athletes. So Jay Madondo with that 14-17, a comfortable leader over Ryan Mellon, Zan Bowden lying third, and William Robertson currently fourth in the standings at the triple jump through 2 rounds. Our race walkers lining up for 2 races coming, and they will be run concurrently, with the juniors walking 2,000 metres and the seniors 3,000 metres. So in the senior boys race walk, we have Ari Bennett from Freiburg High School, Jonah Kropp from St Andrews College, Toby O'Rourke from Francis Douglas Memorial College, and Richie Trethen from Maclean's College. Keep you up to date with that, while we also continue to concentrate on our senior field events in action at the moment, the senior girls shot put and the senior boys triple jump. Yesterday I was able to use my binoculars to pick up these runners on the track, but no such luck today with the conditions that we've got. As we look at the boys setting out, Jonah Kropp 7:02, establishing a lead here in the senior boys 3,000 metres, while the junior boys are walking 2,000 for their title.
And through now, just completing his first lap, it looks like Donovan from Newcombe was
Kirsty McCarthy Dempsey, I think, there for Darfield High School. Putting. Isabella Pua has put 13.58 to have her clear of Susanna Kenley at 13.30 and Kate Helly 12.82. He's currently lying third with 12.78 as they measure his latest legal throw. And the walkers in the back straight. Jonah Kropp leading out the senior boys. Junior boys will see out there at the same time. 3 minutes into their walk, they have 4 entrants there as we go back to the triple.
It's the lad from Central Southland who's been featuring through our coverage so far.
Ollie Davis.
Ollie Davis, yes.
Yeah, after his victory yesterday in the long jump.
And interestingly enough, in this event, Mark, we know that we, on our New Zealand rankings, have a couple of very fine young triple jumpers that are in representing New Zealand, and they're out of South Africa, members of the Pakuranga Club. Ethan Olafia, who is this age group, has the best triple jump of 16.67, and he's set numerous New Zealand triple jump records, age group records, in the last sort of 2 years. So him and his brother Valray have really dominated the triple jumping for New Zealanders. But yeah, so. And
Ethan went very close to claiming a medal at the World Junior Champs, finishing fourth. Yeah. And obviously with plenty to build on, and under the tutelage of their father, a very experienced exponent.
Absolutely, and I'm hearing some discussion that there's a big push to try and get them to come to compete in New Zealand for a couple of meets, and particularly the national championships in Wellington. So it'd be great to have those two athletes, our number 1 and 2 triple jumpers, come across and be here after representing New Zealand.
St Hilda's collegiate athlete Renee Willis. Kate Halley's gone back to the top of the standings there in the shot put with a put of 13.62. Has a 4 centimetres clear now of Isabella Pua. They're having a good tussle at the top there. And Susanna Kenley not all that far away either in 13.30. Carly Sherp out of Southland Girls, 12.74, currently 4th. So lead swapping there. Halley after the first round, Pua came through, and now Halley back to the top of the board as Jonah Kropp continues to lead comfortably in the senior boys race walk.
That shot put there was, I believe it would have been Chita Jane Skelton, Whaiangava from St Mary's College in Auckland, but
Jonah walking through the puddles there, sticking to the inside of the track for now. And as you saw the walkers passing there, you could see the junior high jump in action. Very tricky conditions for them as well this morning. And that would have been Joshua Bryant there.
Yes, from Silverstream. Patrick Silverstream had a very good day yesterday with Alex Hewitt taking out the hammer.
Good competition, got close to 60 metres. Alex Duff there from Columba College was in the shot put circle. Alex won the senior girls javelin on Friday. 44.58 was 6th in the discus yesterday.
And of course, just picking up on high jump, and St Pat Silverstream, a very fine jump for Samisoni Ewart, also from St Patrick Silverstream out of Upper Hutt with his 2.02 win in the senior boys high jump. So those senior boys got the good conditions, not like their younger counterparts this morning. And here we've got Maggie Robinson from Craighead Dio in the shot, and she's lost it and slipped as she came out of the circle there. So that's sort of the conditions that our young athletes are having to contend with. So she lost her balance with a throw, and then as she stepped over the front, just slipped on the grass. So it's getting very tricky out there.
Seems to be okay though, as Jonah Crop continues his lonely vigil at the front.
And that's Ashton Nijar from Christ College in the triple.
His Christ compatriot still leading AJ Madondo with that 14.17 leap.
Oh, and we've got another. Oh, that's the replay, I think, of that young lady, isn't it? And I hope she's all right there. That was the replay there.
Campbell Donovan going well in the 2,000 metre junior road walk out of New Plymouth Boys High.
So one thing about looking across there today, Mark, at least we don't have people trying to hold down the gazebos and tents that are up. The wind is not, I mean, it's still windy out there, but it's not as strong as it was yesterday afternoon with that northerly blowing. And
got a little crazy. Here's Mako Mabonga. Little stutter into the board as he looked to find it. Jonah Crop in the cap, continuing to lead our 3,000 metre race walk for the seniors in field of 4 there, with Richie Troutham, Toby O'Rourke, Ari Bennett. Jonah Crop, the winner last year, Tony, in very wet conditions, so another senior title by the looks in very wet conditions again this year.
Yes. Just trying to see, I'm not sure, that's someone just finishing, was that someone finishing their 2K, was it, the junior lads? And we've got a concurrent, there's another finisher coming here for the junior boys.
So junior boys winner there, number 497, which was Campbell Donovan of New Plymouth Boys, in just a tick over 10 minutes, 10 minutes .06.
So we've got 2 grades running concurrently here with this walk, the 2,000 metres for junior boys and 3,000 metres for senior boys. They had a start together, but obviously the younger ones will finish. And up in the shot we have Ella Hogan from Dannyburg again.
New Plymouth first and second there in that junior walk, with Nathan Bayliss coming through. And Jonah Crop's got 1 lap left to go to wrap up another senior title here. Back to his time of last year was 12:34.46.
So the stripes of McLean's young lad there, that's Richie Troutham. Try and keep you informed as these boys are spread around the track now when they get the bell. as the rain continues to get heavier right now, it seems, Mark.
It is. Lights are on here,
Yes.
just to provide a little deflection from the gloom here for the athletes, still putting on an excellent show.
And the competitor just on the screen previously for the boys triple was Israel Corcoran from Wanganui Collegiate. So here comes our winner around the final corner. The cap will be helping keep the rain off his forehead. Looks like one of the junior boys there. So local boy from St Andrews College here in Christchurch, Jonah Kropp, going to take out the senior boys unofficially. We won't know if there's any judges' cards that might go against him, but we'll soon find out that in a while, I'm sure.
And he's finished there at around 12:52. We'll get a confirmation shortly. He took out last year his title in 12:34 and change at Inglewood. As the remaining walkers, both junior and senior, continue. Get Jonah's official time for you soon. One junior walker still remaining. I can tell you that Kieran Dunlop-Brown of St Patrick's College, Silverstream, took out third behind the New Plymouth boys high school pair of Campbell Donovan, Nathan Bayliss. Harry Bennett of Freiburg High School coming through. I think he's got a lap left to run, to walk I should say. Trevin of Maclean's College coming through. And I think we might have certainly one walker I can see still out there and completing the final lap. So we've got a result through from Jonah Kropp to indicate the official time, but get that to you as it comes up. In fact, well, that's the junior boys with the New Plymouth boys pair first and second. And the juniors are all completed. And Ari Bennett from Freiburg High School about to complete in the rain, doing a terrific job of finishing off 3,000 metres in pretty testing conditions, to be frank. Quick update as we see it at the moment for the senior girls shot put. Kate Halley still in the lead at 13.62, 4 centimetres clear of Isabella Pua, 13.58. Susanna Kennelly third, 13.47. So it's only 15 centimetres first to third there, and Carly Sherp is next. Zan Bowden there of Rangitoto College, currently lying third with 12.78 in the senior boys triple jump. AJ Madondo continues to lead. Christ College 14.17. Ryan Mellon 12.80 from St Patrick's College Town. And there's confirmation of the senior triple jump standings in the third round. Madondo Passings had a busy morning. Of course, he's got the senior men's 100 metres coming up in less than 2 hours, about an hour and 3/4. And the task of staying dry and warm becoming difficult. Now here's Ollie Davis, the long jump winner from yesterday from Central Southland College on the runway. Just losing a bit of forward momentum, but a legal jump. And this intriguing senior girls shot put with just 15 centimetres first to third. 13.62 coming in the third round for Kate Helly. Pua's best was in round 2, 13.58, and Kennelly in round 3. Good succession of throws there for Susanna Kennelly, 13.30, 13.22 and 13.47. Consistent across the board thus far as the top throwers move into their 4th, 5th and 6th throws. Track ahead we have junior hurdles coming up, and following that will be the junior girls 800 metres, junior boys 800 metres, and the senior 800 metres coming up at 10 after 10 for the girls and 10:15 for the boys. Officials looking for the best cover they can in the downtime.
So it might be the judges' huddle possibly for the road walks, comparing notes, or for the track walk I should say, Mark.
I can tell you Jonah Crop's official time in taking out the senior boys 3,000 metre walk was 12:53.06, with Toby O'Rourke second from Francis Douglas Memorial College, 14:04.72. Richie Troutham we saw come through. There it is confirmed for you. And Ari Bennett from Freiburg rounding out the 4 in our senior race walk.
That looks like it was Waisiki Komani Naro from Fiji. I'm going to apologise for that pronunciation because it popped up in front of me, and it's great, as I said, to have our Fijian visitors here, but definitely not whether they will be familiar with, because it's not just the rain today, Mark, it's the huge drop in temperature that we had from 27 yesterday. I would think outside at the moment it's probably about 12 degrees by the feel of what's coming in our commentary position.
Kirsty McCarthy Dempsey from Darfield in the circle, and obviously all of these disciplines footing becomes an issue as we go back to see Joshua Bryant from St Pat's College Silverstream into the pit.
Just had a quick check on the weather app. It looks like this rain is with us for another few hours, and the temperature is even colder than I thought. So we are warmer in here because it says it feels like 9 degrees outside, Mark. So after a 20-degree drop almost from yesterday afternoon for these athletes, it's quite a change, and it does make things awkward for them. But fortunately, we've had two pretty good fine weather days.
We've got 80 metre hurdles semis coming up, Tony, and for the juniors, and obviously, just a confidence issue really around the water and the wet track just adds another element to that.
It certainly does, and that'll be a concern for our young hurdlers, especially our inexperienced hurdlers.
Alexa Duff there in the shot circle, the javelin winner from Friday.
So in about another 10 minutes, our next track finals will be the 800 metres. Much anticipated, a couple of those, particularly the senior boys. Looking forward to seeing James Ford and Thomas Cowan go out of it. And there'll probably be another couple in there that will give them a bit of run for their money. But with conditions like this, it's going to be interesting to see the tactics in these middle distance races, isn't it, Mark?
Indeed.
When they come to the finals. And then, of course, some of these athletes are also trying to conserve themselves if they're doing the double in some of these events today.
Well, I imagine that you're familiar with doing that back in your day, Tony. 8 and 15, and noticed yesterday, obviously in the semi-finals, that those who felt like they were going to comfortably get through automatically were very cautious over the last lap, just making sure obviously that they did enough to qualify, but also that they conserved as much energy as possible today, because it's a pretty demanding schedule for the middle distance runners.
Yeah, and talking about the 800, we've got young Ford from King's College, James Ford. He's doing a double that's not so often done, which is the 400 800 double. So here we've got young Melly Losay out of, no, that doesn't look like a Hamilton Girls uniform though, does it? That might be Alex. Could have been maybe Renee Willis from St Hills Collegiate. Lucky we were we do know the colours, and that definitely wasn't the Hamilton Girls. So that was Renee Willis from St Hilda's, who just put in the shot.
Getting used to some singlets. The numbers are can be a little bit harder to pick up today. Certainly out of our window anyway. The binoculars sort of rendered useless, but the camera's getting you the best possible pictures that we can get for you. Got Carly Sherp here out of Southland Girls. She's currently lying fourth. 12.74 her best from her second throw. It's been a really competitive competition with 15 centimetres first to third still as we move into the fourth throwers for the fourth round for the top 8. And here we are, so you can see there that starting reverse order, of course, 8th, McCarthy Dempsey from Darfield, 10.65 in the fourth round. Alex Duff, 11.62, 11.95 in her previous round, her best. And Carly Sherp there in the fourth round, the first to improve on the distance from those in this round, 12.88. Yes, Susanna Kennelly.
So it's a good competition going on in this senior girls shot, Mark.
It is.
The lead's changed several times now, and between first and third we only have 15 centimetres, so it will be an interesting outcome here.
We've had the junior boys doing the high jump just down in front of us. Obviously we're concentrating on the senior competition, but I can tell you that local boy Papanui High School, James Naggs, 171, but there are two others over that height as well. Second and third on count back out of Hutt International Boys and Burnside High. And that as we see Isabel Pua with her latest put.
Yes, good to see her, Mark. Just currently 4 centimetres behind the leader, who will be next up. That's Kate Hull.
Homeschooled athletes, Tony, obviously those that are schooled at home, and they're sort of put in as a collective, are they, in terms of competition? Or
so
just
that's taken the lead, isn't it? We've just seen that
come
up. So Isabella Pua put of 13.98 has taken the lead, and that's a good lead now compared to the small margins before. So here's our second place athlete now, Taki Puna.
Yeah, Kate Halley, she's looking to respond, and we've had 3 different leaders with Susanna Kennelly, Kate Halley and Isabella Pua, and it really is a very close competition, and Carly Sherp looking to inch towards the medals as well. So Darfield competitor dries the implement. And Kate Kelly's put there was good. 13 and 77, and so it's her very best. So she did respond. With the best
she did.
Could do, so.
Indeed, put another 15 centimetres on a mark, which maybe will secure her at least the silver if she can't overtake Pua. So yeah, it's an intriguing competition going on here with these senior girls in the shot put.
2 puts to go for them.
So if you see in the background some young ladies racing, it's the junior girls 800, but we've got some. This is our shot put that we were staying with, and that's I think that was Alex Stuff there, wasn't it, having her 5th round throw?
Yes.
So as they come round with 200 metres to go, Paige Dobson just ahead of Nina Chalmers and Abby O'Boyle from Burnham. And coming down to the finish line, Nina Chalmers there from Mount Albert Grammar.
Mele Luce from Hamilton Girls there, currently lying 6th with her latest put in round 5.
So we can, for those who are watching, we'll give you the result of the junior girls 800 when it's confirmed shortly. They've just finished their event, but we've been focusing in on this very intriguing senior girls shot put at the moment. And in the circle now we've got Renee Willis from St Hilda's College down in Dunedin.
Currently lying 5th, her 2nd round put of 12.59 is her in that spot, just under the 12 metres in her other puts to date.
So for those of you at home, the junior 800 was taken out by Nina Chalmers from Mount Albert Grammar up in Auckland, and Paige Thompson, Napier Girls, was 2nd from Abby O'Boyle from Verdon College in 3rd. So that's a flash result for that race. But we're at this exciting women's shot put competition where these girls have had a pretty good role model to look up to over the last couple of decades, haven't they?
Indeed, Dame Valerie.
Yes, some 20 years ago or more was Dame Valerie came through and charged through and set a few records, although ironically she doesn't hold the senior girls shot record in this school's event, does she?
Funny, I think I was looking through this morning looking for some big names, thinking there's a couple of big names missing here, and that was
one of them.
One
yes,
of them there, but it's listed in your very impressive program there.
And I think it's Kaya Tupu Smith from Takapuna. I'm just going to check on that. She's overseas in the collegiate system at the moment, I believe.
Susanna Kennelly's just put her 5th shot, and we'll have that measure for you in a moment as she looks to close off on the top 2. And she was 15 centimetres off the lead going back around, but with Isabella and Kate adding to theirs, and Susanna's just put 13.34. Really good consistent series from Susanna. 13.30, 13.22, 13.47 her best in round 3, 13.33 and now 13.34. So for consistency she's been outstanding and is currently 3rd.
Yeah, so it is Kaya Tupu South from Westlake Girls.
Right.
I think I might have mentioned Puna that holds that record for this event at 17.54. So these girls are throwing well, but in difficult conditions. So she has been a successful athlete that has taken the reins in the senior girls shot. They throw a 3 kg shot put at secondary school level. We still have Dame Val holding the junior record, which is a very impressive 16.70. With the same weight implement that these girls had. So to be a junior at the secondary school championships, you have to be under 16 at the end of this year. And if you turn 16 before the 31st of December, that makes you a senior.
Kate Halley with her 5th put. Of course, she's throwing last, courtesy of her being the leader after 3 rounds. She has been overtaken by Isabella Pua, whose most recent put was just below the 13 metre mark. We'll get Kate's mark in a moment, and then there'll be 1 round to come of this intriguing competition. And the first up throw in the last round will be Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey out of Darfield, who's preparing her weight now. And Kate was 13 and 35. So 13.77 remains her best, and Isabella Pua will lead into the last round, but Kate Halley will have the last put, so could have the last say potentially.
She could indeed, and Kate won the junior title last year, and she threw 14.63. As I said, it's the same size implement for juniors and seniors, it's just a different grade by age. And so, yeah, not with the conditions, of course, we wouldn't expect them necessarily to be getting up there, but she's capable of putting out there to the 14 metre mark, so we'll see what happens. And
Kirsty's final throw there, Kirsty McCarthy-Dempsey, has been her best put, 12 and 13, so well done to her, and she moves herself up to 7th ahead of Alexa Duff, who's now in the circle.
See these girls just trying to dry off the shot as much as they can. They have a choice of implements to take from the rack, and they are allowed to towel them off to try and get the best grip, of course.
I guess chalk's not much good in the wet, Tony.
It probably gets a bit sticky maybe, and we've seen obviously the wet circle, we've seen a couple of issues with people having their stability. There's usually good grip there, but it's just they try to have those circles as smooth as they can for the athletes, but depending on the shoes.
This is Melly Lose with her final put. Just watch her go through, and that's her final put of the competition. That previous put, Tony, from Alexa Duff was 12.74, which is a significant improvement. And she's jumped to
5th place. Yes.
So well done to Alex out of Columba College. So both Kirsty out of Darfield and Alex out of Columba have both pulled out their best put on their final throw.
Don't want to jump to conclusions, but I'm figuring that Raylene Bates might have a little bit to do with some of their throws coaching down there. Raylene also the force behind our para athletes at the moment, and in charge of that for Athletics New Zealand. But this is Renee Willis from St Hilda's College, so we'll see what she can.
Prior to her, Melly Luse unfortunately failed in that final round, so her first put was her best, 12 and 34, as her in 7th. As we update that for you. Junior boys high jump continuing out in front of us as well. They've done well in these really, really difficult conditions. Renee Willis with 12 and 74, the same mark as Alex Duff. Renee's pulled out her best as well, and so she goes ahead of Alexa Alex, I should say, they've both put 12.74, but Renee's second put of 12.59 has her fifth.
So that was Carly Sherp from Southland Girls High. That would be her final attempt, and looks like she's fouled that.
Shame for Carly, given those that haven't failed have produced their best in their sixth, which makes it pretty exciting for our final three, given how competitive and close they've been so far, Tony, if they can continue that trend of big puts in the final round.
And maybe that's because the rain has just eased a little. It's not stopped, but it's definitely not as heavy as it was previously. And
it's definitely lighter out there where we're looking at the moment, as Susanna puts her final.
It's the white flag, so...
And that doesn't mean surrender in the shot put. But they'll be pretty rapt to be finished their competition, Tony, to get away, get warm.
Go and get dry and towel off, yes, that's for sure. So there's our current second place young athlete.
Susanna Kennelly has just put 14 metres and catapulted herself to the top of this pretty incredible competition, I've got to say.
Well, it's definitely intriguing. As I said, they can throw in the 14s, these girls. So, and there goes Pua. What does she produce on the last throw? Doesn't seem overly interested in it, but
I didn't think Susanna was overly excited. So I either misread that, or she's a pretty cool customer, or she's just cool because she's cold. But
that's true. So we'll see what comes from Pua's mark and see if she can get anything into the 14s.
Obviously, from our vantage point, impossible to get too much of an idea of exactly what the measure is, but the distances are coming up very quickly.
She didn't improve at all. That last throw was not about a metre behind her best throw, so it does now come down to Kate Hulley if she can overtake Kennelly. It's the 2022 junior champion there going, and we've had our senior champion take the lead from last year. And we'll see what she's done. She sort of was holding her face, whether she thinks it might be close.
Well, they've certainly given their best in a competition where the lead has changed often amongst these three, and Susanna Kennelly right at the ends pulled out 14, and Kate Halley has topped her with 14.19 in the last round.
My goodness. So that was a very intriguing shot put, and we've seen that on the world stage, haven't we, with some changes that happen in the big shots, and we know none other than Tom Walsh has been involved in some of those with the likes of Ryan Krause. But there it is, similar sort of action happening in the senior girls shot put final here, and it was last year's junior champion. We did say she put the shot out to 14.60, I think it was last year when she took the title, and so she's come out and completed the show today, Kate Halley, with 14.19, overtaking last year's senior title holder Susanna Kennelly with 14 metres.
We've got to say congratulations and thanks for that competition, Tony, because it's as good as it gets, really, with the, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the last 8 have produced their best put in the final round in really difficult conditions.
Yeah. And it is difficult because it's an explosive event, and these athletes will be getting colder and colder out there. So great resilience shown to those young athletes.
Susanna was second in the discus yesterday, and she was leading that shot put until the final put of Kate Halley. But of course, she'd only just gate crashed the party herself as things get going again at the triple jump. There is a notable lightning in the cloud above us here, Tony, which is pretty heartening just looking out there.
Either that or it's the lights taking full effect here, Mark. But yeah, I hope it's the weather, and we've got 800 metres underway in the background as well at the moment. But so
we've got the junior boys 800 metre final. If you see some runners coming past them, we'll let you know who is victorious there. And we've got the senior competitions coming up in a matter of minutes. The girls senior first, and then the boys senior. Much anticipation around those events as we keep you up to date with the triple jump. Just had a wee break there halfway through, and now the top 8 in order of 8th to 1st jumping off.
So into round 4, as we say then, for the senior triple.
Still looks like Justin Cunningham is just ahead of the 2 Kings, Captain Moss and Jonty Bitchler. It's all going to come down to the front finish. Looks like Quinn Moss from King's College is going to take up first place just ahead of Justin Cunningham from Freiburg.
Just saw a fall in the 800 as this come across the line, but we've got one of our triple jumpers there on the runway. That's Aston Nijar from Christ College. The competition still being led by his teammate from Christ, AJ Madondo.
Justin Cunningham on the track there can tell you he's all right. He's just exhausted. He's given his all and he's back to his feet. Singlet was wet anyway, so that doesn't matter. And Quinn Moss of King's College has come through and won that and dipped under 2 minutes with 1:59.92.
So I guess there'll be an expectation that we might be able to see a King's double in the boys 800s with James Ford to toe the line shortly.
Justin Cunningham, who we saw on the track there, was second, 2 minutes .04, and Freiburg, and Jonty Batchelor, King's College, first and third, 2 minutes .71.
I was saying yesterday, Mark, it's good to see King's College 50 years on, still strong in the 800 metres. The very first senior boys 800 was won by a gentleman called Rick Commode at King's College. Trained from memory in those days by a well-known coach in the Auckland area, Donnie McFarquhar, and Rick went on to represent Fiji in the Commonwealth Games 8 weeks later, because he's had some parents that came from Fiji. So that was 50 years ago, the first championships.
And timely, as we just saw a Fijian athlete in the triple jump come through as part of the final 8. So just a matter of minutes away, in fact, which is pretty much on time for the senior girls 800 metres. Hopefully we'll have a starting lane for you soon. I did see the heats yesterday. Sophia Limbreris, heat winner in 2:17.32. That it was pretty cagey stuff going on. Obviously, that the athletes were looking to protect themselves from their heavy schedule, taking it pretty easy if they thought they were going to qualify comfortably. Bo Ritchie among those. Bronwyn Rees-Jones won the other heat a little slower, 2:21. Not that the times mattered on the day, other than those who had to sneak through on qualifying times, but for the top 3 it didn't matter.
Not great conditions today, but you could get close to that time.
And the field for the final of the Senior Girls 800 is coming down in front of our broadcasting position as we take you back to the triple jump pit.
So that was Zane Bowden from Rangitoto in the triple. He's currently lying a very close third behind Ryan Mallon, and he's just overtaken with that jump, so that'll be a pleasing jump for him. He's now gone 6 centimetres in front of Ryan Mallon from St Pat's in Wellington, so Bowden with 12.86, still a good distance behind the 14.17 of AJ Madondo from Christ College, but it'll be a pleasing jump for him as he starts he's completed his 4th round now. Getting some feedback from the support coach there probably. I can't quite recognise who that is, but and as we see now, we've got the senior girls 800s on their marks. And they're underway. So we've got Ford, Scannell, Shannon, Lumbras from Havelock North, Bronwyn West Jones from Cambridge High, Bo Ritchie from St Peters, Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's, and Holly Fawcett from Aquinas.
Zara Ford taking the lead in a bunch field early, as you'd expect in this competitive final. Bo Ritchie sitting on the outside in about 6th, now 5th position.
And we have a very good contest here, as we see Malin there from St Pat's in the triple. No one's going out hard. They're quite pedestrian, to be fair, as they come into the home straight. So they're looking to probably run about looks like it could be about a 70-second first lap. So there's going to be some action. And of course we've got the name Ford from King's leading out. Of course we've got girls at King's College now, and a bit of shuffling going on as they go through the bell.
Amy Shannon on the outside of the leader, Bo Ritchie moving forward into it and also making a run 3 wide around the outside there to get into it is Sophia Lumbreras.
Yes, so Lumbreras is be very strong, I think, in the finish. She's been running pretty well pre this event, but looks like is that Bo Ritchie making a move as well down the back.
She is. Lumbreras leads, Bo Ritchie moving to 2nd, Shannon just tiring a touch on the inside.
And now we've got someone else pushing up there.
And that's 761, which is Samantha Lascelles, who's been just biding her time on the inside behind them. Lumbreras leading Lascelles and Ritchie as they come into the home straight. Lumbreras looking to hold Ritchie, launching on the corner though.
Yes. She's looking very strong, isn't she?
And Bo Ritchie, who has just been so good across many running disciplines, track, cross country, and the finish there to win from Lumbreras and Lascelles home in 3rd.
So that'll keep the St Peters crew on the far bank very happy on this cold, wet morning. But Bo Ritchie, a great range. We see her do exceptionally well right out to cross country. So 800 metre speed and strength came to the fore, even off a slowly run race. So get that result. 2:14.11, 2:14.11 was her official winning time.
And that sets her up, of course, for the Senior Girls 1500, which is timed for 1:30. So she's got just a little over 3 hours for the recovery there. But that obviously, an 800 metre of that time in a sprint finish, Tony, probably not doing her too much harm there.
No, she looked very controlled and comfortable, didn't she, at that? And yeah, so Bo Ritchie from St Peter's School in Cambridge ahead of Sophia Lumbras from Havelock North High in 2:16.16. Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's College 2:17.74. In 4th place, Amy Shin from Dyson School for Girls, Zara Ford in 5th from King's, Holly Fawcett, Aquinas, Paige Scannell, and then Bronwyn Reese Jones.
And next up we'll have the senior boys as we get our latest measure at the
Next up on the track, we have
triple jump pit.
Starting in lane 2, is Christchurch from Matamata College.
So we've had another change in the triple while we're away. We did see him jump, and that was Ryan Mallon. And he jumped 13.06, so he's moved back into 2nd place ahead of Zane Bowden. So once again, we've got an interesting finish when we get into the top 3 here.
Thomas Cohen from Westlake Boys High School. Lane 8
And AJ Madondo has been passing. Obviously he's comfortable with his 14.17. That hasn't been challenged. He's clear by more than a metre, and with his 100 and 200 metre commitments later,
I'm sure that's what he's saving his energy for, Mark, and probably trying to stay warm and dry as well.
I would say so. So we'd only see him back, you would imagine, if somebody pulled out a huge improvement and was able to exceed his 14.17 that he pulled out in round number 1.
So the next track event we have is the Senior Boys 800. I say it's a special interest to myself to watch this one. Going on the inside, we'll have Fletcher Van Hooven from Matamata College, James Hercus out of Wanganui Collegiate in lane 3, Charlie Richardson from Sacred Heart College in 4, James Ford from King's College in 5, Luca Everett from Te Ao o Te Kura Punamu in 6, Thomas Cowan in 7, and he's from Westlake Boys, Timothy Wallace, St Kennigans in 8, and Hamish Murray in 9. So they're underway, and as they break lanes over on the far corner down the back straight, the wind's eased, the rain is almost stopped, and it looks like Ford's being cagey in front at the moment, the boy in the King's colours.
Taking up the lead, I just noticed he's just staying one off there, maybe a little bit of pooled water on the inside.
Yeah, and if it's a tactical race, it means you're not going to get boxed in and someone to get a break on, but right behind him is Thomas Cowan. Of course, he'll be a strong contender in this. But there's a number of boys that, if they go slow, anything can happen.
Charlie Richardson on the inside there, taking up the running line.
But as we mentioned earlier, Ford's a 400-metre runner, coming back later to run the 400, so he should have the best of them if he gets himself in the right position, which he's doing pretty well at the moment as they hit the bell in a pretty pedestrian 64 or 65, or even a bit slower for them. But we'll see some action as they go down around this corner, and let's hope everyone gets a clean race. But it's Cowan's gone to the lead early
from Ford, and Luca Everett moving forward on the outside. Hamish Murray hasn't spent any petrol just in behind them, has been running the inside throughout.
Ford sitting there, looks like, so it's Cowan, Ford, Everett. Everett, of course, doing some training with James Preston down in Wellington, our number 1 800-metre runner.
And these three have pulled clear. Murray trying to tack on the back here as Ford makes his move on the outside, coming around the corner there over Cowan, and Everett looking to respond.
James Ford looking pretty comfortable, isn't it? So we'll see him back here later, and it's tight for second. Is Cowan going to keep out Everett, which he does? So a great result there in the and going with form pretty well, I would have thought, Mark.
James Ford of King's College, our senior boys winner of the 800 metres quick last 200 after a pretty quiet tactical first 400, as we saw also in the senior girls event prior, taken out by Bo Ritchie, and we look forward to seeing some of these runners back this afternoon looking to do the double of 1500 metres. Head back to the concluding stages of the triple jump competition, where AJ Madondo has a comfortable lead with his first round jump of 14.17. He leads by more than a metre, and he's been passing since round 2 as he's got 100 and 200 metre commitments in the finals a little later, so saving himself for those as the 800 metre runners wander off and contemplate, some of them, the 1500 in a couple of hours time, 3 hours time. So Ryan Mellon of St Patrick's College Town, 13.16 in round 5, has him second. Zahn Bowden third, 12.86, which he produced in round 4. And Aston Najjar, also of Christ College, has his AJ Madondo top of the board. And Aston's best 12.80 in that previous round, a significant improvement of 78 centimetres for Aston to move to 4th and within 6 centimetres of the medals. So the rain appears to have fairly much ceased here at Ngā Wai in Otatahi, Christchurch on day 3, third and final day of the 50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics. And we've had this morning some outstanding track and field despite the conditions, and James Ford has produced a win in a comfortable 2:02:04 in a tactical 800 metres for the senior boys, beating home Cowan, Everett and Murray.
They've got 7 minutes before the next hurdles race, so if anyone's available, some extra officials.
Congratulations to the finalists, and Bo Ritchie from St Peter's, victorious in a sprint finish in the senior girls 2:14 and change ahead of Lumbreras, Lascelles and Shannon.
Most appreciated.
And back to the long jump pit. That's Aston Ajar with his last jump from Christ College. His previous 12.80, his best, taking him into 4th after starting initially the last 3 rounds. I think is 8th or maybe 7th. Francis Gillies is checked out. Christchurch boys, 11.67. His last jump, 11.81, was his best in round 2. As we confirm that for you on screen. And our Fijian athlete, Waisiki Kamanakwaru, will be next up. He's currently lying 6th with 12.20, which he did produce in the previous round. 12.20 there on the board for Aston, which leaves him in 4th place. He certainly gave it plenty to try and sneak into the medals. He needed a further 6 centimetres on his previous, or 7 centimetres he would have needed on countback on his previous. Fijian athlete with his final jump, looking to build on the 12.20 best that he did in the previous round. The junior boys high jump was a good battle, and I can give you the result of that. Asher Robertson came through out of Hutt International Boys High with 1.75 m. There were 3 over the 171. James Naggs was leading at that stage from Papanui High. He's finished 2nd on countback from Ari Kisharia from Burnside High, also with 171. But Asher Robertson of Hibbs coming through 175. Zan Bowden there at Rangitoto on the runway as the hurdles get placed up. Now, got junior girls 80-metre hurdles semi-finals. They were going to go before the 800 metres. I think they've just delayed that because of the conditions at the time, and those conditions have improved quite markedly. The sky, although grey and gloomy, above us is lightning, and as in there's no lightning, but the clouds are lightening, and the rain has definitely stopped. The wind's reasonably stiff. Zan Bowden is Lipsico has completed, and he's pulled out 12.80 in his final jump, which is a good one. It's his second best. He pulled out 12.86 in round 4, 12.80 and a 12.78, so it's been a good series for Zan Bowden of Rangitoto College. And now we have Ryan Mallon, and unless he pulls out an extra metre, he did produce 13.16 in the previous Ryan. He has improved in the competition, 13.06 and 13.16 his last 2 jumps. AJ Madondo with his first up effort of 14.17. He did follow up in round 2, AJ, with 13.91. As Ryan psychs himself for his 6th and final jump here in the triple. Silver medal in the bag, but can he improve on what he's done so far? Seems to hit the board well. And the St Patrick's College town, as I call it, Kilburnian brackets here. Just might have hurt himself a wee bit there in the pit. Hopefully he's okay there, but he will take away a silver medal. 12.90 is what he's managed to record there in the last. So well done to Ryan. 13.16, his best in round 5, propelling him into 2nd place behind AJ Madondo from Christ College, who I would imagine will pass in the final round as well. accept his gold medal and move on to the 100 and 200 metres a little later. So the action in the field has been terrific this morning with those, the shot put in particular, senior girls, and the changing lead right up to the very end there. And although AJ Madondo had a stranglehold on this competition in the triple jump from round one, the positions in behind have been changing, and some good jumps, particularly in the fifth round from 3 of the final 8 competitors. As we show you that senior boys triple jump. So we've got the 80 metre hurdles being set up, 762mm hurdles for the junior girls over the 80 metres, and then beyond that we were set down for the junior girls 200s, but obviously while the conditions are improving, we'll run these now in the 200 metres off the back of that. We've still got the 110 metre hurdles coming as well. We've got the senior final and the junior final. We've got the senior girls 100 metre hurdles coming as well. So we may continue here through with the hurdles now that we've moved into those. Not sure what will happen with those junior girls 200 metre semis that were listed, but anyway, we'll keep you posted as best we can there. And then looking further ahead to events on the track that we will concentrate on, the senior competitions, senior girls 2000 metre steeplechase. That's coming up around 10 after 11. All going well if we keep to time. Quite tricky to do that in these conditions that we've had in the first couple of hours this morning, or hour and a half. The senior boys 2000 metre steeplechase we run just after the senior girls. And then we move into the 100 metres. The senior girls set down for 11:30 and the senior boys at 11:35. A little later on we've got the 300 metre hurdles finals for both senior boys, senior girls, and the juniors as well there, before our lunch break. And this afternoon looking forward to 200 metre finals, 1500 metre finals, 400 metre finals, and a series of relays to wrap up the competition. Speaking of wrapped up, that's what the patrons are here today. Whānau, friends, supporters of the athletes here, taking shelter under the Puna grandstand here in Otatahi, Christchurch, on the third and final day of the 50th anniversary meeting of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association. Mark Rosanowski and Tony Rogers been with you this morning. I will continue, and Tony has ventured out, and we'll hear from him shortly, the hard-working president and chair of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, who did compete in the 73 edition, the inaugural running of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, and then was victorious in the 800, as I recall, in the following year, 1974, with his flowing locks. And it's been a lifetime of devotion to the athletic code from Tony since then. Of course, Olympian, finishing 9th in the 1500 metres in Los Angeles in 1984, so anniversary coming up, 40 years next year as we draw to the end of 2023. Takes a lot to organise the hurdles. have them at the right height, the right position, and of course heights have to be adjusted, and indeed distances change as well as we move from the juniors up to the seniors. Can confirm AJ Madondo passed in the last round of the triple jump, but confirmed the winner from Christ College over Ryan Mellon, St Patrick's College Town, and Zan Bowden of Rangitoto College. In terms of the field events coming up, it's a relatively light day in the field. We've had our morning obviously, and we had some outstanding competition in both the senior girls shot put and the senior boys triple jump, and the junior boys high for that matter. We didn't carry that for you being a junior event, but gave you the result of that with 175 metre winning height. And just looking to this afternoon, we've got a senior boys discus this afternoon, and also girls and boys javelin for the multi-class para. So looking forward to that action on the track, on the field, in the field. A little later on, our concentration here on the track with these hurdles being set up. Started the morning with our 100 metre semi-finals to find our finalists this afternoon. Actually this morning, aren't they, the 100 metres? They're only about an hour away now, 11:30. See if I can find any official final fields here for those seniors. The girls sit down for past 11, and they had their semi-finals yesterday. And just having a look through there, Mario Venida of Sancta Maria was the fastest qualifier through the semis, 11:63. Georgia Gibbons, Queen's High School, 11:87. Neve Gedja, Paraparu College, Charlotte Goldsmith of St Cuthbert's, Caitlin Black at Aquinas College, Neve Townsend, Mount Aspiring, qualifying automatically, being top 3. Now, got Tony
good
Rogers
morning
down
here
there, so
from
let's cross
Puna Stadium on a clearing morning with the weather. We've got one of our very special sponsors with us here today to make a special award. It's Mike Glenn from Caltex here in Christchurch. He runs several stations. Mike, tell us, you've got an award here. This is for our Good Sport, our Caltex Good Sport recipient for the championships. Tell us a little bit about your program that you're doing with Caltex first of all though.
Thanks. We just like to support all the schools. Caltex is doing this throughout New Zealand, and I'm very lucky to support 4 schools in Christchurch. So it's good to be able to give back to the community. It's all about community focus for us here. So my day today is to give the Good Sport Award to a recipient for doing some amazing things in sport and around New Zealand here today.
Thanks, Mike, and the generosity of Caltex around the country. So our Good Sport recipient, who's been nominated by one of his school parents, I believe, is Mark Tinkle from Wellington College. So I'll let you present this award package to Mark Tinkle. And Mark, we'll just come in here and introduce you a little. You have been at Wellington College for 10 years or so, bringing boys to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship. I see you because I live in Wellington, down at the track 2 or 3 days a week at least with a large contingent of boys. But you yourself are giving back to school because you're a silver medalist in the senior boys high jump here in 2004, and you've been a New Zealand youth rep as well at the Commonwealth Games. So what's your program like at Wellington Cole?
It's just all about getting participation, so just trying to get as many boys out there running, and because it was just such good memories for me, and I want them to have the same good memories. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Mark, for you giving back as an athlete to your school, and keep up the good work. And thank you for the nominees that were put in by a number of people for the Caltex Good Sport Award. And thank you, Mike Glenn from Caltex, for being here today to make that presentation, and all your good work giving away travel vouchers to some of the schools, including the Christchurch ones here from your 4 stations. So fill up at the Blenheim Road Caltex, I believe, this afternoon.
Yes, Blenheim Road and Redwood on the way out of town will be fantastic. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Now thanks to Tony Rogers out there making those presentations. Now, I'm not sure whether we might be able to bring you a replay of the senior boys 110 metre hurdles. So we're going to show you that now. Just my apologies too, because I was expecting some 80 metre hurdles, but that didn't occur. But here is the final of the 110 metre senior boys finals, and Joseph Dunn of King's College through the middle, winning in 14:03 with a good display from Noah Retford of Botany Downs Secondary College, 14:38. James Hanson third, Marlborough Boys 14:43, and Paul Stein was fourth out of Bethlehem College with 14:97. The finalists there: Finlay Neal from St Bede's, Wirramu Knowles from Cambridge High, Lewin Peasley from Maclean's, and Ryan Mellon from St Patrick's College, who was fresh out of the triple jump pit. So thanks for the team here who got thus that replay of the 110 metre hurdles, with Joseph Dunn, King's College, victorious in 14:03.
Good morning, everyone.
And now the hurdles are being adjusted, and just have to keep an eye on what might be happening here. So that was the senior boys 110 metre hurdles. There were some hurdles listed earlier, but they were semi-finals, and I don't know whether they weren't required, so we'll ignore those. And if we're running to time, we'll have the junior boys hurdles over 100 metres, so 10 metres less, and the hurdles drop down from 914 to 838. And then off the back of that, there'll be the senior girls final, which we will bring to you live.
And in first place and the gold medal, Campbell Donovan, also from New Plymouth Boys High School.
But again, this is a time where on the track it does take a bit of time in between events, with the adjustments needed to be made, obviously to the height of the hurdles in the first instance, and also with the distances changing from 110 for the seniors to 100 metres for the juniors. The placement of the hurdles as well does require a number of officials, and of course it has to be accurate and correct across the board for the finalists. And the junior boys 100 metre hurdle will be underway shortly. That was set down for 10:35. We're just a little bit behind today schedule, about 10 minutes at the moment. That's understandable given the conditions that we've had this morning, which have improved with the rain ceasing and overhead conditions looking a lot lighter and better than they were. Still a pretty stiff breeze out there, nothing like the gusts of yesterday, but significantly cooler. Whereas we had a very warm morning yesterday on day 2 as we take in a medal ceremony, and today the temperature is half and some less than it was yesterday, so athletes required to adjust accordingly, which they certainly have done really well, because we've had some outstanding performances this morning in competition, particularly that senior girls shot with the lead, changing often. And speaking of that shot put competition, that medal ceremony is actually taking place now and these three young women, as Tony Rogers does the honours while he's out there, so they're using the president for everything. They all had the lead at some point. Second place getter here, Susanna Kennelly. She pulled out a big put in the final round to shoot herself to the top of the board, but Kate Halley responded with her last put and came through and won a thrilling competition. So congratulations to them all, and they turned on a fine competition for us. So Kate Halley there from Takapuna, successful in the senior girls shot put competition. So all in readiness now for the 100 metre hurdles junior competition. We focus here on our coverage on the seniors, but it's happening ahead of you, and there'll be people at home obviously cheering on whānau, friends. And today, with the prevailing wind that we have, which is very different to yesterday, they're running down the normal way, if I can put it that way, as this race gets underway. And Rienko Hegard from Howick College, victorious and leading throughout in that final for the juniors. But they are running directly towards us here in our broadcasting position. The caravan just past the start-finish line on the first bend. It's ideal for the situation. Well, watching them head on, it's hard to see who's actually leading, but obviously we get a good look at them. Yesterday they were in the back straight. They were able to utilise the prevailing wind conditions, and we had some significant winds yesterday. In fact, just looking through some of the results in the semi-finals of the 100 metres, there were some gusts where the runners had a +7 metre wind behind them, and then in the next of the semis in the same competition it might drop back to sort of 3.7, which was obviously still very strong, but it was varying quite wildly from race to race there. Once again, adjustments being made as we move to the next of our races, which is the senior girls 100 metres, and we drop from 8:38 to 7:62 height for the hurdles. There is the junior boys result. And this here is the medal ceremony for the junior boys high jump. And 1:75 good enough, and the title to Hibbs, Hutt International Boys School from Upper Hutt, north of Wellington. Is our intrepid reporter, our roving reporter Paul Meads, has arrived in the caravan after a morning of covering the road events, and he's just taken off his plastic poncho. You look pretty good in this plastic poncho, I've got to say. You're a fashionista, Paul Meads.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I do have a bit of coat and apparel, but I left it back in at the airport of my car because I thought Christchurch Otautahi was going to put on a fine day. But yes, the road race out there this morning just got back, and you know, the rain has eased now, but during the senior boys race, senior girls race, it was coming down, and so much so that there was about a 30 centimetre deep puddle. The guys were trying to broom away right on the bend of the corner where you went to the sprint finish. So some exciting races out there this morning. No doubt you've had some results through.
But no, it's relying on you actually. We've been concentrating on the track. But it's all right. I will find results. We'll find results. That's not a problem.
Now, because I had my phone out, but I do know the senior boys race was.
I'll let you find those results, Paul, because I've got a senior girls 100 metre hurdles final to find. So hopefully Tony's equipment's working well for you there.
Yes, and
so we go there.
it's a lot easier now. They're running towards us, Mark, than yesterday. They're not
indeed.
finishing on the back straight away from where we couldn't even see them.
Yes. Lane 2, Georgie Rose Boyd out of St Peter's, Jade Wilson in lane 3, Otago Girls High, Zara Rattray in lane 4 from Hamilton Girls, Jodie McCarthy Dempsey out of Darfield in lane number 5, saw her sister in the shot put final earlier. Meg Edwards, Rangiruru Girls School in 6, Holly Gray out of Avonside Girls 7, Saskia Ryan, Holland Girls College in 8, and Ella Waldron from Geraldine in South Canterbury in lane number 9. So again protecting lane 1, but it's a 9-lane track, so 8 finalists as is traditional, and these senior girls to be called to the blocks in a moment or two. And just final checks being made to the hurdles, making sure everything exactly in line before they call them.
Yes, they're just checking on the height there too, and it's interesting. We had many years of debate about the height and distance between the hurdles and the number of flights, and we adopted a ruling in conjunction with Athletics New Zealand and secondary schools, then to find out that some centres don't have the hurdles that will go to the heights that they've agreed to.
Okay.
So here we'll look at, here we go, now they've been called in. Fortunately it stopped raining, so that's a bonus. That wind will be helpful. Tailwind, I hope.
Yes, certainly. I've turned us around today as they take the blocks and are set and underway in the senior girls 100 metre hurdles final. 3:16 coming through early. Zara Rattray doing a good job, and wider out there to Holly Gray of Avonside Girls, who is finishing off well, and Holly Gray, I think, has come through to win in a good finish there. Zara Rattray also prominent, and close up to Ella Waldron of Geraldine out wider. But Holly Gray of Avonside Girls looking to come through and win. Head-on's great in terms of being able to identify, but sometimes difficult to see who actually is leading.
Yes, and quite often now, Mark, we're looking at the numbers as people do on the screen. Sorry, I'm a bit remiss there. Kia ora koutou, and no mai haere. Again, back to Ototahi out here on Ngā Puna Way, and as you can see, the tahau, too Mickey, it's blowing, man. But I hope the heke the rain has stopped, so that's a good thing. So
confirmation there of Holly Gray's victory, 14.72. Avonside Girls taking the senior girls 100 metre hurdle. Zara Rattray second, Hamilton Girls 14.98. Jodie McCarthy Dempsey of Darfield clinging on to third, 15.01, 4/100ths of a second clear of Ella Waldron of Geraldine, 15.05. Then Meg Edwards of Rangiruru, 15.19 fifth. Saskia Ryan, Tauranga Girls, 15.58. And Georgie Rose Boyd out of St Peter's, 16.61. So congratulations to the finalists, and Holly Gray for taking out the senior girls title for Avonside Girls.
Yes, good to see a local athlete do well in front of the home crowd, if you like, on a home track. And it was a just from my point of view here, looking, Mark, that when I saw that by about the third flight of pedals, she more or less had the field covered by then, and just maintaining that stride, the speed between the hurdles is obviously important. And I'm not sure if we're going to pick up the wind readings from here, but I can tell you that
plus 2.9 there.
There we go, 2.3 metres per second. That's pretty substantial.
It's a good push.
Yes, well, 2 metres is the allowable limit for any records, as you know, and so that is. And I'm not so sure if it's total tail. It might be some cross. It is looking very much like an advantage to the runners in this home straight today, rather than where we had them finishing on the back straight yesterday, which is advantageous to them too, because they had the tailwind going down there to their finish line, but we weren't in such a great position to view from the side and right across the track diagonally, the furthest place you could get to. But anyway, and how are we? How's it gone this morning?
The next race.
You've seen the 100 metre heats?
Yes, saw the semi-finals this morning. First up, that was very, very good. Enjoyed the 800 metres. Bo Ritchie very comfortable in the senior girls, and James Ford in the senior boys. And of course, see a number of those athletes line up again later on in the 1500 metres as Tony Rogers rejoins. But while they're adjusting the hurdles for our next, Paul, we might be able to get back to some of your action from the road.
I was going to say, just going back to that 400 metres with James Ford winning it, I was talking to his coach, Perry Cunningham. I think he's gone 4 in a row now. In other words, James Harding won 2 years in a row, and then James Ford has, so he's had 4 in a row. And we know that Bo Ritchie's moved from the 15 to 3 down to do that 8, and she was targeting it, so she did well. And also her school, St. Peter's school at Cambridge, did very well in their teams race this morning because they had a 6-person team out there. And it looks, the Year 9 Phoebe Buckley from St. Peter's School won that Year 9 race. Olivia Calcott from Scots College was second. Freya Eason, third from Palmerston North Girls High School. And Violet Fisher, Solway College, was fourth. Isabella Flood, Scots College, was in 5th place. Now there were, I think, 31 competitors, 29 finishing out there. It was rather wet and cold. So and then the 3 and 6-person team races within the race were there, and I'm pretty sure that St. Peter's were the only one school that had the 6th finish, so they would have won the track there, and they ran over 3k. Oh, kia ora, Tony.
Morena, Paul.
Kia ora. E peana koutou. Peana. How are you?
I'm warming up now that I'm back in the commentary caravan. I've only spent 15 minutes out there in the cold, or a bit longer, and but you spent most of the morning at the road race, so I admire you. Those athletes, that chill factor is pretty strong out there, isn't it?
He makariri the hoe this morning. It was light rain, and then by the time the seniors ran, it was rather persistent and wet. Now we've got another hurdle event here. The starters are lining up, and you might notice there on your screen you've seen these people walking around with the gazebos, shelter for athletes over by the jumps, but a lot of those tops of the gazebos have gone. A lot of them went west yesterday, and one down in front of us now that has just done the same thing.
Oh gosh, here it comes.
And
it's coming at us.
towards us. So let's hope the caravan doesn't go to meet it. Okay, so it looks like in their junior boys, Jackson Baggery from Roncalli College, the Year 9 boys, was the winner there. Auckland Grammar Monty Bailey was second. Sam Bailey from Christchurch Boys High School was third. Charlie Barron from King's College was in 4th place. Toby Brook from Wellington College in 5th. Samuel Broughton from Burnside High School in 6th. Sam Bulia Smart, I think it is, from Wellington College was in 7th. Westlake Boys, Riley Burbridge was in an 8th. And Scots College had Robert Burton in 9th, and Max Christmas from Westlake Boys High School came in at 10th. And I know that the Westlake Boys had a lot of runners in there. They did very well, the team. They won as a 6-person team race. And actually, in actual fact, in the 3-person team race, there was a photo finish to decide which one of 2 Westlake Boys was actually in the 3-person team that hit the line. So they had 61 in that race of the Year 9 boys. So that was a good field. Right, now we've probably going to head back to the track. We've got, yes, they're into the blocks now.
This will be the senior boys. No, it's not.
No,
it's the 80 metre girls. Sorry,
it's 80 metre
going in reverse order. I should be looking because there's not as many hurdle flights. So this is what we've got here on the track.
Oh no, that's what we don't want to see. Somebody's just tripped there.
Juliet McKinley, I think it was.
From Pōkanawi Collegiate.
So that'll keep Mr. McNabb very happy.
No doubt. He'll be throwing a thaw out too because he was at the road race this morning. Now we're just checking. Sorry, your live stream has got a different picture at the moment. We're just concerned about an athlete on the track. She's obviously tripped at, I think, the 5th flight and may have hit the front part of her Tibby and female, I guess, down the bottom, Tib and Fib. We just wait to see that. The girls are all gathered around here. But yeah, so that was a win, clear win there from the girl from Wanganui Collegiate. And have you got the results in there now? You've got Jacinda Hoagland from Avonside Girls High School in 12:33 in second place. And you've got
Fernanda Tirado from Pinehurst School up in Auckland.
North Shore, yes.
On the North Shore, yes, that's correct. So that was the junior girls 80s. So in the field, we're coming to the just a bit of a quieter spot, I guess, in our program at the moment.
Yes, and here we are at Tuatoru Tara in the motu the Waipounamu in Otautahi. Our third day here, and it's been quite a mixed bag, Tony. Friday afternoon was nice and sunny, and we saw those replay yesterday. We were showing the 3,000 metre races, a lot of those heats. Then yesterday we had they had a different wind, and then yesterday we had that north dry wind. It was quite warm here, and then this morning we've had the wind swing around from another direction and a bit of rain. So we're hoping that will go. But Sunday, yes, it's always the finals day, and at the end of the meeting we name a championship team. In old school days, I guess it was called a paper team. We call it a championship team, and some of those athletes will apply to get into the New Zealand secondary schools team, which they enter into the classic track meets around the country, the various ones. So now we're just going to go back and give you some results from the junior girls race. This morning road race over 4 kilometres. Georgia Bell from Craighead Diocesan School, that's in Timaru. She was first. Hannah Byam from Wanganui Collegiate was second. Bella Kane Townley from Waimea College was third. Annabelle Chapman from St. Peter's School was fourth. Cassie Colburn from Sacred Heart Girls College was fifth. Tilly Dark, I think that is, sorry if I pronounce that wrong, could be Dark Air, from Wanganui Collegiate was in sixth. In seventh place, Emily Eastwood from Wellington Girls College. Eighth place, Aisha Edwards from Takapuna Grammar. Ninth place was Kazenza Ellie from Hamilton Girls High School. And in 10th place, Millie Evans from Fielding High School. Now, just for those people who are listening, you can go to, you can Google Athletics Live, and when you get into there, if you scroll down through Athletics Live, you go to, it's labelled the 50th track and field, and if you go into there and go into the road race and have a look at the full set of results. And in that junior girls, just as the thing, I won't read out all 38 places, but there were 38 finishes.
We're just having a bit of a smile in our commentary team here, is trading each other's phones and trying to find whose phone's vibrating, because of course we have our sounds on. Coming up on the track, Paul, we've got the Steeplechase events, 4 of those in a row. We'll start with the juniors, and in the field we've got the senior girls triple jump just getting underway down there. So that's our next phase of the day before we finish our morning session.
Well, I can mention, Tony, that there was a young lady that was in our cross-country teams. We mentioned her yesterday on the broadcast that she won the 3,000 metres, Catherine London. She told me that she was going to target the road race and then come back and do the steeples, try and get 3 titles. Well, she ran the road race, very tight finish, and so we'll see how she goes, if she does have enough leg power to do the steeples. Now, going to the junior boys road race, 4 kilometres. Results, first in was the local lad from Christchurch Boys High School, Max Aldridge. Second was Daniel Barback from Tauranga Boys. Stanley Bateman from Westlake Boys High School was in third place. Swan Blanchard from Westlake Boys was fourth. Harry Borton from Westlake Boys was fifth. And that's that 3-person team there. There was a bit of a photo finish for those 3. So 3 in the top 5. And Aaron Brody was 6. So they have 4 in the top 6 there from one school, Westlake Boys. So well done to Chance and Stratton and the regime there at Westlake Boys, doing an excellent job encouraging runners. Brings a huge team down to this event and also to the cross country, and they have done very, very well. Silas Campbell from Wellington College was in 7th place. Xavier Clark from Auckland Grammar in 8th. Lloyd Creira from St. Peter's School. That's the one in Cambridge. He was 9th. Luke Cutts from Westlake Boys was in 10th. So in the top 10, it looks like Westlake Boys had basically their 6-person team, and so rather a good effort from Westlake Boys, which we expected. And I'm just going to try and pull up now the senior girls. We had the multis, the paras we had. First place was on line honours, remember these ratings. So Lewis Douglas from Havelock North High School came across first, and Josh Ray, local boy from T38 athlete from Papanui High School, was in 2nd place. And it was great to see her there because one of the runners needed, I would say, partly visually impaired because he had a guide runner. And they were out there in the wet and the cold, and they do a tremendous job, Tony, assisting those athletes get around the course, but particularly on a day like today.
Oh, absolutely. And the conditions we've had today, anyone that's aiding an athlete with disability deserves acknowledgement and merit for their efforts to support some of our young athletes. So. And I might have made an error. I think I said we had the senior girls triple jump coming up. Of course, it's a junior girls triple jump, but it's the senior girls long jump, which will start in about another half an hour.
So we had the senior record go yesterday by 1 centimetre, beating a record, so that was good. Now, in the para juniors road race this morning, Toby Island from Hutt Valley High School took line honours in 1st place, and then Daniel Kitts from Te Awamutu College was in 2nd place. So those are para athletes. Now into the senior girls. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've got the senior here. That's not what I saw.
Yeah, so just recapping on some of the things that you were discussing there before, Paul, that later on this afternoon we'll name a large championship team, which is for the best efforts across the events between seniors, girls and boys, and the odd junior can make that team, and we'll be having some special awards which are sponsored this weekend by one of our former stars of middle distance and sprinting, Sean Farrell from the local shoe shop here in town. We've got some awards to give out to our top performers. We don't, it's always a difficult decision, but from Shoe Clinic in the city here, so he's selling some stuff here, but good to see Sean Farrell here. Still holds the New Zealand 400 metre record.
I was going to say he was a bit of a speedster there on the one lapper.
So he's giving back, which has been the theme of really what it's about for some of our people that have been involved in the sport themselves, giving back, and we did see that with the Caltex Award winner from Wellington College, which was Mark Tinkle, a former athlete himself, has been coaching and teaching at Wellington College for some years now, and he is here with his team, and he says he's been to 10 of these national championships as a younger sports administrator coach, but of course some of our fellow exec members have attended all 50 of these championships. So that's John Tilden and Alec McNabb. It's an amazing feat for them to have been to every single one of the 50 New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships, and they will have endured some interesting weather conditions. We talked about what we would have from yesterday's 27 odd degrees to what we've got today, and with young Alec McNabb last night, and he said he remembers there being a 20-degree temperature change from one of the meets that he was in Melbourne one year. 24 degrees change from being in the high 30s one day to down under 20 the next day. So
that's a bit of a transition.
That's what we get, and I've always said to people that sometimes the climate you get in Christchurch is actually quite similar to Melbourne, to believe it or not. And I heard an uncle and aunt that used to live here in Christchurch, and they then moved to Melbourne for a while, and they concurred with that. So yes, we've seen the two extremes.
Yes, and you can tell those stories in northern Queensland at one track meeting, and the all schools championships there, they have like under 10s, under 12s, under 14s, and coming up to the 100 metre finals and coming up towards, they always start with the young ones first, and it goes girl boy is the usual format. By the time they got to the under 14 boys, just before the lunch break, the officials stopped the start and they held up the whole process. And then we found out why. They'd wheeled out the fire hose and they were hosing the track, because where the kids were putting their fingers down on their marks, they were burning their fingers, because those are the old dark rubber tracks, and the kids were burnt. The girls had said before they'd gone back with like burnt fingers, so they hosed the track to cool it off to get the starts. And by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the athletes were going out and throwing towels or like a shirt or a piece of apparel down there where they were going to put their hands because it was so hot.
Yeah. Well, that's contrary to what we have here at Puna this morning, and we've got our next race about to go soon. It's not on your camera. Your camera's at the moment are focused down on the.
There we go. They've crossed it.
The jump pits, but here we go. This is the junior boys 2K steeplechase. I'll give you the list of athletes in there if you like as we go through the screen. It's Bea Waldron from St Patrick's College, Silverstream, Luke Johnson from Middleton Grange, George Gray from Wellington College, Harrison Day, Auckland Grammar, Nico Kelly from Sunderland College, Timo McDonald, Auckland Grammar, Max McGregor, St Peter's College in Gore, Harry Whiteman, Westlake Boys, Luca Dont from Tauranga Boys, Jake Lomas, St Peter's School from St Patrick's College in Kilburnie. We've got Isaac London, Lewis Blade from St James Hargest, Oren Sim from Nelson College, and Otto Church from Christ. So a field of 14 in this junior boys 2K steeples, and you see them go through the water jump for the first time on their trip. Everyone seems to have cleared it. I can't see anyone swimming at this stage. They could have been earlier, but it's always an intriguing part, and you usually find there's a few cameramen down around the water jump area trying to get those classic steeplechase shots.
So here we go.
Number 852 is leading, and that's Jake Lomas from St Peter's School. And that's school of
Harrison Day second, Auckland Grammar, we're just picking them up. And then with the red and the bleach, dark blue shirt there, running in third. They're all hunkering down in behind one another. They're obviously trying to do a bit of smart running into the wind. And as they go around, they come up to the hurdle now, the steeple, over they go. And as they go around the bend, this water jumps it's combed off, they come to the inside of the track. And it's always a second or third lap. We'll just watch how the technique of the guys going over. And of course, top athletes will tell you to put 1 foot on the hurdle and go as far through as you can, which most of them are doing there.
They're all doing pretty well for young athletes. Remember, these are under 16 athletes, and
yes, they are. And over the years, we've changed the distance that these youngsters have run and the height of the steeples, which as a fellow exec member would be quite happy about, because his record over the lower steeples in the senior boys is going to hold.
Correct.
But yeah, so Jeff Shaw couldn't be here at this meeting this year, unfortunately. But we've got a good bunch here. The 6 athletes, and they're all sort of pretty well within 3 or 4 metres of one another, and but they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment, Tony.
Yes, and they'll be being cagey with the conditions that we have here, that's for sure. And it's interesting you mentioned our colleague Jeff Shaw. He did say wish us all the best for the weekend and said I hope you have a great weekend, except for a windy Sunday afternoon. He's forgetting that his record will stand for some time because of the changed height in the hurdles, which we've adopted the under 18 height for our senior boys event, which he's the long-standing record holder from way back in about the 3rd or 4th edition of these championships. So.
And he's not backward and coming forward about telling you about that either.
And cleared the water jump for the third time. No dramas there yet by the looks of it, and it always helps when they're in a bit of a single file, although we can see a couple of boys pulling out a bit wider to get a good viewing of the hurdle. Always good to get a good sighter to get your stepping right.
Yes, and also it's start to juggle because they'll be coming up.
2 laps to go, I think.
There we go. So we've still got a boy from Graham. We've still got
a boy from St Peter's.
And the guy you can see with the green headband on, he's got the green and white stripes on. He's sitting in the 30s, looking reasonably comfortable too. So the same 6 are sitting there. And they've opened up a gap.
So we've got St Peter's School from Cambridge, and we've got Auckland Grammar, and then we've got St Peter's College from Gore in the red and white stripes. It's Max McGregor from down there in the south.
He's hanging in there, okay. I think in the next lap, the next 600 metres out, they'll start to sort them out as they're just doing now.
Yeah, there's still the boy in fourth. He's made up a little bit of ground on that hurdle, hasn't he? So, whereas it looks like the boys in 5 and 6 are just dropping away now. So they're coming into the water jump again shortly. This is when they're starting to fatigue. A little bit deeper was the boy from Grammar there when he went in, but they recovered well.
Sorry, from St Peter's School, leading and on shoulder Harrison Day there from Auckland Grammar.
So just veering out, get a bit of good sighter, so it looks like young Day from Grammar's making his bid for home. Coming up. Should have been the bell, but we can't hear it from here, but I'm pretty sure they're on to their last lap now at 5:34. You'd imagine that's the lap to go.
So the man from the south has moved in. He's making a move on the bend there. He's now put himself in the third, and he wants to try and hang on to those front couple. But like I say, the guy in at fourth, he's just hanging on the end of the tail. So they look like the podium finishers there on those 4. And the other junior boys coming around, they won't lap them, but they're only about 100 metres behind the guys who, they're still doing their best, and they're coming out.
And of course, the juniors can range from year 9s to sometimes year 11. So
yes,
that's
a flyer. He hurdled that steeple. Sorry to interrupt, Tony. He just took off. He waited. He just hurdled that completely, and now he's put himself in the front into the home straight. So this is going to be exciting. This is the last steeple they're over, and now they're looking for that line. So who wants the title?
McGregor and his young that's the Auckland Grammar boy, isn't it? Oh, it's a very
Harrison Day. Did he get it? Oh, that's a great finish.
We're looking a bit head on, but that was a very good tactical race by the young lad from Gore, St Peter's.
Yeah, Max McGregor. He took them. He decided to attack at the water jump, and he made a move and he came around on the outside of them, so he ran a couple of metres extra, but got himself into position, if you like, pole position down the home straight, and came over the hurdle, the steeple, and it looks like
he's nailed it by about 0.2 of a second. So
I would say the lactic acid in the legs are have caught up with him.
Yeah, so the race
there it is. Here's a finish on screen. Your screen now. Look at this. Bit of determination. Oh, and I think he has got it on the inside. I think that's it.
McGregor has taken it out with 6:35.02. Harrison Day second and 6:35.25, and Timo McDonald from Auckland Grammar also in 6:35.83. So a couple of Grammar boys in there behind St Peter's College boy who made a bold move, as you said, and a good place to make a move if you're wanting to take that advantage off the last water jump for sure. And then the early leader Jake Lomas from St Peter's School was in 4th place.
Yeah, the telltale thing for me was I interrupted when you were talking, Tony. I was sorry about that, but I just saw him from here hurdle. He went straight over instead of trying to put his foot on. So that shows you that he was fresh legs. He was keen. He attacked at the right place, and he got in front for the home straight, which means everybody else has got to come past you. So good running there, and well done to the boy from Gore. Yeah,
so bided his time into the headwind, but made the most of taking the lead with the tail to come behind him back as soon as he got into home straight. That's a tactic. So we'll have a series of these steeplechase races. So we've got through the first one without any dramas, and we've got the girls junior one coming up next, followed by the girls seniors, and they're all at the height of .762. metres, which is the old terms, 2'6", and then we've mentioned already that the new height for the senior boys is 0.838, which is 2'9", for these solid wooden barriers that they're leaping.
Yes, now we've got a full set of results here. So we'll go to the fourth place, Jack Lamos from St Peter's School, 6:37.45. Nico Kelly from Sunderland College, 6:56.62. Otto Church from Christ College, 7:06. Luke Jansen from Middleton Grange, 7:19. Blair Waldrum from St Patrick's College in Silverstream, he came in at 7:26. Lewis Blay from James Hargis down there in Invercargill, he's come in at 7:28. So two Southland boys in there. Isaac London, St Patrick College in Kilburnie, he's at 8:08. So
that's the top 10 in the junior steeplechase. So yeah, we've got some young ladies lining up. And we can see there, looks like there's about a dozen. We can go through those names, and so at least you can help identify them as we get into that very soon. They'll be wanting to get their race underway to stay warm. It's with the chill factor out there, it still feels like about 8 or 9 degrees, and I was doing a few presentations there before. The hands of some of those young athletes were colder than mine, so I know that they've been struggling to keep warm.
Well, I could feel my hands after a few minutes in my pockets at the road race here. But they've all got the same sort of conditions to run in, and you're right, some of these athletes don't have a lot of excess to keep them warm, and as you can see what they run on these days, not a lot of coverage.
And of course, with the hot temperatures yesterday, so that's the difference. And I was reflecting when I was down there, actually. I've been to a few of these national schools championships where the weather's turned sour, and I actually remember it was in Invercargill at Surrey Park, and I think it was my first year as a national selector that went to that championship, and I do recall telling someone the warmest thing I did on the last day was, after I went to the bathroom, was to wash my hands under the cold tap. So it was a chilling Invercargill day that day. And I recall some of our athletes that performed well involved with athletics still. Jenny Dryber was one, she was in Bryony Barker, Dean Wise, something. There's a good number of athletes in the early days, so that would have been about 1994, I would have thought.
Before everybody's time, Tony. Now there's see the technique with the girls here. They tend to hit the top of the steeple in the water, and then they land 2 feet and further in the water, if you know what I mean, a bit deeper, so a bit more of a splash. Now they start to spread out down, coming around under the first lap, and over the first steeple you can see the girls, the first one there actually hurdles it, and that's runner number 699. And I hope it's 699 because I can see, oh, here she is now.
That's Millie McFadgen, 629 from St Peter's College in Gore. She's in the red and white stripes, isn't it? So the leader is...
So we've got Giselle Kenworthy out there from Wellington Girls College. Louise Brabham, I thought was running today from Wanganui Collegiate. I don't see her.
Was it Southland Girls? Is it 699 you did say, Paul? So that'll be Georgia Tucker.
That's it, because there's a 999 as well. I think it was 699, yes, so... Kennedy Taylor. So now if you watched carefully on your screen here, just how they approach the water jump. Somebody's gone out in the lead, they've got about a 10 metre lead, so they've got a clear look at the jump, which is always preferable. There you go. Now see how they're hitting the water. They land sort of 2 feet in the water, whereas the boys tend to just put one in, even at the junior level. But it's a method of getting over and feeling comfortable when you land, and you know you're going to land with 2 feet. And because the slope of the pit coming out, your ankle drops, the heel drops down further, so it takes a little bit more power to get up and get your stride going again.
But here she comes, 699, the athlete, you can see quite prominently there.
And she's away from further south, so she's probably a little bit more familiar with maybe some of these cooler conditions, and not digging into Invercargill in any bad way. But Georgia Tucker it is that's having a current lead, our current leader in this junior girls steeplechase. And just over halfway through their race now.
Sorry, I was talking about an athlete in the next age group. Oh, well, she's a senior. So apologies for that for anybody listening in from Whanganui Collegiate.
Yes, we have a Whanganui Collegiate athlete here, and it's Hannah Byam. She's in the light blue with the dark diagonal stripe. So they're sorting themselves out now, aren't they? It's at that stage where for young girls under 16 doing steeplechase,
it is a tough event.
It's a tough event for them, and admire them. And we've got good sized fields, aren't they?
Yes, a few years ago you'd only have 4 or 5 kids running, and it's a whole lot. It was an open event, if I believe memory serves me well. And then we split it to junior seniors because of the distance and the height and etc. And it is a tough race, but it's also gives the athletes who have a little bit more, say, stamina side to their athletic prowess as opposed to just straight speed, don't you? Because the speedsters sometimes they don't like breaking stride once they're in a rhythm. So this gives a chance for people with a little bit more of the stamina in there to.
So we've got a bit of a move happening here, haven't we, from this girl from St Peters and Gore. So she may have taken a leaf out of her colleague who was in the junior boys.
Yes,
she's making a bit of a bold move to narrow that gap on our early leader, that's for sure.
So we've got 3 at the front there.
So looks like they're quite clear at the moment, but things can change quite easily in a hurdle event, if we know. And yeah, Paul, we were talking about those when we did split for many, many years. It was an open boys steeplechase and an open girls steeplechase, but I think we've actually gained in our numbers with having the younger grades, because they're not having to compete against the older athletes. Basically the seniors can be under 19, whereas these youngsters, a lot of them are 15 for sure, and some even a little bit younger. So
yes, and there's quite a difference there too with the physical development between a 12 and a 16-year-old. So they do get that, and you're right. It has encouraged the younger athletes to have a go. And if they are in year 9, they probably get 2 years as a junior. And if you're, standard birth dates, you'll get 2 years as a junior, 3 as a senior.
So as we've said, the young lady from St Peters College in Gore, the red and white stripes, has come through and taken the lead quite nicely over the last lap from the early leader, who was Georgia Tucker from Southland Girls. They probably know each other pretty well, competing in the Southland Otago region.
Yes. But that's a good thing too, because you've got a training partner perhaps. And
and there's obviously someone doing some good coaching down there, someone like Lance Smith or someone else. But she's making a really good bold move to head out and try and claim her title in this junior girls 2,000 metre steeplechase.
Yeah, she's put the effort on with 500 metres to go, so she's got the bell lap. She's away. She's actually striding really well, and she's hurdled the steeple. It's a good sign. There's another. So the second, third runners have all hurdled the steeple, which is good. And the fourth too. It's a good sign. Yeah. You notice a lot of the boys, some of them do it, but the other ones put their foot up to get a bit more push off the top. So girls tend to want to hurdle it rather than.
And we watched the hurdles on the last couple. We've just got the water jump and one further hurdle in the home straight to clear. So with a gap of around 15 to 20 metres, it's probably stretching a bit now. She's pushing hard into the water jump as well, so we'll watch that. And has landed with 2 feet fairly deep, but she was good enough and strong enough to get out of it, and she's got that good lead that she's built up. So
that's a powerful drive out of there. She knew she had to, and she's made sure she's got that pace back up. She's coming over the last steeple now, and she's hurdled that well. So she's coming down now, 50 metres to go, and she knows. She's looking confident. It's a great run.
So junior double for the St Peters College of Gore.
So well done, Millie.
Well done, yes. She's someone, Paul, that's performed well on cross country as well, hasn't she? So
Yes.
good to see her coming through there. So that's the juniors. We're in a quiet spell where some of our officials are getting dried off and having some hot cups of tea and lunch before we hit the very full-on Sunday afternoon series of finals. Everything from now on in is finals, and it's going to be a big afternoon, and we're pleased to say that the clouds have cleared a little bit. The drizzle is now almost gone. It's just that cold wind that's swinging around to the southeast. I think if I've got my bearings right at the stadium here.
So Millie
Puna.
Millie McFadden from St Peter's and Gorge, 7 minutes 39.58. Caitlin Kirk from Central Hawke's Bay College, 7 minutes 44. And Georgia Tucker from Southland Girls High School, 7:46 in third place. So, and I noticed a couple of local girls, Cashmere High School in there. One has finished 4th and the other one looks like about 8th. And the last one's coming in now. So that's a good effort from those girls. 7.5 minutes around their steeple. And like you say, the cross country, it's that stamina stuff coming out, which tends to be a bit more prevalent in the steeplechase than it does on the straight flat run. And yeah, Whanganui Collegiate it was a Hannah. She was at 7 minutes 50. Maddie Jackson from Long Bay College in 8 minutes. And then a Madison McLean from St Mary's College in Wellington in 8 minutes 03. Juju Moorhead from Wellington Girls College was 7th in 8:09. Next in was Emily Watt from Cashmere High School. We just haven't got a time here, but she's obviously going to be about 8:10. So a good effort there from those girls. So here we go, 8:27, my bad. That's, no, 8. Yes, Millie was 8:27, and Abby Scott Douglas came in at 8:38 from St Andrews College. And next up, I think we've got the senior girls. So.
Yes, it goes to senior girls with the same height over the barriers, so keeps the officials from having to change things around. And then it'll be the senior boys, and it'll be a lunch break on the track. Well, actually, no, I stand to be corrected there. We've talked about the finals thinking they're all going this afternoon, but of course we've got coming up straight after the steeplechase finals, we have the 100-metre finals. We start with the senior girls and then the senior boys, so before we roll into the junior 100 finals, then we have the 300 hurdle finals across all 4 grades, and then it's the lunch break. And while that's going on the track, we have the senior girls long jump, and there's a big field there of nearly 30 athletes. I think it's 28 I saw, so that will take a bit of time to get through all of those girls in the senior girls long jump, so those officials will be working through the sort of the track lunch break, I'm sure, to get that result.
There we have on your home screen now. You've just come up. These are the results I was calling out. You can see the times of the athletes here on the right hand side and the school abbreviations in there. So you've got the St Peter's, but Millie McFadden, that was a great run, and she took off with just over a lap to go and held on to that pace. And like you said, she got to the water jump and did a double land, and probably a little bit deeper in the pit than she thought, but man, she drove out of there with a bit of determination, and that's great. So she had the power there, and she maintained that all the way down to the finish.
You can see on that shot there is the water jump hurdle, where there's a ability to raise the hurdle by lifting a bracket another 3 inches, so to speak, and to make the next height. That'll be after the senior girls 2,000 metre steeplechase, and we've got the field lining up now.
So we've got Giselle Kenworthy from Wellington Girls College, Louise Brabman from Whanganui Collegiate, Maya Kane Townley from Waimea College, Catherine Lund, who I mentioned earlier, she's already won the road race this morning and won the 3,000 metres on the track, so this is her 3rd event, looking for a title. Mackenzie Spears, Havelock North High School, Scarlett Anderson from Onslow College, the young girl Motley from Timaru, Craighead Diocesan School, Courtney Fitzgibbon from Waiopēhu College, that's in Levin, Georgia Lynch from ACG Strathallan in South Auckland there, Grace Meredith, St Cuthbert's College, Gore High School, Mackenzie Napier and Kennedy Taylor. Here we go. We've got 3 New Zealand cross-country representatives in this race, and going straight to the front, you'll see the blonde hair, the thin frame of Louise Brabman. She's decided to go to the front to see how she goes, and I would just keep an eye. I don't know how much power she's going to have, and she's running at the back now. Catherine Lund, I just mentioned, she's already just raced the 4K race this morning out at the road race, and come back here, and a couple of hours later, and she's out here having a go at the 2,000 metre senior girls steeple. And welcome back to, we'll call him the anchor man. Be careful how we say that, Mark. Welcome back into the perch, and well, this is going to. We'll wait and see this pans out. The girls coming around now. This is the first time up to the water step. Here we go. So Louise, 1 foot on, 2 feet in. Most of the girls the same. Oh, there's a 2 feet onto the steeple. And Louise has targeted this event over the last couple of summers. And see how she goes. She's had mixed thing with her health and breathing issues there for a while. So I think the third of the Brabham girls come through. They were all great girls and good runners. So here she goes. She's through, followed in by who we got there. There's a girl from ACG Strathallan sitting in fourth.
We'll refocus the binoculars, Paul, and we'll get back into the groove. So, yep, 9.54 lying second, Courtney Fitzgibbon.
That's it.
And third at the moment, number 734, who is Grace Meredith out of St Cuthbert's.
Oh, that's I think there'll be a couple of changes through here. There was the two. If Kennedy Taylor's running from Southland Girls High School, be keeping an eye on her because she made the cross-country team. So as I say, Catherine, she's right at the back. So we'll just see how much she's got left in her.
Kennedy Taylor's just moved through to third now.
She's
in the back straight.
She finished so well in Palms North, and she featured too here earlier in the other events. So we're just second time into the water jump. And they focus in here. This is great. Thank you, cameraman. That there was a splash from our second runner. This is a great shot. So it shows you the technique of them going over. And there's one laying at 2 feet and gets a bit of a trip. And that does just take that 1 or 2 metres away from the athlete in front of you. So it means you've got to make that ground up. So they're all hurdling it. Easy. Oh, there's a girl from Strathallan. She's putting a foot on it. That's Georgia Lynch.
So Louise Brabham leading coming through past the start finish over Courtney Fitzgibbon, who's currently in second spot, and then we have Kennedy Taylor lying third from Southland Girls as they go over the next, and then number 222 is Neve Motley lying fourth, and they've established a wee bit of a break there over Georgia Lynch from ACG Strathallan College.
We'll just keep watching because Catherine Lund's down in a wind up now. She's just getting the legs running. She's running in about sixth place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's going to hit the steeple now. And I don't know how much power she's going to have left after that, but she's a determined runner, so we'll see how she comes through.
She's certainly working into it, and she's keeping the leaders within her sights there off the back of her very extensive program across the weekend.
Yes, and she's still hurdling the steeple. So I think the firepower in the legs will tell in the last lap in those steeples. But she can't let them get too far away because it's from the lead to now is at nearly 20 metres, and that's quite a distance to make up. Here we go into the jump. See how she goes. 1 foot on, 2 feet in. There you go.
Louise Brabham over the water jump quite nicely. A little bit awkward on the landing there for Courtney Fitzgibbon, but she's picked up her momentum again. Comes after Louise. They come down to the barrier on the front straight, down in front of the crowd. There's a good crowd down there too. Just been in amongst there.
So it's the same three, and then we've got in fourth place, still hanging on, is Sharon Motley from Craighead, and she's just looked up and decided to target a spot here. So we'll see if she's lining up that steeple, so that's good.
And Catherine Lund, she is steadily closing that gap, so she is moving into it in fifth spot at the moment, but she's having to do the work herself. She's trying to close on the pair that are third and fourth at the moment.
We just had a change in lead from Waihupehi College, Waihupehu. So she's taken over from Louise Brabham.
So Courtney Fitzgibbon, she's tried to put a bit of a gap here on Brabham and made her move at this point, and that is also encouraged in behind a move from Neve Motley.
Neve Motley, yes, she's just come in and she's hit that third and over the steeple very easily. So with those changes have happened. Louise just fading away. The girls got away from her here, so she's doing very well.
Courtney Fitzgibbon, and she's opened up a decent break. She comes to the water jump. She didn't handle it all that well the previous, but she's got through it nicely here. Louise Brabin second, but closing on her is Neve Motley. And then back behind them, Kennedy Taylor and Catherine Lund again looking to continue. She's just closing off, at least on the place getters anyway. Courtney Fitzgibbon has got a handy lead.
She has, and held that now, so one more lap to go.
400 metres to go for Courtney Fitzgibbon with a lead of about 15 metres. Now moving through to second is Neve Motley ahead of Louise Brabin. Here comes Catherine Lund, who's moved around Kennedy Taylor.
Catherine there trying to get up to get one of those podium spots. She'll be targeting, she'll be working at the next one, and Louise, just these other girls just getting away from it. A good run from Motley from Craighead, because she has made her move a lap ago here, and she moved up, and now look at her leg straight, it's stretching out, she's going away from them, she's pulling in the leader, so that's a very strong last 400 metres she's run so far. So 3 more steeples.
And the water jump will be critical here, Paul.
Yes, particularly for where the 3 runners going for the third spot, but we'll see how they go, because you're right, if they tie here and hit their legs, it can be quite a trick, but here she comes up to it. See how she goes.
Courtney Fitzgibbon.
Oh, easy, yeah, that's okay.
Jump. Neve Motley closing off.
She is closing in. She's targeting it.
10 metres between them as they come to the corner. And Courtney Fitzgibbon, strain showing in the face, and Neve Motley is closing off dramatically. Louise Brabin still third, Catherine Lund closing off on her. Courtney Fitzgibbon over the last, they sprint for the line.
Look at this finish from both of them, determination.
Neve Motley down the outside.
She's gonna, oh, look at this determination.
Courtney Fitzgibbon's
what
lifted.
A great finish.
What a finish. Neve Motley the outside, and Courtney Fitzgibbon, I just fancy that.
What a great last 600 metres from Motley. That was, and Louise hangs on for third, and Catherine goes into fourth, which is, 3 big distance events. Wow, what a finish in the steeplechase, Mark. I don't think we would have guessed that.
Kennedy Taylor finished in 5th spot. Terrific performances out there, and of course
this is Georgia Lynch coming across now from Strathallan, and the girl there from I was going to say St Cuthbert's.
So Neve Motley gets it on the outside. 7:03.64. Courtney Fitzgibbon, she tried ever so hard and she responded when challenged. She made the move mid-race. It was a brave move. 7:03.73, Courtney second, Louise Brabin the early leader third, 7:11.24. So Neve Motley from Craighead Diocesan School, Courtney Fitzgibbon of Waiapehu College, Louise Brabin of Whanganui Collegiate, and then Catherine Lund fourth from Otago Girls High School. Kennedy Taylor the fourth one over, and Georgia Lynch, as Paul mentioned, in 6th spot. A terrific finish there, Paul.
Yes, I mean, when you go down to hundredths of seconds to split it, it was great on the line. And man, this young Motley, she just targeted from 600 metres out. She came around, and I made that point when she got to the steeple on the back end of the back straight there. She was targeting that straight, and when she came off this bend here, and you'll see it here, the girl in the front is all grimaced up. She's going as hard as she can go, and Motley is just coming at her, and you can see it. It is. Oh, how close is that? That's a great time finish from her, because she's timed the run to get to that, and she's won a title. And what is it, 1/10 of a second split? It's
yeah.
And to see those top 3-4 athletes going in that time, it's just not too far over the, over the steeples. It's good. They're a good time. So
there's confirmation. You could see the initial disappointment of Courtney Fitzgibbon on the line, and then her sportsmanship kicking in and going up and congratulating Neve, because it must be pretty tough to lose a title right on the line like that, Paul, especially when you've done the hard work in the middle of the race.
I'd like to be able to say I know what that feels like, but no, it is. And I do like the camaraderie that's here, and most of the athletes, it's genuine, and quite often these kids don't see one another for a very long time if they're in the different islands and go to different events, South Island secondary schools, New Zealand, North Islands, then New Zealand. So unless they're club athletes and go all the way through the club system, this is.
Let's see if the senior boys can live up to that. It's a hard act to follow.
Yes.
For these finalists, there are 10. Lucas Huier off the inside, James Hargest College in number 361 as they take the line. Jagan Gungajev from St Patrick's College, Kilburnie, number 780.
And some of these guys are around the 3,000 as well. We've got, I think, Louis Andres, if he's in there.
I don't see Louis' singlet there, so I think he may be at 1, 2, 3. There's 9 out there, so I think Louis not there.
Okay, because Daniel Sinclair's all out of that too. So.
8, 8, 9. Lying third at the moment, James Cato. So Daniel Sinclair's not there. Just hold fire on Louis Andre. We'll see.
Why do you think Louis not there? Louis is he's from Hamilton.
Should be a yellow singlet, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's not there.
He's not there either. So.
Oh, that's going to throw it open. So that's good.
So Daniel Sinclair a definite scratching.
Yep. And they're into the water, 1 foot on the top, and
And our leader, it's actually, so Louis Andre's in front.
It is.
So that is him, that's his number. And he's wearing a different singlet to yesterday, unless I'm very much mistaken. But either way, Louis Andre is leading from Hillcrest High, so apologies there for that. Daniel Sinclair is the defection, so we're down to a field of 9.
And here we are in second place.
And second place there is the St. Patrick's College runner. And just want to get his full name. Trying to find. So it's Jagan Gunrajav Willems, I think. Willers, I should say. Villas.
Yep.
Who was second. Apologies with some of the names, which is...
and Louis Andres, he's just, look at that, he's opened up a 50-metre gap already. Somebody there's just pushed into third, has figured out that, hey, that's a bit far. And you'll see if he can pull him in.
So that runner who's made a little bit of a move there is Roman Matson from Westlake Boys. He's moved up into second spot.
Well, he'll have a lot of support. One thing that Westlake Boys do well is they get along and get in behind their athletes, whether they're year 9s or the seniors. And saw a great finish from one of their runners today, Cam Wander. Great guy, great young man. Second in the road race, and they're always supporting. And this is
so Louis Andre leading here by quite a margin. The Westlake runner is second at the moment, Roman Matson. Then we've got Jagan Gunrajev Villas, let's get that right, I'll try. And Max Poland is lying fourth at the moment.
Yeah, they're just sitting there. There's a group of 3 now, so they'll work away together. They're just starting to get away on the rest of them, but...
in fifth spot there is Alex West of Havelock North.
Louis Andres is looking pretty fluid and he's out there, but that's a big gap now for Steeples.
It is. He's opened up a big gap in the initial stages of this 2,000 metre senior boys steeplechase, and he's leading by the best part of 50 metres or so.
Probably is now. We're just let's go. These are the guys. Here we go. See if he comes in. 1 foot up. Yes, and then he just his tail foot there just slipped, I think. So he'll be checking the odd ankle when he come out of there.
Roman Matson on the inside there of those runners. On the outside, Jagan Gunrajev Villas and Max Poland just tucked in behind them at the moment. And then back in fifth spot at the moment, just trying to tack on to them is Alex West of Havelock North.
Yeah, so there's another little group here. There's sort of 4 in the hunt here, and we saw in the last race, Mark, there was a bit of a transition with the last 600 metres with runners making their move late, and we saw Kathleen Lund trying to come through from a long way back. So the runners here looks like a group of 3 are just pulling away from one, but it's you can't. It's difficult to tell because it's got a long stride. They've all got a decent stride, and they're just hanging on to it when they go between the steeple. So he's made a move on the outside, and so he's going to hit the steeple with clear track, which is what you want.
So 4.5 minutes in, Louis got a big break now though. He has extended that over the last lap, and he's gone pretty convincingly this time through the water jump, and he comes around into the front straight, and Max Poland looking to make a move from the pack. And he leads the pack and is trying to close off on Louis, not letting him go.
So Max Poland, he decided to make a move on that back straight, down the back straight. He got to the hurdle first, steeple. Now he's on the home straight. He's got the steeple first again, but only by a couple of steps. So the other guys are still hunting him, and
Roman, and Jagan's still hanging on there and trying to
One lap to go.
Him is Alex West.
Is it Alex West now? Ah, there we go. So here's the
line
3
fifth.
there. There's a Westlake boy. And he's going to have to work hard if he wants to hang on to them. Really hard, because they have upped their clip. You know, they're on their rate again.
So Louis Andre from Hillcrest High with a commanding lead here in the final lap.
The boy from Westlake's just made a move.
He has, so that is Roman Matson, who has moved into a clear second again, followed then by, from St Patrick's College Town, Jagan Villas, who is third, Max Poland, who moved to second, but he's just starting to feel a pinch now, back in fourth spot, and then Alex West.
There we go, he's got one steeple to go.
Cheers of the crowd. Agna Puna Y.
And he's a young man I took overseas last year with a cross-country team. And he proved himself at the North Island cross-country trials because he missed the New Zealand Secret School champ, so he tried to get in and did well. Oh, look at this finish. Here we go. St Silverstream comes in.
Second is Roman Matson, but Max Poland gets up for third, and that was a battle of St Patrick's College Silverstream versus St Patrick's College Town.
It was.
And Jagan Gundrajev Villas will be fourth. Good race from him, but pit late by Max Poland.
Yes, I think with Daniel Sinclair pulling out, he would have made the race interesting as well. But, you know, they've got to make a choice, and sometimes they burn themselves in the 15 and 3. But that's
some of them
for the
got
time
pretty heavy workloads, haven't they, Paul?
Yes.
Across the days, especially if some of them are doing road as well.
Yeah, sometimes they end up with 3 and then sort of figure they'll pull from 1, but they've got to be careful with that, because if you actually make a final and pull out, you can be scratched from the whole meeting. It's to discourage that.
Right.
So, you come up to a finals and you've got 4 runners there instead of your 8 or 12 or whatever it is. And yes, but that's a gutsy run and basically start to finish. Louis went out right from the gun. He got out there and he just led from start to finish. There's a little bit of team tagging going on between the other next 4 athletes, if you like, for a while, for a couple of laps, but here it is again on your screen. He's looking pretty comfortable, isn't he? And he puts up if he's happy with that win, he's absolutely happy with the title. So good on him.
And next up, we've got the starting box going down at the 100 metres, Paul, for the 100 metre finals. The senior girls will be up first, followed by the senior boys, and then the junior equivalents off the back of that. So a series of 100 metres. We're about 20 minutes behind time, which is understandable this morning with the way the conditions were, and particularly in and around the hurdles.
Yeah, they had to make a few changes there, and like we were complimenting everybody yesterday for the running it on time, and it was great. But we know those climatic features can influence, and you're right, with hurdles and steeples and having to move gazebos around just to accommodate for the conditions.
And the starters, 7 in front of me here, but Mariel Venida from Sancta Maria College was the fastest qualifier for the 100 metre senior final. Georgia Gibbons, Queen's High School, Neve Gedja, Parapara Umu College, Caitlin Black, Aquinas College, Neve Townsend, Mount Aspiring, Kata Fitty, Nayland College, Erica Lucas, Waimati High School. And just having a look down, there are 8 out there, so Marielle is number 670.
Yes,
we see that senior men's steeplechase. 670, Marielle Venida, who's in 4, 5, she's in lane 6. Lane 1.
Yes, she is. Marielle, she'll have she's at Sancta Maria College.
Neve Gedja is next door to her in the green singlet of Parapara Umu.
And I'll be watching those lanes. And Georgia Gibbons is a young girl from Queen's High School in Dunedin. Got onto our Tech Classics team this year.
And we do have a false start.
And Kayla Whitty was also on that team. So we've got some talented girls here. And I noticed in the heat, the semis yesterday, when we were running on the back straight. Marielle won her heat, and she was also in the 200. But man, this girl from Paraparaumu College too in the green, she's just a powerful runner. And I guess you don't get to the finals unless you're quick. And some of the guide qualifying times you've got to be careful with, because depending on the heats, I think yesterday that was the first 2 to go through, and the next fastest 3. So if you're in a fast heat, you tend to get dragged through, and if you're in a slower heat, then you can miss out. So
I go back.
There we go.
To the blocks. So Erica Lucas Waimati in lane 2, Caitlin Black Aquinas lane 3, Georgia Gibbons Queens High lane 4, Neve Gidja Paraparaumu 5, Marielle Vanita Sancta Maria as they're off, Neve Townsend Mount Aspiring Michaela Fiti Nayland College, and Marielle Vanita through the middle has begun very strongly here. Has gone to the lead, and she's got well clear and will win comfortably, coming through in second place there, number 602. A good run, Georgia Gibbons out of Queens High.
Those are the 2 I mentioned. And Michaela Fitty was out here in lane 8. I didn't see those ones, but I knew that Georgia ran really well in Australia earlier in the year, particularly in the relay. She just really, really tough runner.
Marielle 11:71, her winning time. Georgia Gibbons 12:08. Neve Townsend taking third for Mount Aspiring College 12:15, just ahead of Neve Gidja 12:26. But she dominated right from the beginning. Marielle with a very strong start and comfortable through it.
A good start, and there you go. That's what you want on the finish in 100. You want them all pretty close. But she's been. What's she done with the leg? She's hobbling there. That's no good, because at 200 she ran so well. She's had. She does not need that. Looks like she's harbouring that right leg. The calf muscle looks pretty tight.
Just noticed close to the line there where she didn't quite run through. She didn't have to, Paul, obviously, but you know, just felt it just prior to that. And
well, I just hope that's not a significant injury, because she is a talented runner.
Now we've got the.
Great to see Sancta Maria getting an athlete here and doing so well. Marielle has been coming right through from a young age in sprints, and she's always had the same sort of aptitude. Very nice, very humble, very, very polite. And yes, I can see them still walking around the track. Now we've got the boys up next, and I would suggest these guys would be pretty quick too.
Indeed, just trying to find the final field, if you've got that in front of you.
I'm just trying to bring it up. This one's not playing ball today, and this one's just about to get there. I know some of the markers that are qualifying. Here we go. So in lane 2 we've got Maka Normanton from Francis Douglas, Jonathan Thompson, Auckland Grammar in 3, AJ Madondo from Christ College in 4, Caden Taylor from Avondale College in 5, Joe Dolphin from Rangitoto in lane 6, Sebastian Ferro from John McGlashan College in lane 7. In lane 8, Lucas Lambert from Paraparaumu College. So Paraparaumu got a couple of sprinters there. And in lane 9, Blake Dalton from Taieri College. So full 8, and just a reminder to those people viewing at home that they don't use lane 1 just to sort of save the inside track, because it gets used for all the distance races. So the lanes 2 to 9 are the 8. And this will be interesting to see, because Caden, Joe Dolphin and AJ, they are quick, and they ran well yesterday. And in fact, Hayden, I think in the 200 he was winning, and AJ ran him down to the finish. So he can maintain his speed, and you'll see AJ Mondo, he'll be in a white shirt coming at you.
And he won the triple jump this morning with his first round jump, good enough to win, and good. Comfortably. And he did jump second time, and then he passed the rest because he was comfortably clear, won it by about a metre, saving himself for the 100 and 200 here. Yep. But through this series, we've seen Caden Taylor quick, as you say, Joe Dolphin, who got a famous running name. His dad was very quick, and I remember him pretty well. James Dolphin, Jimmy the Fish, we used to call him.
Jimmy the Fish, I was going to say that was a nickname.
And also Sebastian Ferro's been very good through the rounds as well. And he's out there in lane 6, white top with the red hoop, a little shorter than
And at your home
the
screen
others.
now, you'll see the times have come up around Benita there. Okay, now the camera, they'll go back now because this is it. This is the senior boys total. This is the one everybody wants to win. Distinctive green from Paraparaumu College there, you can see in lane 8. And the blue is Taieri College, closest to the camera.
And they're set. And
Oh,
AJ
no, no, no,
Madondo's
no,
come
no.
out of the blocks.
See what happens there.
And we'll have a false start as we did with the senior girls.
And we just have to, I don't know if we're going to pick up the official here, because if he walks past with a green card, then we'll know it's a warning on the field. If the starter's called him back up, no, he's still standing there. So it looks, well, we can't quite tell, but quite often the official will walk across the front, and if it's a particular lane, they'll stand in front of them or behind them and tell them it's lane 5, whatever. But if they put a warning on the field, it's normally a green warning, and then next one who breaks then goes. But pretty tricky when you bend down there, and sometimes those shoots from behind you with a tailwind blow up, and your number rattles, and it can be quite off-putting, because these guys are tuned in to hear one little snap before they go, but they were just they hadn't really got into the set position, so let's see how we go.
So they'll be called back in. Lane 3, AJ Madondo. From Christ College, who we've been talking about as the triple jump winner this morning. He did step
Oh, has he got the warning?
out of the blocks, and they have called a warning on AJ.
Oh, there you go. So he'll have to be very circumspect. And the boy standing inside him from Auckland Grammar, that's Jonathan Thompson. And then outside him, so here we go for an honour. Here comes the card.
The green card.
Yep. And it's not a one that gets you into the States so you can work.
So back to the blocks they go for the second time for the senior boys 100 metres. AJ Madondo in lane 4. Next to him, Caden Taylor. Then Joe Dolphin, Sebastian Fero. And they're underway.
Oh,
A
here
good
we
clean
go.
start here. Taylor's made a good beginning. Madondo looking to make ground. Dolphin's out fast. Fero down the outside. Dolphin through the middle. Taylor coming fast. Dolphin and Taylor towards the line. Taylor coming through. Taylor from Dolphin possibly. AJ Madondo, who was pulled up just a little short, and Fero was out wider.
He's already got that, he's holding onto his hamstring.
He
so
is, which is not ideal. Obviously the 200 metres coming later, but Caden Taylor of Avondale College was coming at Joe Dolphin Rangitoto, who had the early lead. Madondo was a little slow out of the blocks and clearly feeling something. Fero was looking to close off on them. Joe Dolphin seems to be getting the plaudits here. He may have held out Caden Taylor.
Well, as you expect in 100 metres, you want a close finish, and Caden's usually pretty good out of the blocks, and he got going. That's it. We'll see it now. He does get a good start. So does. Oh, here he comes at him now.
Dolphin in front, Taylor coming late, but Dolphin too strong by the looks.
Yes.
Over Taylor.
Yeah, he puts his arms out with the old the dive. So the wing formation.
And he gets it by 1/100th of a second. 10.58 Joe Dolphin, 10.59 Caden Taylor. Madondo third, 10.87, just ahead of Blake Dalton. Good run from Tardy, and Fero was fifth, I should say.
Madondo pulls up after about 4 or 5 strides past, whether he tried to pull up too fast or whatever, but he was definitely, you saw him grimace and his hand go down, but he's got himself into third. He should be reasonably happy with that. He was probably a little bit pensive after having the warning, so you don't want to jump out of the blocks, but that was a great run by Dolphin. I think Caden Taylor had the better of the starts. Hard to tell exactly from him, but those two boys went right to the line together, and Dolphin managing to get in front in those last few metres. So great run from him. So New Zealand Secondary School title pending. We've always got to say that, don't we?
Joe Dolphin, 10.58 Rangitoto College. Caden Taylor, he finished strongly Avondale College, but 10.59, he's come up 1/100th of a second short. AJ Madondo third, 10.87, 2/100ths of a second clear of Blake Dalton. Good run out of Tardy College fourth. Sebastian Ferro 10.92 fifth. Jonathan Thompson, Auckland Grammar 11.01. Lucas Lambert credited with 11.01 as well. And Mark and Normanton 11.03.
And the junior girls now.
Junior girls to go to the blocks.
Here we go. They're on.
And underway here with the junior girls.
Oh, look at this.
And number 462, Kendra Scully Tui out of Mount Albert Grammar.
That is a great run. That was pretty clear.
Comfortable winner, good off the blocks, good throughout, and she's home from Mount Albert. We'll get that through to you. Obviously the seniors, we have the concentration on the seniors, not so much the juniors, but obviously we like to bring you the race at home so you can watch your whānau, your friends.
Right. That indeed.
We'll bring you that result. 12.28 for Kendra has been her time, and it's pretty tight across the board for the minors, and get you that official result soon. Maya Masters from Waitakere College will claim second, 12.62. Also credited with 12.62 Esme Reid and Jackie Nasrabadi 12.64.
So that's
fourth. Very close second, third, fourth there. Only 2/100ths of a second there. And then sub 12.7 as well was Lily Morrison out of Kaiapoi High. Good to see Lily with my old colours on, and I mean really old colours. And Millie Woodham at 12.96. And got my father in the stand today. Took many a Kaiapoi High School team to the national secondary schools. He's 81 now, but he's made it out in the cold, and he'll be rapt to see Lily in the final and running as well as she has there with the colours on.
Nice.
But congratulations, Kendra Scully Tui out of Mount Albert Grammar, who was convincing there. And then we'll have the junior boys upcoming over the 100 metres. Just trying to find the field in time, but as I say, you can watch them, you'll know who you're looking for.
Yes, the Kaiakoa, Kaiawhina, they'll all be looking to the ones from the schools if they're tuning in on Sunday morning. I'm just trying to look here.
I've got the final field in front of me, but I've got some numbers.
Is that Van Cout from Taieri College? Have we got Geraldine High School out here? So this is the list. So closest to the camera here, number 300, that's Ethan Holt from Geraldine College. Inside him in lane 8 is Luke Thompson from Auckland Grammar. Finn Hawkins from Christchurch Boys High School. Local lad there in lane 7. Noah King is inside him from Waimea College over in Nelson. James Lowther from St. Peter's School is in lane 4. Lane 3, Cody Lawson Van Couch is from Taieri College is in lane 2.
So it's the junior boys.
Southland Boys High School, Cody Lawson, there we go. So on their marks now.
Junior boys 100 metre final.
And underway the junior boys.
Away 947 going well. That is Ian Douglas of Waimea College.
Oh, he's got that.
And he can take it too all the way.
Waimea College, well done.
5-3 home. Was it second there? And it was James Lowther, I thought.
Was it Noah King?
Second, and Noah King was in that finish as
from
well.
Northcote, yeah, I think he was. But we had you could see the guy with the tights on the inside. It'd be so busy focused on the guy from Waimea. He was 2 or 3 metres ahead of them, wasn't he?
So Rian Douglas 10.90 first, James Lowther second 11.10, and Finn Hawkins has taken third 11.19 over Luke Thompson.
Well, there you go.
Just await confirmation to come up here. But Rian Douglas 10.90 the winner, and convincing winner to Waimea College, Noah King 5th. And a good finish, a blanket finish for the minors. Rian Douglas, comfortable winner though. From Waimea College, James Lowther, St. Peter's, Finn Hawkins, Christchurch Boys High 3rd, Luke Thompson 4th, Auckland Grammar. a chance to get back to the field events. And refresh what I've got for the long jump.
Because they'll be getting down. There's a large field in the senior girls long jump, and a big field. So they'll take a while. Everybody's got to get their 3 jumps, and then
Charlotte Goldsmith of St Cuthbert's College currently leading, as you can see on the board there, with 5.77, which was her first jump. Hannah Collins, who was victorious and setting a new meet record yesterday in the triple jump. She's currently second in the long jump, 5.41. She was 5.41, 5.40 so far in 2 jumps. Sophie Hancock wrote at Tuna High School in third. She's 5.41, so we'll see what she records on her second jump.
yeah, they're all capable. The girl Goldsmith from St Cuthbert's, she was a place getter also in that triple jump, and the girl from Rotatuna, she is.
We have Brian Mellon from St Patrick's.
She's good for 5.40, so she's going to
with
be up.
13 metres 16. And in first
There's over
place
the
we
page
have
for the
AJ
remainder if you're
Colombo
looking for
from
someone in
Christchurch.
particular to keep up with how they're going. So we're in the throes of round 2 here at the Senior Girls Long Jump, which is the pit closest to the grandstand here, so they're getting a good view of the athletes here as we see Ella Waldron from Geraldine High.
Geraldine, yes.
4.68 was her first jump. Of course, very different conditions to this morning. Paul, you of course were out on the road and doing the business for you, and we do appreciate it. Double pay, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
double nothing is nothing.
Yeah, the triple jump this morning, obviously very, very wet sand. Fortunately, things have dried out for them here, and I see the hurdles are getting set up now for our 300-metre hurdle finals.
In second place,
Yeah,
we have Sophia Labreras from Havelock North High School and a time of 2:16.16.
Sophia won the third.
Yeah, Bo Ritchie took out.
Yes, Sophia is also a great little runner, and she's off to the States next year.
She did well. She attacked there. She tried to take the race to them. Bo just too quick over the concluding stages.
Yes,
but it was a good race. A tactical race, as both the 800s were for the seniors. Girls and boys, they were running the worst of the conditions.
Yes, I can tell a story about triple jump though. They were in Cairns one year, and they'd been 41, 42, 43 all week. The cyclone had gone offshore and came back and hit. We were all prepared with ice stuff and, everything cold. And this tropical storm hit. And the girls' triple jump record that went yesterday, the girl that she had, every time they jumped or ran through the pit, it had to be rotary hoed because the water was coming up through the sand and you couldn't see where the footholds were.
Wow.
So they rotary hoed it, took time, and she kept having no jump. And Alec McNabb stood out there. I leaned in my poncho. He stood in the rain while she warmed up an hour and a half, getting down to the jumps. If they're going to have it or not, call it on, call it off. And a young guy, Charles Arnolds from the Hawks, Waikato, he stood there and spotted on the board. And on the last jump, she said to the official, "I don't see a mark." And they called over the head, Chirang, and he said, she said, "I don't see a mark." He says, "Nor do I." So he said, "Measure it." And that one jump won of the title.
Wow.
At the Australian All Schools. That was the girl who record just went yesterday by one.
Extraordinary.
We talked about it yesterday, she's in the States, yeah. So that was very cool, calm, collected. Just said, "I don't see a mark." And the old. So I don't think it was quite as wet here this morning as it was.
No, that's fair to say. the rake was good enough this morning.
This was just.
So we've got the hurdles being set up 300 metres, and the senior boys will be first there. So we'll take you to that shortly, but they're just warming up at this stage, and then the field event on at the moment that we're concentrating on is this long jump, which promises to be a pretty good competition. As Tony Rogers completes the coffee run. Thank you, Tony. You're my hero.
Steeplechase
Thank you.
medalist, if you can go try 17.
Imogen Harrison from Columba College jumped 4.11 in the first round, 3.94 in the second as we move through the long jump competition. Erica Lucas up next from Waimati. There's a good sized field here with 22, I think, still live in that long jump.
Also happening at the moment is the senior girls long jump, leading in the initial stage.
Junior triple jump going next door to that alongside, so both the pits in operation here at the moment, concentrating though on the senior competition.
Yeah, so one's a long jump, one's a triple jump. Unfortunately for the people watching today, the pits are right near the stand. They can watch both events at the same time. And as I was trying to mention yesterday, those people at home, you'll see the green lights flashing on the runway, and that's usually a countdown clock from the time your name's called to the time you jump. Once the officials have obviously signalled that you can run and complete your jump, now called horizontal jumps, aren't they? As opposed to vertical jumps. And again, look at the volunteers with that raking mechanism. Time-honoured tradition.
It is. And a far better job than I do in my backyard.
Well, now this is interesting. We've got two runners. The camera is actually right in the middle, and you've got the triple jump on the left. Now here comes a runner now on the side, and the triple jump is on your right. Here it is.
And the blocks in the 300 metres.
Hurdles. Damien Hodson from Wanganui High School one, is it? No?
Yep, that's the one. And we'll pick them up in a moment. They're just running off the back at the moment. And we have James Henson. But boys out wide who's running really well at the moment. Henson will turn first. Giving chase there is Redford. Noah Redford from Botany Downs. Giving chase. Also coming through is number 36, Charles Howard.
Oh no! Well, no, Redford, he's trying to get a podium here.
So we just didn't have the footage there for you, but
yeah, sorry, we had a trip on the person from the inside there. I was just concerned about him in the green and the gold. He tripped on that last hurdle, and he was lane 2, so
we may be able to bring you a
replay
of that. James Henson has been
yes.
victorious anyway from Marlborough Boys College, 38-12 over Charles Hallett, Auckland Grammar, 39-39. And the junior final is coming up next as we focus on the senior long jump. Just back to that 300 metre hurdle. I can tell you that Finlay Neal's come through for third from St Bede's, 39.74. So Henson, Howlett, Neal, the first three home, and then Retford fourth, but credited with the same time as Neal.
Yeah, it's
39 and 74.
I'll just blame his coach. I'll say to Johan, what are you doing with it? Johan Ferry knows he's done a good job with those hurdles out to East Auckland there. So next up, I think we've got Connor Woodcock in lane 2 from Ralston College. Jacob Vorkamp from Southland Boys is in lane 3. Joshua Dos Santos in lane 4 from Middleton Grange. In lane 5, Rianco Haggard from Howard College.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that's the actual lane draw, unfortunately, Paul.
Connor Brady, is it not?
No.
Sorry.
We've got a replay of that previous, so we're going to have a look at that.
Here we go.
It was a senior competition here, and we saw James Henson from Marlborough Boys College. You'd see him one from the outside taking the lead at this point. Charles Howlett finished well for Auckland Grammar, came through and grabbed second. Now Noah Retford has now gone up third ahead of Finlay Neal, so just better be careful there because they were in reverse order earlier.
Yeah, provisional, it'll be
so Henson
in the blue. That's a good one.
Was a really good winner there. And then
that third place, yes, you're right.
Howlett come through for second, and then Noah Retford and Finlay Neal credited with the same time, 39.74. Initially Finlay went up first, now Noah, and they've both, looks like they've been dead heated there because they've both come up with third. So
that's
third equal there. See, we've got at the moment there Neal over Retford, which was the what came up initially.
Right.
And on the latest screen here, we've got both credited with third there, Noah Retford and Finlay Neal. So hopefully we get confirmation of that. But they're actually credited with 39.737. So take it back to the thousandth of a second and still the same time, which is extraordinary.
It is. It's, these days with electronic timing, and you don't get as many now. Well, here we go
the juniors here, they're underway from the 300 metres, and the field has come up. We'll keep an eye on them as they come into the front straight. Our concentration on the senior competition, but obviously good to bring you the action for those of you who are at home, couldn't travel, couldn't be with us here in
there's two
to see those that you.
Now those two hit stride for stride on that hurdle. They've got two to go. They've stride for stride, those two boys. So
it's Rianko Hager from Howick, who we saw earlier, who's come through, leads at the moment from Hutt International Boys, Asher Robertson. But Rianko Hager will win from Robinson.
And then in third place,
6.95, Jacob Vorkamp out of Southland.
Yeah, they were stride for stride on three of those flights around the corner. It was the last two flights of hurdles that he got away, the boy from Howick. So well done.
40 and 64, his winning time.
Rianko.
Asher Robertson, 41.35, and Southland Boys runner Jacob Vorkamp, 42.06. We've got the senior girls upcoming, and hopefully we'll get ourselves a final field for that. Don't have it at the moment, but
next field presentation is taking place now. It is the girls 2,000 metres Steeplechase Junior.
and the warm-up taking place for the senior girls, and we've got a final field ahead of us here. We'll run through that in a moment or two as Paul takes his leave for now, and kia ora to Tony Rogers once again.
Yeah, thanks Mark. At least it's a little bit warmer out there, and it was good that we had some reasonable conditions for those senior 100 finals, although a bit of disappointment for the length of time. I think a few of them ended up having to be standing around in the cold because there was a few hammies that looked like they were twitching there a little bit towards the end of it.
Yeah, a couple who look to have pulled up a little bit short, and it'll be interesting to see if we do see them this afternoon in the 200 metres.
Yeah, for sure. And I was lucky enough when I was doing that little coffee run that to bump into young Dolphin and his dad James, and interestingly enough, when there's not too many times we'd have a father and son win the same title, and that's one of the rare ones, but there'll be some others. I'm not going to say there isn't, because I'm sure there is, but yeah, and so Dad won the title over 100 metres senior boys in Dunedin almost 22 years ago, and he was just informed by his coach at the time, Kerry Hill, that he won by 1/100th of a second on that day as well. So father and son sneaking home to win the senior boys 100 metre title in a similar fashion by the sounds of it. But yeah, we might even see if we can have a chat to him, but he's heading to do the 200. He's was trying to get warm, but yeah, good to catch up with proud dad and young Dolphin after his 100 metre senior boys win.
Neve Beattie upcoming in the triple jump pit, the long jump pit senior. Can tell you in that Charlotte Goldsmith still leads with her first jump of 5.77. She's had three. We're through 3 rounds here. Hannah Collins, the triple jump winner and a record setter from yesterday, 5.41, is currently lying second and set on the board there. That's Cleo Loader from Rangitoto. Now she has jumped 4.98, and that puts her equal third with Lily Favour, although Lilla, I should say, is ahead of her on countback, although that could change with this measure. So we'll see what Cleo has recorded here. He's over in the back straight, the senior women line up for the, senior girls I should say, line up for the 300 metre hurdles final. Can tell you Cleo's gone to third there with 5 metres and 2 ahead of Lilla Favour. So I'll update you on that soon. But we've got Ruby Matthews, St Matthew's College. Got Lilla Favour out there in the hurdles here, so she stepped away from the long jump pit. Zara Rattray, Meg Edwards, Holly Gray, Sophie Hancock, Gemma Farrington and Georgia Rose Boyd. Going out fast, 6.57 Sophie Hancock from Rotatuna, who has got to an early lead, and she's opened up a decent gap as she comes to the stagger around the corner, and still appears to be travelling as well
She's
as
got a
any of them.
good lead over that hurdle on the corner there. So
3.16 Zara Rattray coming through a little closer in. She's moved into second. Also handy there is Holly Gray of Avonside Girls, but she's going to do it all the way here. Sophie Hancock and Wynn coming through for second was Holly Gray, and closer in the third there was Zara Rattray. She went out hard and she was able to maintain that. It was Sophie Hancock from Rotatuna High. And we'll get her time through for you shortly.
time coming up now, Mark.
Yeah, Holly Gray's name's gone up there. Though. So not sure what the story is there because she's finished in second spot, I think. So
sometimes I think our photo finish guys are grabbing it and they get the ones that come across the screen as they lock onto the graphics. But we should see Sophie Hancock's time come up shortly. Pretty sure that was her in the light blue of Rotatuna High.
Certainly is. So
we'll wait for her time.
Yeah, I have known it to happen at races where dogs or horses going past the post first don't actually appear in a photo. And that may have happened here because it was definitely Sophie Hancock who is there in shot at the moment who crossed first Rotatuna. So
we'll see what happens. Okay,
now she's gone up as a DNF, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Whether she, I don't know, just wondering, perhaps the second hurdle it was, or the third hurdle I thought, where she got really awkward, Tony, and I'm just wondering whether something happened there and whether she went out of her lane. If something like that happened, would it come up as it didn't finish so quickly?
Well, it would come up as when it does come up, it would come up as a DQ.
Yeah.
With the ruling from the track referee or track umpire would report it. The track referee has the radio through to the control room, but the track umpires, which are watching the hurdles, don't. But
so that's Sophie clearly winning the race, and certainly didn't seem to be any indiscretion or anything in the home straight. Just initially when I had the binoculars on, I thought there was maybe just the hurdle coming off the back that she took a little awkwardly. She was travelling, she went out very, very fast, and whether anything happened over there. But if that was the case,
she's come to the top of the board now, Mark.
Okay,
so yeah,
good.
44.43. So that's I think what happens is they capture the film, and because she did have quite a clear lead, there would have been a gap. That film would have rolled on, so they did the ones closer together and then they've got forgot maybe to go back to the original winner, but yeah, usually it's the winner's time that comes up first. But that's good to see for Sophie's sake. No DQs, no, not that we're aware of at this stage.
So we can delete that minute of commentary and go back to her crossing the line, and congratulations. And for those of you supporting Sophie out there, we hope we didn't put any trepidation in. We were just reacting to what was happening in front of us there, but in fact...
And for those at home, of course, you might be watching the live stream results as well, or the live results, and you would have been seeing some of the same pictures that we have on your screens. But if you refresh now, it should show the correct result, which has been shown on our screen now. So.
Yeah, we've got it on our screen. I must admit, I still haven't got it on my refresh result here anyway, but we've got a junior final going now over the 300 metres. We'll know who
you're right. I've still got it on this one as a DNF, but we've had it on our screen with that original result. So we'll just wait there. But so it's not a confirmed result, of course.
But Sophie didn't appear to be in any form of distress, as she probably would have been if she was under inquiry, so to speak. But anyway, this is the
because it's interesting that I did have it on the screen as 44 on my laptop, but it's disappeared again off the laptop. So something needs checking there, I'm sure.
That's a good finish here in the juniors. Unfortunately, such a good finish now with a tumble.
Very smart forward roll.
Yes, 8.45. Eva Jeffries from St. Peter's will come through and win that after that unfortunate fall. There for Amani Farry, who was running particularly well until that point. And it's the nature of hurdle racing. She's been consoled at the line. Sportsmanship and camaraderie amongst the athletes been evident here across the 3 days of competition.
So Eva Jeffries, unofficially, first in 46.45. From St. Peter's School, and that's in Cambridge. Second, Taylor Trow, Palmerston North Girls High, 47.96, ahead of Ali Beaver from Nayland College out of Nelson, 48.40.
Back to the long jump, the senior long jump. There is a triple jump going next door, or there was, with the junior girls, but just getting back there, they're through 3 jumps here, and Cam's got the current standings up there for you. Charlotte Goldsmith, St. Cuthbert's College, 5.77, which was her first round jump. Anna Collins, 5.41, which was also her first round. O'Hara Couch, Tidy College, has moved to third with a leap of 5.07 in the third round, ahead of Cleo Loader. Lily Fivra, who was in the hurdles competition, she's had 3 jumps here though, and 4.98 has been her best, she's 5th. Then Neve Beattie, Esther Pratton, and Esther Pratton's still got a jump to go, so they haven't completed the 3 rounds, not far away though, and then the top 8 will go through for their final 3 jumps. In terms of the track competition, we're done for the morning session. And the afternoon session, we are a little bit behind, but scheduled to start at 12.45. Tony, your understanding, would we go straight to that?
We'll go straight to that, because we've got to keep as close to time for events like this with our schools. There will be some schools staying overnight, another night here in Christchurch, of course, but many will be getting ready for their departures to head back home. And if they're on flight schedules, of course, we know we've got to respect them trying to make those. So
12.45, we should only be less than a quarter of an hour away from the afternoon track session starting with junior 1500s for girls and boys. We also have the senior girls and senior boys 200 metres early in that session, and also we're looking forward to the senior girls, senior boys 1500s, which are scheduled for 1:30 and 1:35, so about an hour away from them. A lighter field program today with the senior girls long jump wrapping up the morning session, and in the afternoon we've got the senior boys discus to look forward to, and also the girls and boys javelin throw multi-class para competition as well.
So yes, as we said, Mark, it's been an interesting morning. The light's still on, but the cloud is definitely a lot higher, and of course it's dried out the track now, which is fantastic. Drainage here on this new Puna stadium. So we've just got the couple of horizontal jumps which are going on down in front of the small grandstand, and leading the senior girls long jump at the moment is Charlotte Goldsmith with a jump of 5.77 ahead of Hannah Collins 5.41. So Charlotte won this event last year. She jumped about 5.40 something last year, so it's good to see that the conditions are favourable for her, improving on that as she heads into the final stages of the senior girls long jump.
And you're just reflecting back on the senior girls 100 metres, and Mario Vanetta was a comfortable winner there, Tony. She did pull up a little short after the line, seemed to be feeling possibly a calf, so it'll be interesting to see obviously whether she backs up later in the 200 metres, but she was victorious in an 11.71 over Georgia Gibbons from Queen's High School 12.08, and Charlotte Goldsmith from St Cuthbert's 12.15, and of course she's having a busy time. Is Charlotte. She's currently leading the long jump competition, and then the men's was a terrific race with Joe Dolphin leading out and holding off a very strong finish from Caden Taylor, and Joe 10.58, Caden Taylor 10.59. AJ Madondo from Christ College third at 10.87 after having won the triple jump this morning, but AJ pulled up a bit short and he was clutching a hamstring off the back of that, and of course he has 200 metre commitment this afternoon as well, so hopefully we'll see them all back. Time will tell in that regard.
Yes, and it was a good result there for Joe Dolphin, and the time was pretty smart, but I haven't actually seen a win reading, Mark, and I don't know whether you spotted one when the result originally came through. But
I didn't for that particular race. There was one reading earlier we saw at about plus 2.8, which is obviously over the limit, but I didn't see it specifically for that race.
Yes, it says it was plus 3.0. I've managed to find it now. So it's a smart time of 10.58 for Joe Dolphin and Caden Taylor, and even AJ Madondo in third, and Blake Dalton. In fact, there was 5 boys there, and Sebastian Ferro, who did well through all the preliminary rounds as well, all breaking 11 seconds. But with a plus 3.0 wind, they will be wind-assisted times on their ranking list rather than legals, which require a 2.0 or less wind. So it will be a pretty good wind for the 200s this afternoon. I'm just thinking they'll run some pretty good times. It'll be coming in across the corner behind them, and they might not get, if it dies a little, might not get that positive tailwind in the home straight, which will lead to some fast times if they can get warmed up again.
Indeed. Earlier on the track, the 800 metre senior girls final taken out by Bo Ritchie, 2:14.11 with a really strong finish over Sophia Limbreris, who ran well for Havelock North, 2:16.16, and Samantha Lascelles from St Margaret's, 2:17.74. Of course, we'll see a number of these runners later as well.
Yeah,
1500.
Must say, Mark, that I was very impressed with the ease that Bo Ritchie ran. She looked so comfortable and became quite dominant in the latter phases of that race. So, yeah, all goes well for her. With her 800 metre win under her belt, she can relax and know that she's going to be a strong force later on today, as you say.
And in the senior boys, fairly tactical affair with a slow first lap of around 64. James Ford coming through though from King's College, 2:02.04 over Thomas Cowan and Westlake boys, 2:02.97, and Luca Everett, Te Aho Takura Punamu, 2:03.3, claiming third. There's the long jump continues in front of us here. Lucas through the pit from Waimari High. It's 22 going through the first 3 rounds, and then drop back to the top 8. So they've still got a wee way to go here to wrap that up in this morning program. In fact, there's more, about 25 listed, I think, and they'll be down to wait shortly. But we'll continue here. The track program is not too far away from starting. They run to schedule 12:45, all going well. Just having a look to see actually where in fact, yes, they are. So the junior girls, they're already assembled for their final at the 1500 metres. So it's scheduled for 12:45, but they pretty much look ready to go. So the long jump continues, senior girls long jump, and then we'll have a junior girls 1500 to begin our track afternoon, which is going to come very soon. Then the junior boys off the back of that. Then we look forward to the 200 metre competition for senior girls and boys around 1 o'clock. And the senior 1500s happen in just under an hour, 1:30. 1:36. Coach College just fouled in round 3. And currently sitting outside the top 8. The top 8 cut off at the moment with Neve Beattie, 493 from Tidy College. And the top 8, of course, will get another 3 jumps in reverse order. 8th through to 1st as the first of the afternoon track program gets underway. So a pretty short gap there, and the officials going hungry today and continuing on to keep this program on schedule, which has been a very good effort given the conditions that we had this morning. Obviously lost a little bit of time, but we've made that up through the shortened break.
Yes, and it's good to see that at least the conditions are a little bit more pleasant, and I'm sure all the athletes will be enjoying that. The weather forecast was to improve, and improve not only in lack of moisture, which is great, but also with the temperature warming up a little bit too.
All clear there for Enelin Rudd. 491 there. Alexandra Domansky, St Matthews Collegiate. That's being measured now. And we're nearly at the end of round 3 there, and we'll have our top 8. We'll confirm them for you.
It makes a long session for these girls. We often debate whether we run this event with that many girls in as one pool or 2. And of course here at Whare Akina Napunawai, they have the ability with 2 parallel horizontal jump pits so that you can do that. But of course we've got a junior horizontal jump happening alongside the seniors at the moment, but they can just shorten up the time by having 2 runways operating and then taking the top 8 through, and do that in a stadium where you've got those parallel pits, because obviously the athletes are getting almost identical conditions for the qualifying to get through to the top 8.
Being prepared for the next contestant here. We've just had Tyrrell through with 4:04. So Charlotte Goldsmith still leading with that first round jump of 5:77 over Hannah Collins. But a change in the top three here with Jodie McCarthy-Dempsey pulling out a 5:14 off the back of 2 fouls. So she's come in with her last throw. And when I say throw, I mean throw up the dice because it's a long jump. And she's come up with a 5:14 that's carried her into third. So Jodie right in the competition. That's pushed O'Hara Couch back to fourth with 5:07. Cleo Loader, 5:02 out of Rangitoto. Lily Favre, local school Cashmere High, 4:98, her first jump. Esther Pratton, 4:95, and Neve Beattie, 4:93, rounding out the top 8. And looks like they've completed their third round through there, so the top 8 will come out shortly. And jump another 3 in reverse order, 8 through 1.
So in the background you can see the Junior Girls 1500 with going into the last phase of their race with 300 to go.
Good bunch of 6 up there to sort out the medals. And up front is Scarlett Robb from St Cuthbert's, who's just been overtaken by Imogen Barlow.
So it's a strong burst going there, isn't it? But on the runway we're waiting for the compilation of the top 8 for the senior girls long jump.
So Imogen Barlow will come through and take out the junior 1500 from St Kentigern. And into second, Asher Edwards from Takapuna, and Scarlett Robb after leading home in third. We saw Scarlett in Newtown Park recently, Tony, run extremely well over the 5,000 metres.
Yeah, definitely. It was very impressive 5,000 she did on the night of the New Zealand 10,000 metre champs. They put on under 25k and she ran exceptionally well. We're good to see we've got a strong set of young women that will be seeking selection for the New Zealand team for the World Cross Country Champs next year.
Imogen's time 4:45.30 in the junior girls 1500. Junior boys lining up in the back straight, and they'll be underway shortly, and then we'll have senior competition over the 200. Senior girls, senior boys finals coming up in a matter of minutes off the back of that next 1500.
And as Mark mentioned, we've managed to cover off most of the field event finals. We do have a big throws coming with the senior boys discus throws to complete the championships in the field. Alongside that will be girls and boys javelin throw for multi-class athletes, and we'll probably have our javelin expert comments young lady Tori Peters join you for a little bit of commentary on those throws. You'll be able to ask her, Mark, if she's ever, we know she can chuck a javelin a fair way, but whether she's done a discus very often, we can find out.
I was talking to her about hammer yesterday, and that was a good story. And it was a once and only story too, just quietly.
That's good. Well, maybe you can elaborate if any opportunities to bring a good story on the discus.
So a wee bit of a break here before the top 8 come through for their final 3 jumps in the long jump pit for the senior girls. And on the track the junior boys 1500 is underway.
So I can recall the junior boys 1500 in the very first championships 50 years ago, Mark. A good colleague of mine, friend, mate, called Don Buchanan from Melbourne High School took out the junior boys 1500 title, I believe, in the very first one. I hope I've got my years right, but he was from our Hamilton club and club mate. And, yeah, we spent a lot of time together in our youth and also in older life. The name Buchanan is that his daughter Rushdie Buchanan is one of our top world-class cyclists. So she didn't take after Dad and come to track. She did track and road cycling.
Sure.
Yep. So here we go. Someone's going to make a bit of a burst in there. As you can see on the wide shot, we're just, as Mark said, waiting to get that top 8 so we can go back to the senior girls long jump. We've had some really interesting final phases of our field events today and over the weekend, and particularly the young ladies in the women's senior shot this morning was pretty interesting competition, that's for sure, and the conditions added to that intrigue, I think, with them all eventually coming right to give of their best in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, that was an outstanding shot put competition, and I think you mentioned at the time we're used to seeing the international men at the moment going through a bit of a golden era, of which our own Tom Walter is part of course, but Kovacs and Krauser from the States, but of course there's others snapping at their heels, including Jack O'Gill from New Zealand, but a number of others as well, and some of those competitions chopping, changing leaders, and obviously the best responding in the final round, and that's what we saw in that senior girls shot this afternoon. Preparation still underway there at the long jump pit in that junior 1500 currently in operation.
If you managed to get a live result there, but
I can't at the moment.
yeah, it's not seemed to loading, so we're not sure even how fast these boys. They were pretty quiet, but they've definitely picked up the pace, and the action's happening now. Got a bit of an interest in the Wellington College boy that's looking to come forward. There's a couple of the Wellington boys there with Oxford. I know we haven't got them on the screen, Mark, but we're going to keep people informed that might be listening. We've got a wide shot now.
Ben Oxford of Maclean's College leading them into the back.
And Sam Ruth, son of Ben Ruth out of Wellington, well-known athlete. See them going through the back camera there now.
So it's Oxford and Ruth into the front straight, backing out for the title. And Oxford is holding all the way.
Just strong finish there, but we're not sure on the time because we seem to be missing that coming through.
We'll await official result there. The field in time hasn't loaded there for that particular event, but we'll get that to you as soon as we can. Ben Oxford at Maclean's College hanging on. Ruth and Hopfler, the place getters. Now they're back on the runway for the final 8, their last 3 jumps in the senior girls long jump. And in that long jump, we've had Neve Beattie with her 4th jump, 464 out of Taieri College. She's the Pratton just jumping there. We'll get a measure on her in a moment. And then working backwards in order, of course, for these final 3 jumps. Lila Favre from Kashmir High, Cleo Loda, Rangitoto College. As the Pratton has jumped 5 metres, that's her first 5 metre jump of the day, so Esther improves her spot to 6th. O'Hara Couch, Taieri College. Jodie McCarthy Dempsey from Darfield. Hannah Collins, Tiaho Altakura Punamu, and Charlotte Goldsmith from St Cuthbert's, who's currently leading with 577.
So Mark, I'm going to just leave you for a little while, and I'll let our commentator expert for field, particularly on the throws, and Tori Peters join you for a while, and I'm going to pop out and see if we can acknowledge some of our sponsors.
Thank you, Tony. Much appreciated. So yes, we had Tori Peters in yesterday afternoon, and thoroughly enjoyed our conversations. Look forward to senior boys discus this afternoon in the field, and also the javelin, which of course is Tori Peters' specialist subject. Girls and boys multi-class Kara coming a little later. Kia ora, Tori.
Kia ora, thanks for having me back.
Oh no, pleasure. You're back by popular demand, Tori. And I've got a jacket on, which is probably almost not needed in the caravan now, but it's been a tough morning for the athletes.
Yeah, real tough morning. My goodness, I spent the morning out at the road race, which was awesome to see how many enter in that. And it started off not too bad weather-wise, and then absolutely turned to custard. But everyone got out there, and credit to them, they did very, very well. So we had a big crew out there for the morning, and no doubt we had some great results on the track over the morning as well.
The 100s, the 800s were excellent. By Richie coming through, which I'm sure you'd be pleased about there from St Peter's. And they all did extremely well given the conditions. We had an outstanding shot put competition. I don't know if you've caught up with that result, but the senior girls, where the lead was changing amongst 3 all the way to the last throws, and I think 5 of the last 8 all pulled out their best put on the final throw.
Wow.
Including one that shot Susanna Kennelly to the lead, but she got nailed with the last put, and it was just an outstanding competition of constant changes.
Yeah, wow.
On, so
that's awesome to see as well. I think I love when you see in the at this age group, them bring out their best on the last round. They often come out there and they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, so put it all out there for one last hurrah. So that's awesome that they were able to come through with big throws in that last round, and also great for the spectating as well.
Oh, it was fabulous. So Kate Halley from Takapuna pulled out 14.19 with the last throw to head off Susanna Kennelly, who had shot. She led initially, then she was third, and then she shot back to the top with 14 metres in the last round. And Isabella Pula, who also led for a good part of the competition, she put very well too, but 13.98 ended up being third. So
yeah, and I mean, look at those results, and 13 and 14 metres. That's nothing to be sneezed at, is it? It's they are phenomenal distances for our senior girls shot with the 3K implement there. So
yes.
So yeah, awesome, huge credit to them, and even the rest of the field. The calibre throws there, significant amount over 10 metres. Climbing into 11, 12, and obviously the top there at 14, which is awesome.
Yeah, we've just had a 200-metre final, which we may be able to bring you a replay of at some point, so we'll let you know about that, so I won't spoil the fun just yet. And we've got another 200-metre final coming up, the senior boys 200. Should be with us in a moment. Just had a few issues in the last few moments of final fields not coming up, so we'll just hope that we can find you the final field for that 200 in the lane draw, which obviously is really critical. And if we do get a replay of the...
So ladies and gentlemen, with me
in the
here
meantime,
I
let's get down
have
to
Peter
the track
Biggs
and Tony
from
Rogers.
Apollo Projects. Peter, you're the CEO of Apollo Projects. You're a great supporter of schools and particularly school sport. So tell us about some of the projects. I believe there's a building just behind us here that you've been responsible for with your company, but what are you doing for schools?
Well, for schools, for us, Tony, it's very important for us to support the schools. We see fit young men and women come through our education system and are better people for it. And we love the work that we do here. We love the work we're doing actually at the moment in Christchurch with Hornby and Hillmorton, and Te Awatea College. It's great for us. It's great for the kids too.
So some of the major sports projects, I also believe you've contributed heavily to up in the Hawke's Bay with the big new Mitre 10 sports park they have there with the Pettigrew Arena as well and things like that.
Yeah, that's right. Pettigrew Arena is an Apollo project. We just finished Kiwa up in Gisborne, a really challenging project for Apollo and for that community, given all the weather events they've had. But gosh, to see that when we opened it earlier in the year, the number of people that come through those doors, it's incredible. Rolleston, we've did some work out there, and that facility could be used 200% for the original intended purpose. So it's fantastic for these facilities for the kids.
So a quick shout out to a couple of the schools you've perhaps done some sports facilities in around the country as well. Not necessarily for the schools, but certainly for the communities within the councils rather than the schools themselves. Well, that's excellent, Peter, and we thank you and Apollo Projects. You've got your head of office here in Christchurch, I believe, but for the contribution that you make towards school sport and the wider community with sporting facilities in particular.
Thank you, it's an absolute pleasure.
Tony Rogers there down on the track. Now we've got the senior boys 200 metre final lining up over the back, and I can see only 5 starters here. Sebastian Ferro unfortunately won't start here, and AJ Madondo not out there either, and he did pull up short after the 100 metres. So we've got Blake Dalton, Tyree College Lane 3, Joe Dolphin, who won the 100 Rangitoto College Lane 4, Lucas Lambert out of Paraumu College Lane 5, Rylan Noom, Napier Boys High looked very impressive qualifying yesterday, Lane 6, and Cade Lambert out in Lane 9, Westlake Boys, and they are underway, and Rylan Noom is showing up very quickly, so too is Joe Dolphin as they swing the corner. Rylan Noom will turn first, Joe Dolphin chasing him down, looking for the double, finishing strongly too. Rylan Noom is holding, Joe Dolphin closing off really well. Rylan Noom just with the win from Napier Boys, and Joe Dolphin looking for the double, trying very hard and finishing well. Rylan Noom 21 and 28. He won last year in very difficult conditions, 22 and 27. Better conditions today, even though it's been rough this morning. It's not so bad now, it's cold of course. 21-28 Rylan Noom, Joe Dolphin 21-38, just a tenth of a second in it in the end. Blake Dalton, he was 4th in the 100, finishes 3rd in the 200. From Tyree College at 22.15. Lucas Lambert was 4th, part of Paraumu College, 22.39. Kate Lambert, 4th from Westlake Boys, 22.89. As I say, Sebastian Ferro didn't start, he was listed there, and AJ Madondo, pretty sure was going to start as well, but obviously did not. And Victoria, it's the 3rd day of pretty extensive competition, and a lot of these athletes, multiple events, and with the conditions we had this morning as well, not actually conducive to staying 100% in a muscular sense. And it has obviously taken its toll on some of those runners today.
Yeah, totally. And I think that's something, it's good practice for all the athletes as well, to have those conditions that are a little bit more challenging and figure out, what are these strategies that they've got in place around, how to stay warm and stay topped up on their fuel. I don't know whether they're trying to stay dry and those sorts of things as well. And it's all just really good practice because, as we know, in track and field, all weather track means all sorts of conditions for competition, and unfortunately you've just got to sort of suck it up and get out there.
There's the confirmation of Rylan Noom's success, defending his title from last year in the senior boys over gallant Joe Dolphin, who won the 100 this morning. We've got a junior girls 200 coming up now. Not sure if we've got a replay of the senior girls 200, but we might see if we can play that in at some point. If we do, as I say, we won't spoil the result right now for that, just in case we can. and keeping you up to date too with what's happening in the long jump. At the moment, as they move through 4 rounds into their 5th, in fact, now, and looking for any moves here. Charlotte Goldsmith still leading with her first leap of 5.77. It's on the screen for you. Hannah Collins, after her triple jump success yesterday, 5.41. Her best was round 1 as well. Improver O'Hara Couch, she has stepped up to 5.19 in this round, which is good enough for 3rd ahead of Cleo Loader. And in the background you can see 200 metres for the junior girls. Straight, 4.62 in front, which is Kendra Scully Tui from Mount Albert Grammar, and she completes the 100 metre, 200 metre double today.
Yeah, really fantastic effort from all those girls, and it's really great to see them all giving each other a hug there and congratulating each other on their awesome performances over the weekend. I'm sure these girls have been in multiple events, so this final day here at New Zealand Secondary School Nationals, for some of them potentially the last event for the weekend, so I'm sure they'll be looking forward to putting their pins up after a big weekend and wrapping up warm and maybe grabbing a little hot chockey or something and yeah, resting up.
Be well deserved, most certainly. Tori, where do the secondary school athletes go from here? It's the end of the calendar year. This is their national, so they'll be looking to head into the club and obviously the nationals for those good enough into the new year. But that's a little bit later, sort of March, and even later March this year, I think.
Yeah, and so I think, most of them will usually have a little bit of a break, but some of them like to carry on and have a bit of a crack at some of the races and the classics and things, which is great to see, and, for some of those senior athletes. But I think, a lot of them look forward to a well-deserved break over the summertime, but then again, school pretty much is just around the corner in the new year, and often that comes with school athletics days, and that progresses into your zones and then into your North Islands or South Islands and those sorts of things. So before they know it, they'll actually probably be back on track, or back on the field, as well.
Indeed. Charlotte Goldsmith, our leader, latest measure being taken. I can tell you Hannah Collins has improved her mark to 5.51, so within 26 centimetres of Charlotte's best so far, although pending this measure, which does look pretty good. And Jodie McCarthy-Dempsey currently 3rd, 5.30, and then O'Hara Couch being pushed back to 4th now with 5.19, with Jodie's 5.30. It's only the second jump that's counted, and Charlotte's best jump has just been recorded there, 5.97, so very close to that 6 metre mark. Charlotte had a really good weekend, and 5.97 extends her lead over Hannah Collins and Jodie McCarthy-Dempsey.
Yeah, you saw before on the screens there our officials, great teamwork there in the long jump, and I think, it's important that we acknowledge those officials again over this big weekend. I feel like we've had two extremes of the weather, and they've absolutely copped it out there over the last weekend, both hot and cold, but, credit to them, they're still here on the 3rd day giving their all, and really enabling our athletes to compete, which is fantastic. So again, huge thanks to all our volunteers and all our officials.
Good finish here in the juniors over the concluding stages, numbers 8.53 and 6.93, and not a great deal between Cody Lawson and James Lowther.
The St. Peter's boy there.
Yes, indeed, and nod finish there. Are you prepared to call it from here?
Look, I think he might. I'd like to think from what I just saw there. So, I mean, we're not got a great view here, but I think he might have just dipped him at the line. So we'll have to wait and see for those results.
Yeah, they're running head on towards us. It's terrific in that we're nice and close to them, and that's really good in terms of trying to pick.
Have you seen that time? Oh my goodness!
I have, yes, and it's gone to Cody Lawson.
Although I'm a Southern girl at heart, so
yeah,
I feel like I can support both of them there, so that's all right. Yeah, we've got Cody Lawson taking out the win with 22.60 seconds, and James Lowther from St Peter's School in Cambridge, 22.62 seconds. So, and Zach Kimmins there from St Patrick's College Kilburnie with 23.31. They'll be your first, second and third there.
Yeah, terrific finish.
Perhaps it was the mullet. I'm seeing a heck of a mullet here from Cody Lawson. So, yes, the flying mullet all the way from Southland. Love to see it.
Yeah, sixth and final jump for the senior girls. We've seen Neve Beattie foul, 4.93 her best, and in 8th place Esther Pratton's finished with a best of 5.04 in her 5th round. Lily Favour's just finished with a 4.70, her best round 4.5.13. Cleo Loader is next up as we put those standings up for you, and then into our top 4 as we sort out the medals. And this that started in the morning but now into the afternoon, and just talking about those officials, Tori, and the conditions they've had to face, and a few now probably missed their lunch too, because truncated period with the extension of the long jump, and also with the track program getting a little bit behind with the hurdles and the wet conditions, which was understandable, and then that lunch break shrivelled to not very much at all actually, and straight into the 1500s, which got our track program underway this afternoon. Just awaiting a measure here on Cleo Loader, and it's 5 metres 12, just a little bit down on her best, not much though. 5.18 will be her best, and good enough for 5th place, and 1 centimetre ahead. O'Hara Couch from Tade College will be next up, looking to improve on her 5.13. She needs to find another 11 centimetres to claim third.
Yeah, and just going back to those officials, I mean, like anyone watching at home there who's, pretty interested in athletics and wants to some way be involved, we're always looking for, I guess, more volunteers and more officials to sort of help us get through the competitions, really. I feel like, they're a big part of it, and there's a good progression, up to the world events as well. You might start off here in little old New Zealand, but it doesn't mean you can't be officiating at the World Championships or the Olympics one day either, which is something that's pretty cool, I think. We've had a few officials at some pretty major championships over the last few years, and some of the Olympics, and it's pretty cool as an athlete to be in the competition and hear a Kiwi accent. So, folks, if you are thinking about anything to do with athletics officiating or volunteering, just head down to your local club and inquire about how you can go about that.
Yes, certainly. It's one way of getting up and close and personal to some high quality sport, in this case obviously athletics, and we're obviously doing a very valuable job as well. We had a foul there from Jodie McCarthy Dempsey, but she will claim third with 5.30. O'Hara Couch's last jump was 5.15, continuing a really good even sequence for her, but she'll finish in 4th spot. And now Hannah Collins is the only jumper between Charlotte Goldsmith and gold here, with Hannah one jump to come, and she has a really good solid series of jumps: 5.41, 5.40, 5.33, 5.32 and 5.51, her best in the previous, so there's a chance for her with her final attempt. Seemed to hit the board pretty well. White flag means it will be measured. 5.97 is the winning distance thus far for Charlotte Goldsmith. Hannah Collins, after her record-breaking triple jump yesterday, came second. And 5.49, so just 2 centimetres below her previous, but a really good series for Hannah of jumps. That means that Charlotte Goldsmith will take the senior girls long jump title. And see if she has a celebratory jump here. She is. She's getting the crowd going, in fact, with a clap that Tori and I were talking about yesterday, and she's pretty happy to get the crowd going, and it's a decent crowd there too, under the shelter there. And here she comes. There's our champion, Charlotte Goldsmith.
She's got the white flag there, so it's a good start.
Yeah. Just hearing too that 8 centimetres outside the National Secondary School's record with her previous jump, so that was 5.97. We'll see what she gets here, but she's pulled out a pretty good jump. Could be something at least very similar to what she jumped in the previous round. As we wrap this up, and it's a bit of javelin, well, it was a bit of javelin warming up going on, so looking forward to that competition this afternoon, and also the discus for the senior boys coming up too. Through their field program. 5.99, so she did save her best for last.
My
there,
goodness,
Tori.
must have been the clap, I tell you.
Must have been the clap.
5.99.
It's got to be agonising a centimetre off 6 metres, right? I mean, she's got to be wrapped.
Oh.
She's done. It's been a really good weekend for Charlotte, and she's produced another quality performance there. But 1 centimetre off that 6 metres, I guess that keeps you going, doesn't it? So.
It does, and I just look at her series as well, and it's actually quite phenomenal. She had a great start, and she's managed to finish strongly too, and in a competition that has, just drawn out for quite a while, says quite a lot about the athletes and how they're looking after themselves, in between the jumps and throughout the duration of the competition, which is quite an important part, obviously, to being able to perform well.
Yes. No, you're right about the length of that competition. I think there were about 25 jumpers initially, and of course they started in really tricky conditions. And just looking back to when that actually was timed to start, which I can't find for some reason. But anyhow, it's been a long competition. They've done extremely well. Don't actually have an official start time there, but I can have a look through the program for that. But no, they've been really good athletes and officials there. And now we get to the teeth of some interesting competition on the track upcoming. Time is 1:15, and we've got the 400 metre finals coming up for firstly the junior girls, then junior boys, and then into the 1500 metres senior girls and boys. Tony Rogers not here at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back for those.
Yeah, and for those at home, we've got on the field events, we've got the senior boys discus just warming up currently. They're due to kick off at 1:30, so I'd say they will be much happier that it's a bit drier. I can imagine that circle is very tricky to throw out of in the old discus with the spin when it's wet. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy about that drying out.
I think Tony was pretty interested in me asking you as to your discus background, what you might have done with the flying saucer.
Oh, look, I've not done a lot with it. Look, it definitely wasn't one of the ones I was as good at. Sort of stuck more to the shot put side of things, and then very quickly just the javelin took over. So the discus never really got a time to shine. I didn't really give it much time, to be fair. But probably because I was hopeless at it.
I can't actually imagine you being hopeless at anything throwing, given your success with the javelin. But they are very different things, obviously.
Yeah.
But why did the javelin? Why did you take to the javelin? What was it specifically about it?
I think it was, obviously, like I picked it up and was relatively good at it quite quickly, and thought it was quite a cool event. When do you really get to throw a javelin? And I didn't really know much about it. I think there was a little bit of curiosity as well that crept in, because I didn't really know much about it. Hadn't really seen anybody do it, and I sort of thought, oh well, if I can throw this pretty far, that'd be pretty cool. And so just persevered, and I think a lot of it came down to having a coach in Gore that actually helped me, Murray Speedon, and I think without Murray I probably would have given up quite quickly, just because it's such a hard event to be able to figure out on your own, so to have those expertise and have someone helping me out throughout my high school years was a game changer for me.
So critical, isn't it?
Yeah.
People who inspire you, as on the track you'll see in the background there. In fact, even closer now is the 400 metres. This is for the junior girls. And the one lap. I'll pick them up as they come into the straight. You'll be looking for those that you know and love from afar, if you haven't been able to make it here to Otatahi. Zita Meo from Napier Girls looking to show out on the stagger and coming through. But speaking of staggering, and one thing I did do was run a lot of 400 metres. This last 100 metres is exceptionally tough, but Zita is in front, coming home well. Also is Ola Tilbury from Marlborough Girls. But Zita Meo will win. Ola Tilbury second. Esme Reid of Meridian College close up as well. We put more of our focus obviously on the senior competitions, but great to showcase the juniors as we can, and congratulations to all finalists. Zita's there, has recorded a time of 57.77. We'll have the junior boys 400 soon, and then we're only about 10 minutes away from that senior girls 1500 that precedes the boys. So Tori, I saw a little bit of warming up before from some of the javelin throwers. I mean, sort of at this stage leading into the competition, how do you get warm for a javelin? Do you have to have the implement itself, just a few light throws, or do you do stretches?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different for everyone, and I've sort of gauged that quite a bit over the last few years. That, you know, I've got a warm-up in case of not being able to throw a javelin at the warm-up track, or prior to the competition as such. So sort of have a warm-up where, you know, I might want to throw some javelins before it, but then also have a warm-up where I can use a ball and throw it at a wall instead, and you actually get quite creative with what you can do in those situations as well. But quite often, you know, it starts off with a bit of a jog and sprint drills and things like that. Generally my competition warm-up would take about 30 minutes, so there's quite an element of warming the body up with the drills and the crossovers and things like that, and then warming the upper body up with the throwing side of it. So, but then again, I mean, I say that, and I've actually got a good friend of mine. She's one of the Latvian javelin throwers, and we always give her a bit of stick because she likes to have just a bit of a nap, really, before the competition, and everyone's always warming up and we're looking around looking for Lena, and here she is asleep with her head resting on a foam roller. So she, you know, each to their own, but nevertheless she comes out and she performs well, and I think for her she's got this idea that less is more, and that works for her, which is great. So just goes to show that you know, everybody's different, and I guess the more you know your body, the more you can figure that out.
Indeed. And placing their blocks in position in front of our broadcast position is the finalists in the junior boys 400 metres. Field of 8. 9-lane track here, and lane 1 not used, so 8 finalists from lanes 2 out to 9. So yes, still to come in the field, final 2 competitions. The senior boys discus final now, that's due in 10 minutes at 1:30, alongside the girls boys javelin throw multi-class para competition. Notice too that some of the athletes who were in the road race this morning that were watching Tori then came and competed in the steeplechase, which I just find truly remarkable. Look, they're young, which is great, but especially given the conditions in terms of, I'd imagine having run a road race in cold, wet conditions, that your muscles are going to probably just be a bit cold and sore, to be frank, but then to come out and compete well again on the track in a race like the 2,000 metre steeplechase is pretty awesome. Yeah,
it is really great to see, and you know, I think that's where, you know, they run their heart out in that road race, and then it's a quick turnaround, make it to the track, and off they go again. But that's where, you know, between the two events, if they can be making sure they wrap up warm again and try to get something on board, and before they compete again, then hopefully it will set them in good stead for a good performance on the track.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is tough turnarounds.
And obviously, wet clothing not ideal, and replacements required, or some very quick drying. One or the other going to the blocks here for the junior boys 400 metre final. We'll run through the contestants for you as they go. 2 Josh Mitchell, 3 Aidan Galley, 4 Max Lua, 5 Ryan Douglas, 6 Noah King, 7 Isaac Saville, Cody Lawson in 8, and Aidan Platts in lane number 9 in the 1 lap decider.
Lane 7, Isaac Saville from St. Peter's College. In lane 8, we have Cody Lawson.
947, Ryan Douglas of Waimea College running underneath towards the lead on the stagger here. Noah King. Yes, outside going 725 Isaac Saville from St. Bees. Okay. But a practical winner will be for Ryan Douglas and Waimea College.
I believe we've got the Flying Mullet out there again from Southland. Gosh, that was a pretty quick turnaround as well from his 200 metre race. So good on him.
Cody Lawson, not bad going. Backing up in the 200 metres. Next up on the track, we do have the senior 1500s. We'll run through the starting lineups as soon as we can. Just thinking back on the 1500 metre semis from yesterday, Bryn Gordon went out to a big lead in her heat from Cashmere High and hung on to win that. That was the heat taken about 4:45, and she ran that from the front, but they were pretty cagey heats, obviously, with number of runners doing the 800 and the 1500. Now that boys javelin throw multi-class para is underway, so we'll bring that to you as we can as well. Just waiting for the 1500 field to come up, which isn't available, but we'll work our way through them once they get underway. Javelin underway in front of us here, Corey. We get a good look at them from behind, just with the prevailing wind we've got today. Help or hindrance from your view?
Yeah, I think it might help them today. It doesn't seem to be as strong as yesterday, which is good. And actually, I noticed that we've got Holly Robertson out there officiating as well, which is awesome. Holly is our national para javelin thrower, which is fantastic. She will be competing again in Paris next year. So yeah, fine career Holly has had, and a great inspiration for these young para athletes in the javelin.
So keep you up to date with that. The finalists for the 1500, although not going to draw order here, so we'll work our way through them, as I say, once they get underway. They're getting down to the starting point for this. Bo Ritchie, the winner of the 800 metres earlier, and expected to be prominent again in this final. Got 15 listed to race. Just looking for Bo out there in the binoculars, which I can't see her just at the moment, but
And the big long trench coat.
there she is too. She is. She's yes.
She's keeping warm.
I mistook her for an official, I think. Well spotted. She is keeping warm. Yeah.
Her coat looks like a little bit of a sleeping bag, folks. It's right down to her ankles. She's keeping nice and warm, which is awesome. Great to see. Hood's up. It's awesome.
Benefit of experience, and Bo has run in all manner of conditions and all manner of distances, obviously on the track, but also cross country over the last few years. They continue their warm up, and we've got javelin and the discus competition about to get underway as well. The senior boys with their 1.5 kilo implement that is starting now.
Yeah, and I think this javelin competition, there's only two competitors out there, so it's going to be quick turnarounds for them, but it won't be a long competition like the girls' long jump, so it'll be short and sharp, and hopefully they'll get some good throws out there.
Sorry, just a touch slow on things at the moment, so just trying to rectify that situation. One device is given up completely. Yes, I think I can close that one for the day by the looks, but we've got the 1500 about to go, and picture those discus fields, etc. as well, and the javelin results as they go to as best we can here. But 15 listed competitors in the final here for the 1500 as they get to the starting line. And they're underway from the 1500 metre starting point. And I can run through the starting list now that's come through. Jessica McKenzie out of Hutt Valley High, Abby Bolton, McLean's College, Kennedy Taylor, Southland Girls, Nathan Motley, Craighead Diocesan. Jodie Nash, who was involved in a great finish earlier, Neve, for a win. Zara Geddes, St Hilda's Collegiate out there again. Bryn Gordon, Cashmere High. Zara Pomfret, Glendowie College. Lily Johnson, Mount Maunganui College. Sienna Mackley, Wakatipu High School. We've seen most of these runners today. Poppy Martin, St John Paul College out of Smart, Matamata College. Sasa Letica, Takapuna Grammar. Cheryl Heinen, Ultimatai College, and Bo Ritchie from St Peter's. Leading them down is Bryn Gordon, who led up her heat yesterday. And Poppy Martin over on the outside, number 369, currently going second. Just in behind the leader is 881 Jodie Nash from Takapuna. Also handy there is Sasha Letica, another from Takapuna.
Carrying on with our hurdles, we
As they
have
sort themselves
next
out.
have the 100-metre junior hurdles. In third
And just
place,
looking for
we
Bo
have
Ritchie
Ethan
there. She's
Geraldine High
got mid-pack and just stay out of trouble.
Tell you what, where would you be without those binoculars, eh?
Yeah. Well, with me, with my eyesight, I'll be nowhere. As they come into the front straight, Bryn Gordon is the current leader. Bo Ritchie now moved to be more prominent to their outside. Lulu Johnson there in this party as well. So the party, they're all completely bunched at the moment. At this stage of the race, Jodie Nash right in behind. 558 there, prominent as well. It is Cheryl Heinen runners 3 and 4 wide here and covering a bit of extra ground, including Neve Motley from Craighead, who was a dramatic winner of the 2,000 metre steeplechase earlier in a blanket finish. But Bryn Gordon running from the front. Tori, I'm not sure, were you here yesterday with me for the heats of the 1500 when Bryn Gordon opened up a massive lead and just basically ran by? Okay, must have been Keeley, and yeah, she ran pretty much by herself. Yeah, it was an interesting tactic, and she just kept on going.
Oh, fantastic!
And she's looking to run from the front today, but she's now slipping back through the field because 880 has taken over, and that is Sasha Letica, who has opened this race up, and Bo Ritchie coming with her in behind. 471 lying third. At the moment is Lulu Johnson. 558 is next through. That's Shara Heinen, and then Poppy Martin as the field splits up. But it's Sasha Letica who leads from Bo Ritchie, and Shara Heinen moves through to third, and they have cut away from Poppy Martin and Lulu Johnson. Bo Ritchie has made her move now, Tori, and looks strong coming off the back.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as she starts that kick, she's got a heck of a lot of pace there, so it's quite impressive to watch. I mean, look at the distance she's put on the rest of the pack already. It's very impressive. So here she comes down the home straight, running very strong there.
She did this morning in the 800 metres. She does it again in the 1500 metres with a kick over the concluding stages, and Bo Ritchie takes the 1500 metre title. Poppy Martin finishing strongly for second. Sasha Letica, it's a courageous run. She took it to them, tried to break up the field. She's finished third over Shara Heinen, who's the fourth runner in. Congratulations to all of the finalists. And a big weekend for them all. Bo Ritchie, 4:30.59 her winning time from St. Peter's School. Poppy Martin, 4:35.61 from John Paul College. And Sasha Letica's time, 4:36.87 third.
Fabulous run there, really, from all the girls, and as we say, last day of the New Zealand Secondary School Nationals, and everyone just finding that last little bit of energy in the tank for what's been a big weekend.
Shara Heinen finishing fourth, 4:38.43. Zara Pomfret fifth. Glendowie College and Lulu Johnson rounding out the top six. Zara Geddes in seventh. So two field events ongoing at the moment, the para javelin and also the senior boys discus. And on the track next up we will have the 1500 metre senior boys final. And in the girls javelin throw there, the one competitor we just saw there, the current distances recorded, and we'll get back to that very shortly. Just trying to update my device here as we look to the senior boys finals, and here we have it with 15 finalists. Cooper Whiteman of Christchurch boys, Azrael Capaseo from Tolaga boys, Etienne Cologne from Westlake, James McClay Southland boys, Callum Murray, Aquinas College to get underway. Max Wildboy out of Napier boys, Jamie Mora from Auckland Grammar, he's had a good weekend. Hamish Murray, Aquinas College, Nick Dobby from New Plymouth, George Wiley, Tullanga boys, Daniel Hayes, St Kentigern, Elliot Pugh, Bethlehem College, Daniel Sinclair, Whanganui Collegiate, Angus Sevier from Cashmere High, and Daniel Prescott, St Thomas of Canterbury. It's a strong field, as you would expect, in the senior boys as they come into the front straight for the first time. And Daniel Prescott, noted front runner, has taken up the lead. Looks like Angus Sevier in second place it is. And third is Max Wildboy at the moment, and then the white hair of George Wiley. Jamie Moore just back in sixth place at the moment, with Etienne Cologne just ahead of him in fifth, as they break up fairly quickly here, because Daniel Prescott has clearly got a plan, Tori, and that's to go hard and to break this field up.
Yeah, look at him on that back stretch. You can see on your screens there, folks, a huge gap between him and the rest of the pack. But these long distance races are all about strategy, aren't they? So we'll see what eventuates out of this race.
His strategy may well be that he feels that this is the way that he can perhaps take the sting out of a runner like Jamie Moore. And I just noticed that Jamie briefly moved through to lead that pack, which he probably doesn't want to be doing, and now he's just rested back, and other runners have come around to him and he'll be looking for a drag forward. But courageous run here from Daniel Prescott. He's got 2 laps left to run, and he's got a big gap here, but the pack don't look unduly alarmed at the moment, although Jamie Moore might be thinking about making a move. And next door to him, 190, is Cooper Whiteman. Angus Sevier is running out wide on the track at the moment. As they come past us, the urgings of the crowd, plenty of them hanging over the fence here. Just tucked on the inside too, Max Wildboy, saving himself some ground, but Daniel Prescott's got a big lead here. He's coming off the back with probably about a 50-metre advantage. George Wiley's worked to second, trying to drag up Jamie Moore, and Cooper Whiteman currently lying fourth. But 500 metres to go for Daniel Prescott from St Thomas of Canterbury. Quick glance behind him here.
Yeah, that pack's is actually catching up, so it's going to be quite an interesting race on this, through this last 400 metres, I think, once they get going. So
Jamie Moore, George Wiley, Angus Sevier there, so too Daniel Sinclair, 107.6 becoming prominent as well. Westlake runner is close at hand too, and that is Etienne Cologne. But the crowd are, I think the locals getting behind their St Thomas of Canterbury man Daniel Prescott, and he heads down the back. He's got a huge lead. Chase coming from behind, Jamie Moore, Daniel Sinclair, George Wiley, Angus Sevier trying to hang on as well. Down the side he comes, about 150 metres to go.
Here we go. Here comes a bit of a kick from that pack behind, and they're gaining.
Daniel Prescott turns now. He has a quick glance behind. He can see the finish line, but it's tough. You can see the pain on his face, and Jamie Moore is flying down the outside. And so too Cooper Whiteman, but he's done it. Daniel Prescott's lasted from Jamie Moore. Westlake runner Etienne Cologne has dashed into third ahead of Cooper Whiteman, Angus Sevier. What a performance
What a phenomenal run. That's unbelievable. What a great run.
The strategy paid off.
Oh, and look, that's a huge, huge kudos to him to have the confidence to go out hard and fast like that from the start and hold that right to the end. Like, good on him. That's phenomenal.
We're in a caravan here and we've got the headphones on, but you could kind of feel the vibe, couldn't you, Tori?
You could.
They were getting behind him, particularly over that last lap. They knew he needed the help, because he was absolutely all out. It was done purely on courage, that last 400 metres.
Yeah, look at him go. He managed to keep a reasonable gap there too, considering the real surge that we had from that group behind him. So
yeah.
Yeah, like I said, huge kudos to him.
So Daniel Prescott's time 3:54.64. Jamie Moore 3:55.65. Etienne Cologne's finished well for third, 3:56.15. It was just 4/100ths of a second ahead of Cooper Whiteman with Christchurch boys 3:56.19, and Angus Sevier, the Kashmir student, rounding out the top 5 at 3:56.59. But that was a classic contest.
Yeah, we just had a huge cheering there from Westlake boys as they see that Etienne has just pipped Cooper Whiteman there for that third place position. So a very, very close run to take home that bronze medal. So Westlake boys really getting around their fellow teammate there, which was awesome to see.
Next up, looking forward to a senior boys 400 metre multi-class para race, which will lead us into the 400 metres for both senior girls and senior boys.
Yeah, and just looking into that discus circle there, we're only early stages into that second round, but after the first round we've got Finn McLeod from Christchurch Boys High School sitting there in first place at the moment with a throw of 48.45 metres, and James Moore, his fellow teammate, not far behind him on 43. So, we're early stages into this, so again, there's a number of competitors here in the senior boys discus, so it'll be a matter of who can stay on top of their performance throughout the whole event, really, isn't it?
Yeah. And in the javelin, have you got those standings there? There's been, I think, 3 throwers, 2 of the senior para boys, and Charlie Gardner-Hall out there in the junior para girls. Charlie's thrown 11.50, I see there. And Zach Lappin 29.43 in the senior boys. F37 category for Zach from Rangiora. Mac Denniston F34 13.53. Charlie Gardner-Hall's in the F37 category in her competition. And there's also senior girl Rangiruru Una Kanajil Redding 16.73 in the F46 category. And there is the final result and standings right through to Israel Cabaseo, who I must say ran a very impressive last 100 metres there at the back of the field. He's been very busy across this weekend, as have many of the athletes in that sort of middle to senior distance.
In the junior race, in lane 3 we have Daniel Pitts from Tauranga College, and then seniors in lane 4, Josh Ray from Papanui High School, Jackson Woolley in lane 5 from Papamoa College, and lane 6 Louis Douglas from Hepworth North High School, and lane 7 will be Lee West from Papanui High School. Just a reminder when they do finish.
Well, it's good to see there's a few more folk out here on the fences now, and as the weather started to clear, I think I had a little bit of a quick whip into the cafe before, and I think most of the people were in there parked up in the warmth watching on the live stream coverage, which is great. But it's good to see everyone out there now, and all the teammates of from all the different schools out there. I think a few of them in their number ones by the looks of it, getting ready to sort of cheer on their teammates for the last events of the day before they head home. Do I say it? Do I dare say it? There's blue sky out there.
You go and say it.
We might see the sun. My goodness.
We saw it yesterday morning. It was really warm when I landed here for my first stint, but things have changed since then. So on the track here, we've got para athletes. We have 4 in the senior multi-class 400 metres. We've got Josh Ray from Papanui High in the T38, Jackson Woolley in the T38, Louis Douglas of Havelock North, and a category for him, and Lee West, who's a T20 athlete and a junior athlete out there as well, Daniel Kitts, who is in lane 3 in the juniors. So that's the mixed junior and senior power event, which is underway. Jackson Woolley, very prominent power athlete. He's coming off the back straight. It's all about their times recorded in their category as to how they will finish, but Jackson Woolley coming into the front straight in the 400 metres. Encouraged on by an enthusiastic crowd. And Douglas now to come through, and two Papua New Guinea athletes, Lee West and Josh Ray, and the junior Daniel Kitts coming in to complete the 400 metres. Medal presentations taking place. Tori, medals from events like this, do you have a place for them? A drawer? a shelf?
Yeah, I feel like there's a drawer. They just go in the drawer and the drawer gets shut, and then you don't really look at them again. Yeah, I think quite a lot of my medals are at home down in Gore.
Pretty cool at the time though, right?
Yeah, so cool, so cool. And that's the thing, you know, you have the medals forever, don't you? So really cool to be able to look back on and reminisce on those moments, and reminisce on, you know, all the people that have helped you to achieve that medal. So you can't forget that as well. So plenty of memories.
Yep, and the next generation to look at too. I do have the occasional sneaky peek. Dad's still got his 2 national bronze long jump medals, which I like to pull out because I never got anywhere near his status. So I'm probably more interested in them than he is or was as I was growing up and developing an interest in the athletics. Jackson Woolley's time there for the 400 metres, 59.54. Louis Douglas 107.21. There's a medal presentation happening for the senior boys 100, and down in front of us now the senior girls 400 metres is about to take place. The finalists have placed their blocks and going through their starting routine and warm-up. Kit's time there listed for the junior, multi-class para 114 and change there. The final of the 400 metres senior girls, lane 2, Alex Rees-Thomas from St Margaret's, lane 3, Holly Fawcett Aquinas College, lane 4, Lee Pratton from Kashmir High, Sophie Hancock from Rotatuna, lane 5, Emily Faircliff from Western Springs, lane 6, Maya Puktura from Tauranga Girls in lane 7, Kate Borton out of St Cuthbert's, lane 8, and Josephine Tappenden, Nayland College in lane number 9. Tony and I were talking earlier about the delay we had to the program, and that we needed obviously to get back on time and not have a lunch, so to speak, so that anyone who needs to get away on flights today can, in terms of St Peter's, and with that team of sort of 35-ish. What are your plans from here? Do you stay another night? Do you get out tonight?
We actually, head out tonight. So, you know, book the latest flight possible, and hope for the best, and hope that you are all finished for the day. So, appreciate that the changes were made, so that we didn't have to make too many drastic changes to our logistics in getting home.
So we're underway in the 400 metre senior girls final, and they head into the back straight on the stagger. 1006, Emily Faircliff appears to be making good progress just on the outside of her. Maya Putoira is also prominent. Sophie Hancock also making up ground to get herself into the finish in the stagger here as she saves ground. But Emily will turn first. Sophie coming underneath now. Right around Kate Borton, prominent for a medal alongside there of Maya. But Emily Faircliff will take it out. Sophie Hancock into second and narrowly third by the looks. Kate Borton on the outside of Maya Putoira. Confirm that for you in a moment. And the final of the one lap. And the senior boys have their turn off the back of this. Emily Faircliff out of Western Springs College, 56.71, her winning time. Sophie Hancock, 57.82, from Puna. Kate Borton, 58.13, out of St Cuthbert's, third, narrowly ahead of Maya Putoira, 58.46 from Tauranga Girls.
Yeah, and a quick update there. We've got Finn McLeod still sitting in first place there with a throw of 48.45 in the discus. James Moore currently second. Mania Christensen currently third with 43.12. So there's a couple others just behind with 42 and 39. So I think this could be quite a close discus competition that we'll have on our hands here, which will be good. Perhaps some awesome 6-round performances maybe, like the senior girls shot put that we had this morning.
Yes. Now off the back of the senior boys 400 metres, we get into the relays to conclude the track program. There's the update of the discus that Tori was giving you there. And a good number of relays with the obviously the 4x1, 4x4 and mixed 4x4 as well to come. Just looking for this final field here as they get called to the mark for the 400 metres. And I actually have it in front of us, I do, right now. 2, Jacob Killermister from Kapiti College, Harrison Lang, Christ College, Lane 3. Connell McLean from Westlake 4, James Ford, King's College, the 800 metre runner winner in 5, Kaharangi Cotterell in 6, also from King's College, Aston Blinker and Pye from Tauranga Boys in 7, Jordan Veach from Christchurch Boys in 8, and Joe Berman from St Kentigern in 9. James Ford has come out of the blocks very fast and is making good ground down the back straight. Kaharangi Cotterell just ahead of him, also prominent as they hit the stagger coming off the back. James Ford though coming underneath him, and James Ford's going to take up the running. The King's College pair. James Ford goes through to the lead on Kaharangi Cotterell around the corner. Right around them we've got Jordan Veach, and right of him is Joe Berman, but James Ford will add the 400 to his 800 metre title. King's College medal of Kaharangi Cotterell home second, and Jordan Veach, Christchurch Boys High. And he's just under 48 seconds by the sounds, so we take you back to the discus cage. James Ford did the 400, 800 metre double last year. He ran 49.11 in the 400. Well, he's faster than that today. In the 800 last year, he ran 152, and he ran 202 today because that's all he had to run, and the conditions were utterly miserable. It became a tactical affair. James Ford 47.99. Kaharangi Cotterell 49.14. Jordan Veach 50.23. Connell McLean 4th, 50.50. Joe Berman 5th, 50.72. Jacob Kilmister at 51.17. Harrison Lang 51.34, and Aston Blinker and Pye 51.47. Congratulations to those who made it through to the final of the 400 metres, and James Ford does the double again as we get back to senior boys discus. Here's confirmation of the 400 metre result for the senior boys, with James Ford and King's College to the fore with the first two home. And at the discus, Finn McLeod 48.45, leading James Moore 48.82. Mania Christensen 43.99, and Blessing Sefo 42.20. And we're in the third round of that discus, with probably roughly half the field through that round.
Pretty good flight on that discus there from Blessing Sefo from Kelston Boys High School. And he's got a best throw at the moment in the competition of 42.20, sitting in fourth. So we'll see how that one measures out. Like I said, not a bad flight, and not too bad with the wind conditions today for flighting discuses. So we'll see how everyone goes.
Finn McLeod pulled out his best throw in the first round. He's only had one throw since, and put out 46.68 there. Blessing's result through there. I think the distance there, Tori.
Yeah, 44.20.24. That's popped him up into third place. So, yeah, like I said, this could be a very close competition, which is great for those spectators that are all gathered around there now on the fence behind.
Been steady improvement from Blessing too across his three throws there.
Yeah, really building into the competition, as you can see. You know, and that's often, you know, those first three throws, sometimes it takes a little bit to get going. So sometimes we can see the better throws more toward the end of the competition. And yeah, athletes really start to find their rhythm, find their groove in the circle, and yeah, we see some better performances on those fifth and sixth rounds.
He won the shot put earlier in the meeting with 17.90, defeating James Moore, who was second, and James lying second at the moment behind Finn McLeod. Throws doubling and in some cases tripling up across the disciplines, which I think is a great thing at this age, isn't it, Tori?
Oh, it is fantastic, and there's no harm in dabbling in everything, and until you, I guess, find your passion and commit to that. But I very much think that giving everything a go is really important, and all the skills from, you know, all the different events, they all contribute at the end of the day to your overall athletic ability, I believe. So yeah, there's no harm in giving everything a crack.
My athletics experience, which I'm sure is very similar to clubs around the country, where you do absolutely everything. And fair to say I wasn't all that flash at shot put or anything throwing, Tori, but got the opportunity to do it, and a little bit of an understanding of what goes on and what might be required to operate at the level that someone like yourself does. But obviously a great deal of commitment that becomes lifetime devotion to actually perform on the international stage like yourself. But at this stage, about fun very much at secondary school level. Yeah,
very much so. And you know, I didn't spread my wings too widely across the athletic events, but I was still involved in a number of team sports, and so my running was very much on a netball and a basketball court, and sometimes on the rugby field, and so more shorter, sharper sort of running stints for me on those courts and the team sports. But yeah, as I say, it all contributes back at the end of the day to the athlete that you become. So really grateful for my experiences in those sports as well.
Daniel Mullins, Maclean's College, just got out a 40.49 there, which is his best so far We'll have the top 8 throwing shortly, rounds 4, 5 and 6. We've got the first of our relays to happen before us. And it'll be the junior girls 4 by 100.
Discus there, we've got Xavier Solar from Rongotai College there. He's just put out his throw, so we'll look to get a measure on that. We're still in our third round there in the senior boys discus. So Xavier, that throw coming in at 36.95, that moves him up into 10th place there. So just shy of that top 8 so far. So all our athletes in these field events will be looking to make the top 8 to progress through to the next 3 rounds of the event.
Just searching for the final lane draw for this relay. Hopefully it'll pop up in just a moment, but the lead runners just behind the blocks are waiting starting instructions before we get underway.
Yes, and this relay, the 4x4, you would like to think that, 4x1, a lot of this comes down to the baton change. The old trusty baton change. And now, so, you know, you may be the fastest team on the track, but if the baton doesn't get round, that poses quite an issue.
We've seen it many a time, and at senior international level too, where the fastest teams have not won the medals for that very reason.
It's always good to have these relays at the end of the weekend, isn't it? I feel like all the teams really rally around their relay team, and we often get an awesome atmosphere here at the track. All the spectators on the edge of the fence cheering on their favourite team and cheering on the athletes, and especially for the last runner to bring it home down that home straight. So looking forward to hearing all the noise that's going to be coming from that grandstand over there.
Yeah, it's going to fire them up, isn't it? If Daniel Prescott hasn't done that already with his front running win in the 1500 metres. Takes a bit of organising, the relays obviously with the changes, and everybody has to be in order and operation and the all clear given from one change to the next. Anything changed in the discus there, Tori? Those latest throws?
No changes just yet. We've still got Finn McLeod in first place, James Moore second, Blessing Sefo in 3, Nia Christensen 4th. So we'll keep an eye on those results as they progress through that third round.
Got the junior 4x100 underway and heading down the back straight. And coming towards their final change down the side, and pretty close competition as well.
Very close, and we've got some baton changes there. As you can see, a nice zoom up on the baton changes. All really good baton changes there from all of the teams.
North.
Strong finish. Look at that.
Havelock North and Christchurch Girls High who are finishing strongly the outside. Not a lot between them at the line. Junior girls.
Yeah, so we'll wait for those results to pop up, but that looked like a good strong finish there, really close to that first and second place.
Havelock North have taken it, 51.45 coming through over Christchurch Girls. We'll get their time. They've been given the same time, so.
Oh wow, here we go.
51 and 45, so. Havelock North were prominent throughout and led for most of the way, but Christchurch Girls High School finish was strong, and they've recorded the same time. At this stage, Havelock North listed as number 1 over Christchurch Girls, Villa Maria third, 52.59, then St Peter's 52 and 63, Marlborough Girls College 52.91, 5th, Barradine College 6th, 53.85. St Peter's B team, a couple of teams there in the final, 57 and 38. So Havelock North High and Christchurch Girls High same time, 51.45, but Havelock seem to have been given the result at this stage. We'll keep an eye on that and see if there's any updates on that.
I love the relays. It's almost like you know, this is the event where you get the real bragging rights as being fastest school. So it's quite good banter between all the schools, and the camaraderie's very high in these events.
Indeed. The junior boys about to do battle. There's an update on your screen of the senior boys discus, with McLeod still leading more than Cepho. As we move into the top 8 throwers.
Yeah, and so they'll just be looking at those there, our top 8 throwers, and they'll be reordering those for the following 3 throws, or the last 3, sorry.
So working through our 4x100 metre relays. Junior boys coming, then we'll go to the senior girls, senior boys. And we've also got a T20 senior 4x1, mixed 4x4 coming, along with the girls and boys 4x4, got a mixed 4x4 senior. Girls 4x4, second to last go, and the senior boys 4x4 to wrap up the afternoon. And on the track, the senior discus there, track event left. Going to the blocks. Junior boys. Four by 100 metre relay. Full start. So they will be recalled.
Show us what card that would be there.
Give up.
So we've got St Patrick's College Silverstream in lane 2, Palmerston North Boys High lane 3, St Peter's School lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School lane 5, 6 Dilworth School, 7 Auckland Grammar, 8 Middleton Grange, 9 St Bede's. But we do have a disqualification by the looks there of St Bede's, which is unfortunate. So the St Bede's team will unfortunately not take their place in lane number 9, down to a field of 7 now, with lanes 1 and 9 spear as the other 7 get called forward to the blocks. So that's one advantage of being a field athlete, Tori. Don't have that sort of instant disqualification which we see sometimes at major championships, and it's pretty cutthroat these days.
Yeah, it is, and it's a long way to go if you're going to go all the way to, say, Budapest for a race and you unfortunately false start. So all the athletes will be making sure they're getting plenty of practice in on their starts and on their block starts to help prevent that from happening.
So to the blocks they go for a second time. It's the junior boys 4x100 metre relay final. And they're underway clean on this occasion. 4x1. And that first change taking place.
Littleton Grange at 8 and St. Bede's were disqualified. And coming out halfway through, pretty close there, looks like Christchurch Boys at the moment.
Christchurch Boys High School leading at the moment, coming up to the last changeover, which looks relatively clean. St. Patrick's Silverstream comes through on the inside, but right across the track for the Miners. Christchurch Boys come through. Close between St. Pat's and Auckland Grammar for second and third in the junior 4x1.
Yeah, strong finish there on that outside, lane there, coming down the home straight.
Christchurch Boys time 45:43. The latest from the senior boys discus with 8 through 1. Reverse order now for the 4th, 5th and 6th throws. Auckland Grammar 45.99. Gone up second over St. Patrick's College Silverstream in that close photo for second and third. And St. Patrick's 1/100th of a second slower at 46 seconds.
Yeah, and in the discus here we've got Mania Christensen from Rotorua Boys High School in the circle for his 4th attempt. Currently sitting in 4th place. Prior to that we had McLean Forbes jump up into 5th place with a throw of 42.63. So some of these bigger throws are starting to show now in these later rounds, which is great. You can see they're obviously finding a bit of a groove in that circle and really warming into the competition.
So the final field competition of the meet is building up for a pretty decent finish there, which is ideal. Our relays are continuing in front of us, and next up the senior girls 4x100. And we do have a couple of fast gentlemen entering the caravan. One James Dolphin and one Joe Dolphin, father and son, and Joe joining his father as a 100 metre New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics champion today, and Tony Rogers is going to have a chat to them, so congratulations to you, Joe. And James, good to see you. I've seen you on telly a few times flying around, and good to see that you've bred on.
In school's history, we've had a father and son win the same prestigious 100 boys senior final. So James, take us back to your day first and just let the audience recap when you did it.
It was quite a long time ago, Tony. So 2001 down in Dunedin, we had 100 there, and I came through as probably was my first showing in New Zealand and running outside of kind of the Auckland type region, and yeah, took out the 100 title there, and very, very happy.
So for our younger viewers in the audience who probably don't know your history, you went on to the World Champs in 2003 and became an Olympian. Just recap those days.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough to compete in the 2003 in Paris. We were together as a relay team, and so it happened when I was away that I qualified individually in the 200, and then went on to run at both Commonwealth Games, Olympics, and also again at the 2007 Osaka World Champs.
Yeah, so young Joe, we saw you there, and I believe you won the senior title by 1/100th of a second, similar to your dad did 22 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit surreal. I've been beat down with lots of injuries previously. I've had, I think, 16 hamstring strains, lots of problems with my ankles, knees, and I've been training with Joseph Miller, and we've been able to put some things together over the past 4 months. I had some injuries I was carrying, and started running around 22 flat pace, and he got me all the way down to running 21.3 and getting around to 10.5, so it's going to be good to see what I can do over the next year with some training, and just make it good to my family for everything, Dad for everything, Joseph, everyone who was around there supporting me. It's been awesome.
That's great, and so that's good to hear that you've had some fairly high-powered coaching from Joseph, and obviously Dad's giving you a little bit of support in lots of ways, if nothing else other than he's probably your number one sponsor. Tell me a little bit about the 200. Obviously we saw you had the narrow win in the 100, and Rylan Noom came back and did the 200 here. Probably saved some energy, did he, or how did you feel that went for you?
I think I definitely could have ran faster. There are things I did wrong, but all credit to him, he obviously ended up winning it. But around the bend, I could have come in a bit closer, could have held into the home straight. But I think overall I'm relatively happy with the time, not happy with the placing, but given the circumstance and the injuries and the training I managed to get in, I'm relatively happy with what I can do. But as I said, I'm not too fussed about how fast I can run when I'm 17. I'm more fussed about how fast I can run when I'm 27.
That's such a great attitude, and obviously there's lots of great characteristics. I've already just in a short chat with you, Joe, that you're showing you plenty of resilience with the setbacks you've had, and obviously taking that attitude that it's a long pathway for young athletes to make the top, and maybe emulate what your dad did. But we will just look at those and enjoy what you've done at the moment, and enjoy being a young man at Rangitoto College.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it's been good to be down here this weekend. I was hoping for a little bit sunnier conditions today. It was good, given everything.
Congratulations once again to Joe Dolphin, the senior boys 100 metre title winner this afternoon, and runner-up in the 200. But yeah, as we said, emulating his father of 22 years ago. Congratulations, Dad and son.
Thank you, Joe. As an individual athlete, was your own worst enemy, so it's and your biggest critic, but you also at the same time you're your biggest fan. So it's just making sure that we bring out the right side of everything as well. So I think he's got in front of him, and it's gone really well.
Yeah, it's great. I definitely picked up on that. He's pretty astute about how he could have improved that 200, so that's fantastic to hear, and it was good to see it was a little bit warmer this afternoon too, so well done to you guys, and looking forward to seeing some more of you during the summer.
Thank you so much.
Thanks there to Tony Rogers doing the interview there with Joe Dolphin, the 100 metre champion from the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, also a close second in the 200 metres, and of course his father, James Dolphin, who many of us remember, is a very quick sprinter going back a couple of decades. Now we're back in the discus cage, and we'll update that in a moment for you. We also saw during that interview the senior girls 4x100 relay, and a terrific finish. St Cuthbert's coming through narrowly over St Peter's, 49.77 St Cuthbert's, St Peter's 50.03. Fiji Athletics team finishing third, 51.04. Rolleston College just down the road from where we are here, 52.23. And the 4x100 senior boys to go to the blocks now with lanes 1 and 2 free. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High, their B side, B team, but they may not be the B team. Auckland Grammar, lane 4. Wellington College, lane 5. Lane 6, Francis Douglas Memorial College. Lane 7, Christchurch Boys High. 8, Whangarui High School. 9, Burnside High. So they take the blocks, a field of 7 for the 4x100 metre senior boys. 2 Christchurch High teams here. Lane 7 for their A team and lane 3 for the B. So they take their marks. And they're underway in the senior boys. Christchurch Boys A and Whanganui High School running pretty strong first legs out wide. They've overtaken the Burnside High team out wider. Coming up to the final change here. It's relatively clean. Christchurch Boys and Wellington College coming through strongly. Christchurch Boys just home from Wellington College and to Auckland Grammar. And a good finish to the senior boys 4x1. Confirm that for you in a moment. Tony Rogers just popping his headset on after just chatting with the 2 fastest men that have graced the caravan this weekend, Tony, I would suggest.
Definitely, they've got younger legs than you and I, Mark, that's for sure, both of them. But yeah, definitely a couple of speedsters. And really good to hear it's kind of the resilience that young Joe. I noticed I hadn't seen him running during the summer much in Auckland at all, and so yeah, but nurtured nicely through to the championship under great tutelage. Obviously, Dad's in the background, but doing quite a bit of work with Joseph Miller, so that's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some of our senior athletes of the past bringing through the next generation.
And I see Joseph still active himself running, and obviously he's been one of our very quickest runners ever, but as the years advance, obviously he can't run those times anymore, but good to see that he still wants to get out there and compete. Yeah,
and I'm sure that inspires some of these youngsters in Auckland. He's been turning out to run some 60s and 100s in the McKinnon Shield meets, I think it is, in the early season, so let's hope we might see a bit more of him during the summer. He's still got enough ability, I'm sure, to bring some of these young sprinters on, and I'm sure that it'll be good benefit for him working with a young fellow like Joe Dolphin. So, yeah. My first introduction to Eddie Osai-Ketia in the flesh was through Joseph Miller, because he was down to run at Newtown Park, and I said to my young boy, let's go to Newtown Park and watch New Zealand's fastest runner, who was at the time, of course, Joseph Miller, and he was beaten that night by Eddie Osai-Ketia. So we got to see Eddie that night, and Joseph played his part in getting some young people along to Newtown Park to see the fastest runners. The Christchurch Boys High School 18 there, credited with a 43-47 win narrowly over Wellington College, who finished strongly 43-55. Auckland Grammar third, 44-30. Christchurch Boys B team 44-97. Whanganui High School 45-45, and Burnside High 51-17. Yeah, so Christchurch Boys we're pleased to get that victory on their home track. I imagine they don't like getting beaten very often at Puna way.
No, indeed.
So, but yeah, good run there. I think it was Leo Youssef that was bringing home the Wellington College team, who almost got up, didn't they, in the last few strides. So that was good. So we've got a little bit of a gap, but we won't be too far away from the next lot of relays.
Indeed, we've got a boys 4x100 T20 senior relay. See, 2 sets of a few sets of blocks down there, but just possibly one team. Instead, we'll see. And then we're into the 4x4s, starting with a mixed junior. And just looking at the discus, Finn McLeod from Christchurch Boys still leading that with that throw of 48.45 over James Moore, also out of Christchurch Boys 48.01. Mania Christensen third, Rotorua Boys 44.76 ahead of Blessing Sefo from Council Boys at 44.24. It's the final field event of the 3-day program.
Yeah, and while we were chatting to James and Joe Dolphin, we saw the senior girls 4x1, and I'm not sure if my fellow commentator picked up that in the team that ran second from St Peter's School was one Bo Ritchie. So she's had a busy afternoon winning the 800 and 1500 title, looking fantastic I thought with her way she's moving, so smooth, running tactically brilliantly in both those races today, and then to come out and support her school team and almost claim another gold by finishing second to St Cuth's from the 4x1 for St Peter's School, so that was that result there.
And didn't she show some speed in those 800 and 1500 metre finishes, just setting back off the pace and launching?
I've heard that she's really worked on her speed, and of course that's helped her relax and flow better, and she looked so smooth, didn't she, in those races, and well, that 1500 just blew them away.
There was Mania Christensen in the discus cage, unfortunately a foul there, but he maintains his third spot.
It was the official result of the senior boys that was just on your screen. So for the 4x1, we've got the para relay. I'm not sure whether we have more than one team.
Just the one team.
Just the one team.
Tony, so they'll go around for a time.
And they've got to get the baton rounds though to earn the medal, so that'll be important. The judges will probably have even more scrutiny on them because there's only one team to watch, which makes it even tougher at the changeovers. So yeah.
Certainly the cleaner changeovers most noticeable in those 4x100s, and critical to the outcome of the results too, because there were a couple of extremely close finishes, especially both senior girls and senior boys there.
So this is good to see the Papanui High local boys, great supporters of para athletics. Papanui High on track and cross country. So as we see, there's the first change.
Certainly the two cross countries noticed the prominence of the Papanui team. High school where my wife went through, so take notice of them. They become my second high school behind Cockerell. So we move to the next change, and coming down the side here, we'll get a time for you for this Papanui team as they come to
haven't seen any of those officials throwing any red flags or anything like that in the air, or holding up a yellow board that I can see, but
I've seen one disqualification so far. Really this afternoon, a really good strong finish here. 2:20 4x1.
Their time was 64.82, so that's a fairly respectable time for a para athletes team. So well done to Papanui High.
And now we've got the 4x4s coming up, and we start with a mixed junior. And here, perhaps the baton change not necessarily quite as critical speed-wise, Tony, but we do see a bit of congestion at the start-finish line and some chaos.
Yeah, it always can be a bit of fun. So just so the viewers at home know the situation for a 4x4, they run in lanes for the first 500 metres, so that's the first runner plus the second runner for the first 100, and then they're allowed to cut into the pole line, so the second runner does that. And then the changeover order from there is determined how they line up in the home straight is the position they are crossing the 200 metre line. So we have an official over there that will check on that, and one at the changeover zone, which will be watching that, and they'll line up the athletes by the order that they pass the 200. So if things change over the last 200, there can be that's where all the movement happens, of course, where people have got to cross different directions. That they have to remain in that space until the runner inside is cleared from their run. So some of the tactics sometimes are important for the teams, that they work hard in that first 200 metres to get to a holder position, so they can then have a shorter run home if they like. Otherwise, some of them find heading out across the outside lanes, lane 4 or 5, to try and do the baton change if it gets congested.
Yeah. Now, Tony can tell you the conclusion of the senior boys discus, and as has been the case in a number of field events this afternoon, some really good efforts in the last round, and the top 3 have all produced their best throw in the last round. It hasn't changed the order. Well, actually it has changed the order. But Finn McLeod has taken the title for Christchurch Boys High. He was leading, but he pulled out his best throw, 51.46. James Moore of Christchurch Boys High, to make it a Quinella 4 then, 48.15. That was his best in the final round. And Blessing Sefo, he lifted himself to 3rd in the last round from Kelston Boys with a 47.82, overtaking Mania Christensen with a 44.76, and Mania looking to respond to Blessing, but pulled out a foul in attempting to pull out his best throw. So another really good finish to a field event today.
Yeah, it's good, and of course these lads some of them were involved in the shot put on Friday. Was and then of course Saturday morning it was. Time's ticking on after day 3. We're starting to lose track of time, aren't we? But yeah, and Blessing Sefo, he took out that shot, but and I think unfortunately for Mania Christensen, he might have had 2 fourths. I need to just go back and check on that, but so yeah, it's good to see that these athletes have got that sort of competitive temperament, that they can bring out their best towards the end, even though the results might be.
We'll just take a quick break here, Tony, and we've got Tori Peters to jump in beside you. 4x4 coming up, field of 4 there, and I'll be back shortly.
Thanks, Mark, for your work. It's been a long day, but we're coming towards this final stages, and Tori's probably can have a few insights, because the 4x4 mixed relay is a new event on the World Athletics calendar, and this year at Budapest, I think it was on day 1 they had the qualifying, and day 2 the finals, and we saw a bit of drama there.
Well, there's always drama in the relays. There's always drama in the relay.
And I think it was, from memory, the Dutch team got past or tripped just right on the end in the final, wasn't it? Was it Femke Bol, wasn't it? Yes, yeah. I'm just trying to recollect all my thoughts back from Budapest. But it's a new event, the mixed event, and I think it's a fantastic event, and it's something that we've introduced here for New Zealand schools. This will be our 3rd or 4th championship with it. Trying to encourage the smaller schools or the co-ed schools that can't put together, 4 strong 400-metre runners, but might have a couple of strong girls and a couple of strong boys, encouraging that team aspect of our sport. And it's something that we're going to have a road relays festival up in Auckland in September in the winter tournament week, which is going to be around about 4 times 2.5k to give a 10k relay, just in rough terms. But we're going to put a real focus on mixed events to help encourage our co-ed schools to bring some teams up there. So that's part of what we want to have, is that.
Just got our relay teams making it their way around the bend there, as you can see on the screen. So potentially talking some tactics, I'm not sure. Maybe talking about their relay changeovers, baton changeovers. Yeah.
And we've got a small break in the program, but it's actually good for our hard-working team that are doing all the medal presentations today, and you've seen them working hard out there, Tori. And so a big shout-out to Sandra Pooch from Burtonside High, who's been in control of that today. We know how important it is to recognise all of our individual podium athletes, and so there's a good number of medals given out over the course of the championship. And doing the relays teams is a bit of a big ask right at the end of the program to do all, what are we talking about, 10 relay races in the final stages of the championship. So, yeah.
So I believe just the 4 teams are going to be taking the track in the junior mixed 4x400 metre relay here.
And talking relays, it's something that St Peter's normally do pretty well. And have you got? And I think you've had mixed relay teams before. Have you got some today?
Yep, we do have some today. We have obviously a strong contingent of athletes that come along to New Zealand secondary schools. 35 in our team. So amongst that 35, we like to make up a few relays, and I think we've had pretty much a team in every age group relay, which is pretty cool.
So the teams in the junior mixed, which will be taken to the track shortly, you can see them starting to assemble. Wanganui High, St Andrews College, St Peter's School and Burnside High. So we've got 2 from the North Island, 2 from the South Island in this junior race. Green and yellow is Wanganui High. It'll be the navy blue of St Peter's. St Andrews is that's a navy colour with the blue cross.
Yep.
And then we'll have Burnside High, which are in a dark green strip. So it'll be easy to identify these teams. So I'm going to leave Tori to call through these junior 4x4s as I do a little bit more duty recognising our sponsors, and particularly want to put a shout out to them as I do that. And you've seen their logos appearing on the bottom left of your screen all weekend. So without the sponsors for New Zealand secondary schools, we would not be able to bring this championship together. And we recognise at our 50th anniversary dinner the other night the original sponsors which we had for the first 11 or 12 years at the track and field and the cross country, and that was Mount Cook Airlines.
Oh wow!
And they flew us all around the country.
Chartered the flights, did they?
They did. I did my first ever flight on Mount Cook Airlines from Hamilton to Christchurch, Tori. So you'll know that sector, and they were in charge of getting the athletes, helping with the organising committee with the logistics of athletes. So yeah, and of course some athletes travelled in those days, and we've heard a few stories over the weekend about the athletes that also came via the Wellington to Littleton ferry, which no longer exists.
Wow, okay.
And I do recall that my brother and father came via that method to support me at the championship. So that's a Mount Cook Airlines, and it was great to have Ian Dunn, who was on that original organising committee representing Mount Cook Airlines, and a couple of his colleagues at our dinner on Friday night. So yeah, it's without sponsors right from the beginning, these events wouldn't have happened, and they definitely, their support made sure the first dozen years the events were able to continue, not just with the track and field but also with the cross country. So I'll go and recognise a couple of them, and I'll hand over to Paul to join you while you call the relays.
Awesome, thanks Tony. So we're not far away from the start of this relay race here. A few of our athletes just looking around, waiting for our officials on the start gun. And, it's going to be an exciting end to this New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships, isn't it, with these last few relays. first runner of 3 out of our 4 teams. They've chosen a male.
They're always interesting, Tony. Sorry to interrupt for me here, jumping back in. Ka pai tahi, great afternoon. It's down the last events. This is one where, when you take teams away, to get a mixed relays, we've introduced these lately, but the 4x4s and the relays at the end of the day just generate that bit of team spirit, because as you know, with like in your field of expertise with the javelin, you get out there and you do your event and that's pretty much it. And I remember a young javelin thrower from Howard College one day anchoring their 4x100 metre relay in the Auckland Secondary Schools Championship, the New Zealand Secondary School Championship in Auckland, and they won the national championship. And they roped in the javelin thrower because he had a few wheels. So,
yep.
But it creates a team spirit, and for the ones who are here that have enough athletes, while the field looks small, that's fine. A lot of people have got travel arrangements, but it builds up a bit of team spirit and camaraderie, and you actually go across quite often these runners. If a school has got 4 very good 400 metre runners, fine. But often they don't. So yeah, so as I say, so we'll get these underway. We've got a few medal presentations going out in the background in the meantime, and you'll notice the ones that are going out just with their running uniform on, you'll notice they're a bit shivery. The wind, it has warmed up from this morning. It was a bit cold at 7 degrees, but that wind there is still a factor coming down. So the person running now, they'll run into the headwind, into the back straight there. So they'll come off the bend, into the back straight. And I heard Tony was just mentioning about Mount Cook Airlines. He's dead right, came down here to the first ones, and now it would be called Wakarere Aoraki. Te Wakarere Aoraki, because it's Wakarere being the plane, and Aoraki, of course, being the name of our tallest maunga in Aotearoa. Here we go, away they go. Now this will be interesting because it'll look like the runner will spread out, and we'll see how they go. Now on screen there, you can see that white cross in Andrew's runner 7:05. And here's the girl, and here she's running the first lap. She's doing really well hanging on there. She's at about 300 metre mark.
That's our athlete from St. Peter's School.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, 200 metre mark at that throw. And
from Te Aho Keturi Kotekura.
What? Oh, sorry, that's a different athlete we've got up there. Is it? Second runners. Now, for those who are not used to athletics, you'll see on the back straight there, when the camera goes on, there's a whole lot of little yellow markers on the track, little cones. That's where the runners are allowed to come into the inside lane now. So they do a staggered start. They run the first 500 odd metres in their lanes, and then they break in. And when the runners come around to the top end of the straight, around about just past that water jump around the corner, whoever hits there first is normally allowed the inside lane. You see the marshals putting in there already. So we know that the St Andrews team, they have come in, so they're allowed the inside running. Now it looks like the ones coming in second and third, they'll be a bit of a shuffle. Now it's the runner at the top of the straight has the right to the inside lane, whether the other runner goes past them or not. So that's always a juggle with a 4x4. With a mixed relay, a little bit different. Normally see how the runner's coming out into lane 3 now. She's gone past the other runner, but she has to come out because those are the rules. Now in internationals, they try and shuffle them across, but they've had so many people tripping that too many protests. So here he goes. Now we've got
Jake Lomas from St Peter's School in Cambridge.
He looks like he's going to make inroads.
Yeah, he's got some wheels, and this is where it's really interesting, the strategy that the teams pick as to who goes first and leads the race. And as I mentioned earlier, 3 of the teams started the relay with the male competitors, and only the one team, St Peter's School, with the female taking.
Oh, you can't plug your school.
Oh no. Well, I'm just saying interesting strategy. Interesting strategy.
Yes,
we'll see what's going to happen here. So
and he's put the hammer down.
He has, and he's taken the lead. Yeah.
And no discredit to the St Andrews girl because they've got one more runner each, and it looks like
And Jack Romas from
Now that's interesting because I've said that they've had to go to the lane 2, which that's interesting. He hasn't cut into the inside yet. There we go. So that's going to be interesting. He's running out lane 2. He doesn't have to, but he's decided to do an extra couple of metres around there. There's that Wanganui High School. He's going off there. He's got to try to motor, and I think that's the three last lap runners there, all boys out there. Now we've got one of the girls finishing off.
I think this one might be Wanganui here. And
is it?
yeah, the Burnside and the right.
James Lothar there from St Peters.
That is Burnside.
No, that's Wanganui High School, and that's Burnside. Yes, no, Wanganui are green and gold. Here we go. So St Peters looking for another bit of victory here in the mixed up relay. There we go. Here's the time coming. You might be able to see it on the screens here. The time coming through. There you go. So there's a happy group.
Look at that, a big smile on the face there for a gold medal for St Peters School. They're going to be all having a celebration. There you go. There's some teamwork there.
There we go. Wanganui High School, good on them. They've got a team in and they've done well. And the local St Andrews, the last runner for them, she's coming around. She's got 100 metres to go.
In second place we have Kaharangi Cockerell from King's College. And in first place, gold medal.
There she goes, good effort. She's finisher, get to the finish line. Yeah, well done. On your podium now, they've 1, 2, 3 there, 1, 2 double for King's College. And I mentioned earlier this morning that one of the coaches, Perry Cunningham, he's coached this lad here, Mr. Ford, to 2 400-metre titles, and he also had it with James Harding. So he's won 4 400-metre titles as a coach. So there you go. That's no mean feat. So well done to those boys. And Kahurangi, the same college, came in second. He ran well. He was on the bend, but James Ford came up on the shoulder and managed to pull away down the home straight. But a 1-2 finish for King's College. So I wonder if they're going to run a 4x4 since they were the 2 fastest girls. So get the rest to see. So now the next event on the track is the 4x4 girls.
Yeah, that'll be our junior girls.
Yep, so we've got Palmerston North Girls High School, Palmerston North Girls High School in lane 2, Diocesan School for girls in lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate in lane 4, Barradine College lane 5, St Peters School is in lane 6, St Cuthbert's College in lane 7, Rangiruru Girls School in lane 8, and Craighead Diocesan School in lane 9. So we've got one in the lower North Island, we've got 2 Wanganui, and we've got local ones here too, Rangiruru and Craighead from just down the road in Timaru. So that'll be interesting. 4x4.
Yep.
So we're just waiting here now. You'll see them when they get called into the back to the start. I'm waiting for somebody in lane 3. Yeah, sorry, we're just a bit of a delay there, but as you can see, just see how signage those pins, they can just all flipping around. You can see that wind. So coming home in the home straight's fairly handy, but going into that back straight, remember the first lap they've got to run in their lanes, and then they break by those little yellow markers I mentioned in the last race, which will be put out. If they're not there already, they'll go past the second runner is allowed to cut in at that point. So we'll get underway shortly in the junior girls 4 by 400-metre relay.
caught up. So on your marks. There we go. Great to see 8 teams here. Oh, sorry, 7.
Yeah, we're just missing some cuts there in the end. Popped up on the start list, but
It looks like yes, they
did
have
not start. So.
correct, same cuts. And running into that headwind now, they'll come around the corner, get a little bit of a break from that. And as they come into the straight, you can see the people there in the, they stay in their lanes. Always looks like the person out front is winning, but we realise we've got to run another 15 or so metres past where the lane 2 touch over is. So just watch out and see if they're tiring up, because that 400 metres is a good burn on the lactic system. Here we go. Here's a change out here in lane 9, and we've got lane. We've got 2 there running just about stride for stride. So we'll see how they go when they straighten out into past those little yellow markers, and coming up in about 50 metres for them after the bend. And then we'll get a bit of a juggle on the schools of where they are at. Here we go into the camera shot there. We've got, now see how she's cutting in? She's got to come across in the diagonal, so the inside lane runner's got that at the moment in the lead. And is that your school? Is that St. Peter's School?
That is not St. Peter's.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to pick up the uniform there, but we'll see them as they come around. We get the athlete.
Looks like a good tussle here coming into the home straight here for the girls who are leading this race.
Yes, and now they said they've got to come pick up their runner, so one of them's got to come out to lane 3. Oh, no, she's gone to the inside because they had the inside lane to start with. Oh, she's juggled back in. So there's a bit of a shuffle.
Good thing she picked up on that though.
Yes, here's your St. Peter's in second. You get that.
Quite St. Peter's just coming down the home straight now.
Oh, there's one good new collegiate, the girl in the light blue with the black stripe. So she's going around. Sorry, we're just trying to pick up the competitor shirts. So here's another lass just picked up. She needs to move into the inside. Just doing that there. She's getting across now. Remember, the shortest distance around the track is always the closest to that rail, and that's what you want to try to head to get to the inside rail. Now we've got contenders out the front here, neck and neck at the front, the 2 schools. And who have we got here? Oh, they've gone to that same inside position. So
Really, really close coming in now.
sorry, we just picked this. Oh, here they come. Like you can see them neck and neck down the straight here. See the girls waiting in anticipation. They know this is going to be close. They're changing over. A couple of metres advantage to the ones in lane 2.
So I think Craighead there.
Yes.
I think Craighead leading Dunstan.
Is it Dunstan or
And Barradine third.
Yes, that looks like Barradine colours. Yes, it is. And then, now I'm sorry people, but there's a lot of schools that have black in their uniforms, so dark colours. So now there's the blue. That'll be Wanganui Collegiate, black in the light blue and the black. And then it's St. Peter's. And then somebody coming. Here we go. They were in 7th place, and now they're fighting in. They're already going to take a place. So she's got 1. So the back runner there is making a difference.
Followed by Pummy Girls. But it looks like Craighead Dunstan still taking a bit of a lead.
So Craighead in front of Dunstan. Coming into and Barradine currently third. But Craighead in front, but Dunstan
this is going to be good.
On the outside.
This is going to be good. Oh, she's come wide to take it.
And Dunstan's going to come through.
That's a great one.
So Dunstan beats Craighead.
Barradine
turns to line 3rd.
It's Barradine in Auckland. That's Barradine, yes. They'll come in 3rd.
And Dunstan with the girls.
Yep.
Followed by Rangiuru, local school.
Wanganui Collegiate.
Cross here.
Yes. St. Peter's coming in.
So a terrific contest with the lead changing over the concluding stages. The top two did separate themselves out pretty early with Craighead and Dunstan, but they did.
Yes, they did, and it was a great last. Like right at the line, there was 2 meters in it for the last runner. So that's a not insignificant over a 400 meter distance. But I was saying to a parent earlier that if you give away 3 seconds on your run because you're button off, it means the runner in front of you's got to run a PB or 3 seconds faster just to get back to the 3 seconds that you lost, then make a gain. So it does compound, and that's one of the great things about it. But 4x4 is if you have depth in numbers, then you really have a strength in the team. And if you've got the slower runner in there, they know they've got to keep going because it just makes it harder for the faster runners. So well done, and they're juniors, so they learn their craft as they come through. And there we go, some relaxed spectators on the sideline there.
And good that they can be out on the bank this afternoon because that certainly wasn't possible earlier.
Here we go, it's Tony White's out there presenting, St. Bede's, second place.
I think this is the junior 400.
Waimea College, yes, he won easily.
Next race we have the 4x4.
Sorry, yes.
Junior relay. And between relays, the US medal ceremony is being presented.
I'm not sure. So you may be able to hear that in the background. I just run through a few results here that I picked up before. In the senior boys discus, first was Finn McLeod from Christchurch Boys High School with a throw of 51.46. James Moore from Christchurch Boys High School, so 1-2 finish there for Christchurch Boys High School, 48.15. Blessing Seffel from Kelston Boys was third with 47.82. And I noticed that he probably only did one spin turn because remember I talked about him doing his ACL earlier in the year. He had it repaired in June, July, so he's still rehabbing that, and he didn't really want to put too much weight on his leg to spin because he doesn't want to do it again. So he did a standing throw to qualify into the last 8, and then on his one spin turn that I see go out, the second spin throw hit the pipework, but he got up there to get a bronze medal, so he'd be happy with that coming back from injury. And Manaya Christensen from Rotorua Boys, he was fourth.
And Paul, the interesting thing about that particular competition is that the top 3 there all produced their best throw in the last round, which we saw a bit of a pattern of today.
Okay.
And Blessing did get up and knock Manaya out of the medals there with
the last round. Sorry, I was coming back. I didn't come about the camera and didn't quite see it. So if those results came up and at home, good on you. You've seen those. And interesting, there was a Daniel Mullins from Maclean's College, and he's one of these guys that turns up. He's keen. He's not as big as the other lads when you see him, but man, for determination and keenness, he's there and he turns up to training and he's good on him. It's sort of like the 100 metre runners for about 8 years knew when they turned up that Usain Bolt was going to nail them, but you don't give up. You keep up, you train, you go hard, and you hope one day that you don't want him to pull a hamstring or pull out, but you just hope that one day maybe you get my bit closer. That's quite often the case in athletics in this small window of opportunity for secondary school kids. The rangatahi at our Kuratuarua, Mark, is that they've only got, the juniors got a 2-year window, and usually, and then some young year 11s maybe get 3, but it's a 2-3 break. So if you come in as a year 11, you're up against seniors. Now at this end of the year, the seniors are going, they're young men, aren't they? I mean, physique-wise, they're young men. Yep. So some of these boys are in year 11, and I say they're boys. And that to keep at it and good on. Some people are year 12 and they're footing it, but we have seen some giants, as in physique, on this track in these championships over the years. I remember John Alomu coming down the track, 100 metres. In the very next few months, he was in the All Blacks at the age of 19. So, I'm glad he ran past me, not through me. But guys like that, and we see them quite often in the hammer and the discus events.
that they're very powerful young men, and they go from this competition, the next time they're in a competition will be over the club season, and some of them may be still under 18, but they go to that under 20 category, and it's only a couple of years before they're in the senior men's competition, and quite often that means the implement they are, particularly in the field, throwing with, the shot put weight goes up, the javelin weight gets a bit higher, heavier, same with the hammer throw. The jumps stay pretty consistent, but what happens there is, particularly with the high jump and the pole vault, they've actually got to keep improving to get up to those qualifying standards or to get into the top, jump offs into the finals. Big step up for some of them. Some of them make it, some don't. Some go way, way further than their predecessors, and that's just the nature of this sport. And for some of these kids, this is the last secondary school event they will ever do, which some of the teachers might be quite jubilant about. But for the last, like I mentioned earlier, these 4x4s is a great way to build a bit of team spirit. And now we've got the junior boys coming out to...
We have 4x400, and I believe this is going to be run in 2 divisions here.
Yes.
So it'll be done on time. Christchurch Boys High School will be lane 2 in this Division 1. St Peter's in lane 3, Wellington College in 4, Westlake Boys in 5, St Patrick's College Silverstream in 6, and Auckland Grammar in 7. So it's a field of 5, and first division of the junior 4x4.
Yeah, quite often sometimes these settings are meant to be done on your times that you enter in as a manager or coach, but as of injuries or availability, your team can change, which is fine. And in the past, what we've done is it doesn't matter what heat you're in. If you get the fastest 3 times, get the podiums, gold, silver, bronze. But sometimes when the seedings go, that the people in the, if you're like a seeded heat, will get first, second, and third, regardless of the time of the second heat. But so I've always advocated that if you're putting them into 2 heats like this, if no one's pulled out, you have got 10 teams. You've only got 9 lanes maximum, so they split them, and we just have to wait and see if you've got, like, there's a B team, if you like. So St Peter's have definitely got a B team because they've got 1 in this race and 1 in the next. So we'll see how they go. It'll be interesting to see if the B team beats the A team. There's always a few coaches that like naming the B team so the heat goes off the A team and they're actually the A team. Don't think you're allowed to do that here, but it's happened before, isn't it?
Well, the A and B was finished in the right order earlier with the Christchurch boys. That was something. Now, Paul, what we're seeing in front of us here at the moment is the fact that although the athletics program is winding down for officials and organisers, there's still actually quite a lot of work to be done in terms of taking everything down. The preparations have been made, the 3 days have happened, but now there's the de-rigging, and again, our heartfelt thanks to those who have made it happen through their hard work, volunteering and officialdom.
Oh yeah, kia ora to that, and kia ora to all those people. And I know John Gamblin was out there at the road race, and I said, you can have an easy day tomorrow, John. He said, look at all this gear. Oh, they're away. And he's got all the gear from Canterbury Athletics, and it's a great big horse float trailer, and he's got to load it all up. Well, he's got to take it back to base and sort that out. So it doesn't finish when the last race goes in. Well, here we go. Now that's good run coming here.
And he's gone really strongly out wide. Wellington College coming through underneath Westlake, who's in the white, St Patrick's Silverstream in the light blue, and Christchurch Boys High.
Yeah, I think you're right there with Wellington College. I think they've come around. He's but the one on the outside lane there. It's at Auckland Grammar.
So that's Auckland Grammar.
He's still in front. He's got a good lead there.
Wellington College has come through into second. Westlake and St Pat's Silverstream are pretty close. So to St Peter's and Christchurch Boys at the back for now. But it's 4x400 here, so there's plenty to go. And
yep.
Oh, the back end of a 400, and particularly the back end of a competition where all these kids have been running, competing in other events.
Yes, and some of them, as I mentioned in the early race, Mark, is that they're not 400 metre specialists, some of these guys, and they step up, and it is a great thing for school. And quite often, it's the guys that aren't the 400 metre runners that are really trying hard to make sure that they don't let their teammates down. And they're doing a good job now. That's a good lead now from Wellington College, but the other 5 are pretty close.
Yeah, so it's Auckland Grammar in front there by about, probably, 40 metres or so. Wellington College running through in second as they come round into the front straight. And then we've got St. Pat's, Silverstream, Westlake,
Making a move there, coming out.
Christchurch and St. Peters.
Coming across the lanes.
But Auckland Grammar with a comfortable lead into the back half of
Westlake
this.
there. Oh, he just started there. He should go to the inside straight away.
Awkward challenge for Wellington. Westlake moved to third and right on their back, and then St. Patrick's, Silverstream. Then we've got Christchurch Boys and St. Peters.
It'll be interesting. I was talking to one young lad here. We'll see how he goes when he's running the anchor leg for a team. I won't mention it just yet, but he's already run the road race this morning, so he's already powered around 3K.
Yep.
He's got to come and do basically for him a 400-metre time trial. But he's not going to let his team down, I presume, because the last runners will come out onto the track on this lap. And
this is an insurmountable lead here.
I would think so.
Grammar. Halfway down the front straight, the others just come into the front straight, so we'll go 50 metres on that.
Yes, and this guy would be the anchor leg. Normally you have a strong run at last. Now, the guy I was talking about earlier, here we go. There's going to be a change close here for second and third. It's going to be just on it. Oh!
So Wellington College through second, Westlake Boys third, St. Pat's, Silverstream, and then we've got Christchurch Boys and St. Peters out of Cambridge. Battle for second and third will be interesting, Paul.
Yes, I was just going to admit, this is the boy I was mentioning, the guy, young guy Maunda. He's from Westlake Boys. He's run his road race this morning. He was fourth. So this is going to be a bit of speed work for him at the end of the day. I'm not so sure he can catch the boy from Wellington College, but I'm not so sure the guy's starting to pull away a little bit, but they're not going to pull him, the leading runner.
So this is the junior 4x400 and Auckland Grammar anchor leg into the home straight. Wellington College.
Smith. That's a convincing win on the 4x4.
Certainly is.
It's a 50-metre win.
And teeth and impressive.
And these guys, to be fair, they've maintained a good rate down there too. So that's a good effort from these junior boys. And here comes St. Pat's Silverstream, is it?
They are in fourth.
And there's a bit of a battle. Oh, somebody's just given up. He's tied up. That's that lactic acid coming in the end of the weekend.
You can certainly understand that.
He needs to finish. That's one. You've got to think about the guys who've worked in front of you, have worked hard too. So no shame in that.
Get a time on that soon. Like Auckland Grammar probably be a fair time, I think, from the juniors.
Yes, for that to come up, be interesting. But yeah, quite often you don't know how well these athletes have travelled or stayed away. It's the second night or third night away for them, and have they had sleep? Have they, being nice, obedient little secondary school students that we all know they can be. So yeah, a bit of a deal there. And I reiterate those thanks to not only the officials here, they come in from all around the country. There's a truckload that have come in from Taranaki, Wellington, Auckland in particular, the locals. I mentioned a guy, John Gamblin, who was basically behind the whole sitting the meeting up down here. He keeps sort of out of the radar for a while because he just does so much work. They were setting up that road race this morning. It rained. Now he's got to pack all the gear down, depack tomorrow. He'll be here after the end of the last event on the track. They usually come out and name what we call a championship team. And in the past that could be up to 60-odd athletes. And they're recognised with a certificate, and then they can apply to compete under the New Zealand Secondary Schools banner, run a rep shirt, and compete in the athletic meetings that are run by the clubs and various organisations throughout the summer. They're called the Classics meetings. There's one here in Timaru on January the 6th, I think. Then there's one on the Hawke's Bay, the Potts Classic. There's the Whanganui Night of Miles up at in Whanganui, obviously. And then there's one in Wellington that Tony Rogers runs on a Friday night, the Capital Classic. Then they have one in Waitakere, and they have also one in Hamilton. The kids choose 2 or 3 to go to. And if they get in that team, and then from that we pick a team that are still going to be at high school next year to go to the Australian Age Group Championships, normally under 18. And this year it was in Brisbane. And it wasn't hot at all at 31, 32 degrees. But man, they have some great facilities there. They certainly did at that venue. And the warm-up area, the hole underneath all the check-in, it was really done well, as the Australians have done well. Here we go, there's a presentation on the screen now. This is a special presentation. I'm not so sure we'll pick up with Tony Rogers, but you can see by the person standing there in the bright green and the white. This is an award going out.
I think we will get this, Paul. So
to Fiji, obviously.
Yeah. So here's Tony Rogers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, out here in front of the start for these fabulous 4x4 relays, I have the Fijian team manager. You will have noticed their beautiful bright coloured shirts here this weekend. David Merrick has been the team leader, and we have an award to present to you, David. So thank you for coming over.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to thank the Almighty God above for giving us this opportunity to be here, and in representing Fiji Athletics, to be part of this competition. And we are here to represent Lautala Bay Athletics Club of Fiji and a registered club in Suva Athletics. And coming here is quite a big experience for us to bring our kids out here to compete in this high level of competition. And it's a very great learning experience for our kids that we brought them here to participate in this competition.
That's great, Dave. And why we've got you out here is because your team has been noted on the social media networks as the team that we've been able to follow coming to the event. You've epitomised what this special award is all about. It's the Bailey's All Together Team Award, and I'm going to ask Tim Dyer from Bailey's here in Deans Avenue, the local rep for Bailey's, to present that to you first. And very quickly, just before that, Tim, a few words from you. You told me that you made the Waikato Zones from a very famous school in Hamilton called Fairfield College as an athlete, but more importantly, Bailey's, you're all about every discipline in real estate. Tell us your support for school sport in particular.
Well, Bailey's has always been a keen supporter of all community events from of all different types. So we tend to get ourselves involved in it, and it's my great pleasure to be here today and see the National Secondary Schools Champs and see the Bailey's signage and know that we're involved. We're a full service agency. We've got everything from rural to commercial industrial to residential, lifestyle, property management. So I guess, in an athletics term, if we were here, we'd have a team in every event. And we also have an office in Fiji as well, which is absolutely fantastic, and congratulations to the guys from Fiji. Some of that money will hopefully go towards the travel here this year. Some of the team had never been on a plane before, David was saying. So, that's what it's all about, and it's a real privilege and pleasure to be here to present that on behalf of Bailey's.
Well, thank you very much, Tim, because, getting here the first time, a bit like our original sponsors, Mount Cook Airlines at the very first games, which I came to back in 1973, 50 years ago, they made it possible for athletes to get here. So this award from Bailey's, $500 towards travel for being the Altogether Team Award, is great for you, David.
This is a very great blessing for us as a team and as a club, and I would really like to say a very big level Bailey's for this award. This is just a blessing for us. We've come so far to compete in this competition, and this award means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Tony Rogers there, President and Chair of New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association, and next to me is one on the committee, that's Paul Meads, and we've got the second heat of two, the second division, if you like, for the 4x400 junior.
And Bulabanaka, well done to David from Fiji there. Apparently he's actually from, I think somebody told me the Solomons, but obviously he's taking these people, and I spoke to some of the young girls coming in, just said Nissan Bola to them, and they all turn around, you speak to them, they've really enjoyed coming here, and some of them are just, they are just wonderful people. A thoroughly deserved team effort there, and that money there, I'm sure they will use it wisely, and for him, very humble man, as you can see, talking back, and like I said, he's pleased to be here. I'm not so sure he was that happy in the rain, but that's great. It's good to see other nations come here. We've had people from the Cook Islands and Tahiti before, and the cameras will now go down to our start on the track. So well done, and thanks to Tim from Bailey's. Maybe we can hit him up for a new house down here. Yeah. Maybe a farm or two.
This is Division 2 of the 4x400 metre junior boys, and there's only 4 here with St Peter's School, their B team, not starting here. We've got 2 B teams here, Westlake Boys in the white singlet. We've got St Patrick's College Silverstream, their B squad, which is in the light blue, and Burnside High and Middleton Grange, the other 2. Middleton Grange is a short stroll from here, and they seem to have let out pretty strongly here.
Yes.
Next up in the medal
Yeah, that's,
presentations, we have the presentation of the 100 metres
handy lead
for junior girls.
for his second runner, so the second runner will be happy. He's got a bit of a
Reed from Barrowley College.
lead for him. And the other three are not that far apart, actually.
Indeed, so Middleton Grange
Yes,
going to
okay.
lead to the first change here from St Patrick's College.
Well, in the
In fact,
inside change,
Westlake's actually changed first, didn't it? So, yeah.
It's just that extra few metres they have to run to their other runner. So Westlake got a little bit of an advantage in the inside. We'll see what happens when they break, Mark, but it looks like Westlake will come into the position of second. And then we'll go Middleton
third,
Grange.
And then last for St.
Sorry, that's
So
yeah,
it's
that's
Middleton Grange up front at the moment.
Yep,
and Burnside lying third at the moment.
And the boy from St Pat's is just coming across now from that outside lane, cutting into the inside. So
Next up,
So spread out at the moment.
15, 10 and 15 metre splits, I think, between the gaps. Sorry, between them.
And obviously the time is critical. I haven't seen the official times for that previous, but they'll get compiled and we'll bring you the full result for the junior 4x4 split into two divisions.
Yeah, that first one was pretty quick.
Yeah, Auckland Grammar set a pretty strong standard.
There we go, Middleton Grange onto the third runner. Give him the baton. There you go. Now he's off his hook.
Westlake off now in second spot, and then Burnside and St Patrick's College for Westlake and St Patrick's. This is their B team running in this division.
And the Westlake third runner is actually making some headway here on the boy from Middleton Grange. Now, is this the guy Bolton? Oh no. Is it Monda? Is he running in this one? No. Sorry, I can't pick up the facials from here, but that's the guy from Middleton Grange. He's maintaining his lead. He's going to be handing it over. The guy down the inside track will be quite pensive here. He'll be going, come on, give me a bit more time. Give me a bit more time.
It's set up for a good finish, this.
Yes, it is. The Westlake boys trying to... No, that guy's got a little bit at the end, so we'll see. All down to the last lap, huh?
It is, so final leg, anchor leg here. Middleton Grange take over with about 15 to 20 metre lead on the Westlake B side, and then Burnside and the St Patrick's Silverstream B side. But Middleton Grange look to be holding that advantage comfortably in the backstroke.
He looks like a 400 metre runner, or if he's not, he's doing a great impersonation of it.
He is.
Here we go, this could be close. And good on. Like I say, the boys have got to do it. They're doing it for their team. And there was a shoulder tap that I always feared. When the reps selected to come over the TV.
Where's Paul?
Yeah, I'd be the one hiding when it came to the 4x4. I didn't like that. It was a little bit quick for me, but...
So Middleton Grange coming into the home straight to take out Division 2 of the junior 4x4, and some pile the times.
A great number to have in a 4x4. You can remember that with a 4x4. He just about got it across his front.
Westlake B side squad will come in second. The anchor runner for Burnside just coming into the front straight now. And
sorry, Cody
St
Rogers
Patrick's
dipping
Silverstream.
St Pat's.
3:53.07 for Middleton Grange, and we'll get the compiled times shortly. Of course, very quick. Seemingly Auckland Grammar in Division 1. Middleton Grange 3:53.07. Westlake Boys B 4:04.35. Time will be up for Burnside in a moment, and St Patrick's through the line. Now that's St Patrick's Silverstream and their B side. There 4:16.87 for Burnside. And hopefully we'll get the compiled times. Next up is the mixed 4x4 100. So this is senior mixed 4x400, the anti-penultimate event, although I see the final 4x400s, both senior girls and senior boys, also split into 2 divisions.
Yeah, this is a request that the exec got, and a suggestion that some schools can't get, a full team, but they do have 2 female, 2 male runners that they can put together. It makes it a little bit easier for a mixed team, particularly for co-educational schools. Very hard for co-ed schools to come up against the all boys or all girls schools and have 4, specialist 400 metre runners. So, and by the looks of things with the numbers, Tony and John Tilden, who do the draws and stuff in the entry zone, know. But there's been a lot of interest in this, and I think in the cross country we've got that put it in 2, and it gives schools, particularly coaches and managers who bring teams away, that gives them a chance to put a relay team in that they probably haven't got a chance if they were even in a province. A small province can put a team in as opposed to having 4 girls, 4 boys. Yeah. So trying to open it out there, and we've noticed it's been put into the Olympics, and now it's with a great gusto there, and the Dutch came out. Man, did they make a great show of it. It was awesome. I thought it was a great event.
Paul, right in front of us is Bo Ritchie. She's going again. She was in a 4x1 not so long ago. And of course today, the 800 and the 1500. Yes. And here she is lining up again for St. Peter's. The first leg of the mixed 4x4.
She's got talent, hasn't she? She's just, nickname at school was Bo Rocket. You can see why. But yeah.
Now just back to the 4x4 junior.
Results.
Auckland Grammar, as we suspected, the first 4 home in the first heat have come out on top there. Auckland Grammar was 333.49, taking it out from Wellington College 339.92. Westlake Boys third, 341.10. Then St. Patrick's College Silverstream their A side, 346.33. And Middleton Grange fifth, who took out that second division. Ahead of the Christchurch Boys High, who were in Heat 1. They came in 6th overall. St. Peter's, Westlake Boys B, Burnside, and St. Patrick's College B side.
Underway. So there you go, Bo Ritchie in lane 3 there. It looks a big spread when you look out at that lane 8, and you've got a boy running, so it makes it look tricky. Some of them starting with girls, some starting with guys, like you said before, with the tactics. So the outside lane and the boy on the inside is coming through. They look like they've got a winning by a long way, but remember they've got a trade over, 2 boys, 2 girls, so it might make a difference. And one school's decided to run their 2 girls first, down on the inside. So is that King's College?
Yep, John McGlashan College out wide, currently leading. And lane 5 now aspiring.
Now this will be interesting. He's tied right up. There you go. There she goes. So there's 2 girls on the slab.
Havelock North coming through, and then St. Peter's. And Burnside High.
Let's see how much ground he makes up when he comes onto the inside track. Okay, so 2 schools have decided to run their girls first. 2 girls first. And one of those is King's College. They've come down the backstretch. He's doing well. But out front, there are 2 girls, and they are going for it. Coming down, because one's got to move out of here on the bench. So as you get a clear look now and comes up, coming up next to her. So the 2 girls here, they only have a couple of metres in it. So is that Honganui Collegiate? And it looks like it. That looks like.
Haven't got a Whanganui Collegiate team in here though.
No, that looks like Louise Brabham to me. Okay. Running in second.
Yeah.
The 3,000 metre steeplechase. That's Sofia Lombreras from Havelock. I think they won it last year. They got so the person running in third, that's definitely Sofia Lombreras, and the one in front of her, another fellow cross-country runner in the same team. That is the young blondie from Honganui Collegiate. So at the moment, so here come the teams now. Well, King's College, 2 girls now, and they're running the 2 boys. So we'll see how much they can pull in these other schools. And Sofia Lombreras is coming. She's coming very strong. Remember, she was 2nd or 3rd in the 800. to Bo Ritchie today, so she's had a busy meeting too. And this is a handover for the last leg, and they've given it in. So that's a lead. She needs to watch out here because can't impede a runner. Now she's woken up. Here we go. Now this is King's College. I don't know. No, this won't be their top. I was going to say I had the two fastest 400 metre boys in the country, the first and second, but they're not on this relay. So definitely out front now. That's a big lead.
It is.
And like most schools, they put boys on the last leg. So this young guy right at the back here, he is a sprinter. He was in the final of 1 or 2. And he's got a lot of ground to make up though, but he won't give up. Look at his attitude. He's great. Oh, here we go. Sorry, there's another change coming in. Here we go. He's got the battle. The leading school.
Coming round here to finish the 4x400 metre relay.
Now it's Byron. Whanganui Collegiate holding on to second here, coming through. And Havelock with high school, they're hanging on for fourth or third. Looks like it's going to be Kings. Then Havelock. So Peters. There you go, and then coming in. Yeah, this is a young guy saying he's got a. Looks funny when he's running through, but he is a real speedster at 1 and 2. And he made both finals, so that'll be. He'll be feeling the muscles tonight. He's run 3 times today.
So good performance from the front from Mount Aspiring College. In the mixed 4x4. Got one team completed now, and that is local school Burnside.
Burnside will come in, they're good on them, they've had a team in there, so.
And Whanganui Collegiate now been added to the starting list. so well spotted, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. I thought I'd recognise Louise, but Alec McNabb doing a sneaky there, putting in the team last, wasn't he? I don't know.
Mount Aspiring College 3:47.19 their winning time.
Well, that's interesting because it was, like I say, King's College put the 2 girls out first, then the 2 boys. And as I mentioned, the fastest 2 boys over 400 metres go to King's College, but they obviously focused on the individual event. So they've obviously got a depth there. They probably could have put on a boys team with those 2 guys there. Maybe I haven't looked at those start lists yet for the senior boys, but like I say, it gives the schools a chance to put on the boys and girls. And like St. Peter's here, here's Bo Ritchie out there running, with 400 metres, which she's capable of, but I wouldn't say it was her targeted event since she's won it in the last 2 years. The 8,
even showed
the
some
15,
over the 100
the 3,
and the 4x1. So she's been doing it all.
So last year she won the 5th, and so I think in the last couple of years she's won now from today 8, 15, 3,000 and 2 cross country titles. So it's over 3K and 4. So yeah, she's obviously got some talent.
So the senior mixed 4x4, Mount Aspiring College, the winners, 3:47.19, Whanganui Collegiate 3:53.70 second, King's College 3:54.7, Havelock North 4, 3:55.38, St. Peter's School 3:56.39, and Burnside 4:35.43. So we have 2 divisions of the senior girls 4x4 next up.
So you'll notice just in your screenshot there at home, there's a gentleman walking around with an orange vest on. He went straight up, and the girls have got obviously seen the diamond legs. Young girl there sort of doing the little smile and the little hand wave into the camera, so good on her. And she's down in lane 3, and I think is that Villa Maria. They go from Villa Maria because St. Cuth's is in lane 2. Lane 1's Christchurch Girls High School.
Now we've doubled up here, so instead of running in 2 divisions, there's actually a couple of sets of starting blocks there in 1 lane, so there's 9-lane track, so we're going to have 10 all going.
So it must be Craighead Diocese School and New Plymouth Girls High School doubled in a lane. That saves time of doing 2 races, which as you see on the last results, the boys did it like 3:33, those were 3:40 with a mixed. These ones will be somewhere in the middle of that, just under that 3:40, because we'll see how we go. So yeah, so I'll just run that through, sorry. Christchurch Girls High School in lane 1, lane 2 St. Cuthbert's College, lane 3 Villa Maria, lane 4 Otago Girls High School, lane 5 Rangioruru Girls School, lane 6 St Margaret's College, lane 7, Nagland College from Nelson, lane 8, St. Peter's School, lane 9, Craighead Diocesan, and lane 10, New Plymouth Girls High School. So we're just going to look for that double lane out there, see how they... No, it looks like the double lane is in actually lane 7. So we've got 2 sets of starting blocks and 2 girls in lane 7. So there they go. They're just focused on them now. You can see the camera up there. So we've got 2 girls, so I've got to share that lane for a whole lap. And so do their next runners for another 100 and something metres, just over 100 metres, and then they'll split out. And as you can see with the 4x4, sometimes it's a bit tight at the changeover the first time. So long as we don't get any trips or spiking, it'll be fine. Here we go.
And they're underway. From the outside, we've got New Plymouth Girls High, Craighead Diocesan working in, St. Peter's, Nayland College, St. Margaret's, Ruru. Going outside in here, Otago Girls, Villa Maria, St. Cuthbert's, and Christchurch Girls High. So 10 teams going around in the 4x4 senior girls.
And there has been a split, fortunately, with those ones in lane 7, the 2 runners. One of them's come through. She's doing very well. In fact, she's going to take the lead here, I think. Is that lane 7? I think it is. Lane 6, sorry, my bad, lane 6. But
so St. Margaret's lead runner.
It is, sorry, my bad. Lane 7, there's at least a 15 metre gap, 20 metre gap, so that's good. So there's not going to be a trip there with the runners. That change over 2. There's the change.
So St. Margaret's through first and Rangi Ruru second. Villa Maria third.
And down on the inside, Christchurch Girls High School is in 4th at the moment. We'll wait and see when that break line comes. He might be running into close to 3rd there when it comes in. I think it is. Quite tight between the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, a couple of metres in it, and 3rd and 4th having a bit of a ding-dong there, right on the shoulders, so
Villa Maria just moving to 3rd. St. Margaret's runner comfortably clear in leg 2 from Rangi Ruru. This is a strong run from Villa Maria's runner.
Yes, it is, and there's also another school coming through from about 6th to 4th, she's coming through well. Because they've got to run wide on the track, so the one runner's got to run the diagonal, and so does the other one cutting in, so they actually run a few metres more. So it's a clean change.
St. Margaret's, Rangi Ruru, Villa Maria, St. Cuthbert's, and Nayland College.
And then look, they're running 3 lanes on. Here we go. So now we've had a change there of position of 3, 4, 5, and they're gaining on the second runner. So
coming their way into second place, still St. Margaret's in the lead.
There you go. So Margaret's all that's pulling her in. The next 2 runners are pulling her in. So the Villa Maria runner is there. So is Rangiru. Bit of a change. Here it comes 2 right on the bend.
So it's St. Cuthbert's that have moved around to the lead. The very strong 3rd leg. Over St. Margaret's, Rangi Ruru is out centre track, and then Nayland alongside of Villa Maria. The change here, St. Cuthbert's have taken the lead.
Yes, and this is she's a 400 metre runner too in a way, so
St. Margaret's second, Rangi Ruru third through the change, then Villa Maria, then Nayland.
Is that Michaela Fitti running there for Nayland? Yes, it is. She's more the 1 and 2. She was 3rd in the 200, I think. Well, this is a good running coming in from the second runner here. Sorry, the second place runner. But
St. Cuthbert's leading.
Yes.
St. Margaret's.
She's going to hold on. We'll see.
Rangi Ruru third, Villa Maria 4th.
And the time's running at 3:45, so by the time come around and finish, it's going to be right on that 4-minute mark, which is about a minute each lap for a runner, so that's not too bad.
So the St Cuthbert's team will take out the senior girls 4x4. Yes, St Margaret's looking to hold down second. Third's going to be tight with Villa Maria closing on Rangiruru. And that's a local clash, and Villa Maria is through for third. Ahead of Rangiruru.
She just got there. And she's happy about it too. Staggering around with her. The girls are happy. Good on them. Yeah, Michaela Fittieff there just finishing off Finale. Like I said, she makes the 1 and the 200, the 400. She's a bit tired at the end of the meeting.
Third and fourth legs there from St Cuthbert's. Outstanding runs.
Yes, yeah, well, the young runner that came in fourth, she came with us to Australia and New Zealand. It competed in the Australian Under-18 Championship, so we know that she's quick over the 400 metres, so chasing her down was a bit of a mission, and she held on, so St Cuthbert's will be happy with that, as they should be, because it was quite a few lead changes here in the last, say, 500 metres there. We had a bit of a big change, and the two schools were up front. Couldn't hold on to their places, and St Cuth's Villa Maria came through in fourth, I believe.
They got up for third, so
okay.
St Cuthbert's 4:03.81, St
That's
Margaret's
right,
4:07.12, and Villa Maria right on the line 4:09.67 ahead of Rangiruru. Pop up just 4:09.84, so that's a pretty tight split at the end of a 4x4.
That was that one right there, it was, and it said that girl from Villa Maria, because they were running in third, they dropped back, they came through. Rangiruru, we were mentioning in the early stages of the race. So again, it's that depth and the attitude of the runners, and there was a great run from those anchor runners from those three schools, the four schools at the end there. And the girl from Rangiruru was just needed another metre. But that may be the difference, as I was saying, with running that angle. When you've got to come out, you run another 3 or 4 metres out, the other runner's got to come in 3 or 4 metres, and you know, if you go too far, you end up with 10. Well, that's second and a half, 2 seconds. It can make the difference, and it's an advantage to have that inside lane.
So that was the biggest field on the track today. We had 10 times 4, 40. Still remember that from my school days.
There you go, well done.
40 runners to organise and get out there for that particular event. And one event to come, which is the senior boys 4x400 relay. Now, that was down for 2 divisions. Whether that is the case, we will find out in a moment or two, whether they combine those or whether they do need to be in 2 divisions, and possibly they do. Either way, it was set down to start at 3:45, and I have the time at 3:39, so well done to everybody that has managed to claw back the time we lost this morning with the difficult weather, particularly impacting on the hurdles.
Yeah, so the marshals in that, where we're looking across over the back of that bank, is the warm-up ground, and the people are out there, and the marshal, there's a marquee out there they've got to report into before they walk around. So they've all done their calling times and got them here, and yeah, that was interesting. So they've all done their work out there too. Again, you know, people used to say the wishbone and the backbone. Everybody wants it to go well, but the backbone is and those are those people out there helping, sitting in those marshalling tents, calling kids in. The people that are running the gear from one end of around the corner here by about just behind the hammer cage, you'll see 2 marquees. The girls walking around the outside of the track. They all go back to get their gear, and there's 40 athletes in there trying to scramble over, and there's not much too much difference in the shoe sizes for most of them or their apparel. It's just a matter of the colour and the school logos, and you've got 4 from your school there. You might even have 8 if you've got 2 teams, so juggle out at the end of a meeting.
Now, they are combined here, Paul, so this is going to be the last event of the 50th anniversary meet of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association. We've got Auckland Grammar School in lane 1, King's College in 2, Westlake Boys in 3, St Patrick's College Silverstream in lane 4, Otago Boys in lane 5, assuming they take their spots, because I can only see 3 teams out there at the moment. Botany Downs Secondary College lane 6.
Are they there?
Lane 7. No, I can't see any of those teams.
I see blocks out for them, but I can't see any of those teams.
Not sure what's going on there. So perhaps they are running in 2 divisions. We'll see. But it's
unless they've had withdrawals.
It's come up heat 1 of 1.
Yes.
So in 10.
Just looking at those names in the colleges there, Mark, and I'm looking at King's College. They have got listed here Cottrell, so that's Kahurangi Cottrell and James Ford. Now they were first and second in the 4x4, so King's College would be looking at a pretty strong team with those two to anchor your last legs. But also Auckland Grammar, the guy Wagner, he was out there winning the road race this morning. We've got Jamie Mora, who was actually the 1,500 and 3,000 metres. He's a podium finish, so these guys all running a bit of a speed training here from Auckland Grammar. Westlake Boys the same. Cameron Warner was second on the road race. I see him down there running a league for Westlake Boys. So, yeah, that's a good effort. Step down from the senior boys run 6K on the road, come in to do 1 laps, nothing. You know, it's
a breeze.
Yeah, exactly. You think so, but
which has dropped away, incidentally. The wind's probably the lightest it's been all day. It's still out there.
Yeah, anybody listening from Canterbury, you think we've been bagging the weather all weekend. Sorry, but we have.
Well, we've just had everything, that's it. It was perfect when I arrived yesterday. I think I must have brought it with me.
It was fine on Friday afternoon when I arrived as well. But that's all right. It's, like you say, it's cleared up. It's definitely warmer out there. And we're coming into the last event. And after that, we name a championship team, which is, as I said earlier, sort of, some people call it like a paper team because you name it and then they can't really go anywhere. It's the end of the year. Back in before pre-COVID, we were able to pick a team from the North Island and South Island Secondary School Championships and the previous year's New Zealand Secondary School Championships and pick a team and go to the Australian All-School Championships. But one year we finished the meeting in Hastings. The people in the South Island basically went straight to Auckland because we had to meet on the Wednesday flight Thursday. And because of NCA being moved down a week, in New Zealand's calendar, it meant we clash now with the All School. So the All School Championships in Australia, which we used to go to with the team, now we can't go to because you will support our own national championships, of course. So the wisdom around the table was to say, well, let's pick a team and put them in the Classics meets, gives them 4 or 5 meetings to go to wear a New Zealand representing singlet because it's maybe their last year at school. And then the ones that are going back to school next year that are under 18, they apply and that team's selected and they'll go to the Australian Age Groups Championships, which are after our nationals. So they're in about April. Last year they were up in Brisbane and that was a great meeting. But the Australian Athletics, they run all the age groups through, masters, everything. So they're basically at that same track for 2 weeks.
Wow.
10 days, 11 days. It's just a massive undertaking. And this year, or next year, sort of say, it's going to be held in Adelaide.
Excellent information, Paul. And while you've been mentioning that, the other teams have magically appeared out of nowhere. So certainly, Auckland Grammar, King's College and Westlake were very keen. And they were out there by themselves initially. They've been joined by Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4, Otago Boys in lane 5, Botany Downs Secondary College lane 6, Christchurch Boys in lane 7, Whanganui Collegiate lane 8, and Whanganui High School in lane 9. So there's 2 Christchurch Boys teams, lane 4 for A and lane 7 for B. And there was 10 teams initially up there, but one is gone, which is...
And a bit of a local rival derby there between Whanganui High School and Whanganui Collegiate. So great to see 2 teams in from schools that are very close together in Whanganui.
Yep, and the Whanganui High School very helpfully with WHS on their singlets.
Yeah, narrows it down from Whangarei or Waitaki. No, yes.
So under starters orders for one more time. These are the best conditions of the day. Cloudy certainly, a little bit of sun has tried to poke its way through, wind has dropped. And we've had some excellent performances despite the gnarly weather we had this morning, the very strong winds of yesterday afternoon and the heat, of yesterday morning. And obviously Friday was very pleasant as well.
That's three days in 3 different wind directions, so there you go. But like you said, it's dropped away, so we'll be looking at quick times for these boys. And, you know, if they've got good teams, all the boys will be running around about, they're averaging out a 50-second mark. So you're looking around 3:30s down, you know, below 3:30. Depends on the strength of the boys and how they're feeling. But capable, most of these boys are capable of running around about 50 seconds. Some right on it, some just over it.
And underway first time, haven't had too many false starts. Across the couple of days that I've been here, thankfully, just had 1 disqualification false start in an earlier relay.
Yes, and won disqualification with a protest.
In lane 6,
in
we
an
have
800
Botany
heat.
Downs Secondary College. In lane
Other than
7,
that,
Christchurch Boys High School B.
High School running pretty well out front there.
And in lane 9,
that was a
Wanganui High School.
strong start from the guy down on the inside. From Auckland Grammar School, has he come around? Was he?
He's working hard on the stagger now to
Yes.
make it up, but Whanganui High School done a good job. This lead runner, obviously he's got the extra ground to run here as he gets to the finish line.
There's another one here from Botany Downs. He's
Christchurch
about
boys
fourth.
have come through here and
Yes.
will take the lead, and on the inside of them Westlake in the white singlet coming through. And Auckland Grammar's made some strong ground the inside.
Oof. Yeah, this is going to be interesting because Auckland Grammar have got two very good runners coming, well, first and second in the final, coming in their third and fourth runners. So these guys out front have got to watch out because those boys are quick.
Botany Downs have crossed down into fourth in Whanganui High School and King's College. So for the King's College runner, it's just trying to stay in touch as best you can with your strong runners coming. But Christchurch Boys A and Westlake.
Westlake are having a go.
Here, and Westlake are finishing strongly for this particular leg as we go to leg number 3, or runner 3, how to take over. And
Cameron Morner gets it.
Almost simultaneous.
Cameron Morner's out in front, and he's the guy that ran. Here come the King's College boys. Is it James Ford? Is it Kahu? So look for a big move from King's College here. They've
just moved to third and setting after Westlake and the Christchurch Boys A team, but King's and Auckland Grammar closing. Botany Downs Secondary College hanging in there, then Whanganui High School.
Oh, look at this. Cam Warner's doing his best. Remember, he's a 6K, he was a cross-country runner. Unfortunately, from injury, he had to pull out of the world cross-country team this year, so he dipped because of a hip. And it's great to see him back running. He got his second place this morning, and he's not doing too bad. He's not a 400-metre specialist, but he's going well.
Christchurch Boys,
here we go. Christchurch Boys High
first.
School.
Then we've got King's College and Westlake.
Now you've got to run because James Ford is going to hunt for King's College.
So Christchurch Boys leading into the back, King's College giving chase, then Westlake and Auckland Grammar.
And then back to Botany Downs and Wanganui High School.
And now King's
Here we
College
go.
have hit the
He's
front
made
for
a
the
move.
first time. Westlake haven't given up. Christchurch Boys hanging in there as well. They've come away from Auckland Grammar.
Oh, this is good.
King's College into the front straight, last medal of the championship. Westlake hanging in there. Christchurch Boys
Look
trying
at
to
that
come
determination.
again.
He's just had a look over his shoulder. He knows he's got a couple of metres on him.
Courageous runs them all.
There you go.
King's College.
That's a great
victorious.
run. And
the
Westlake boys to get in there second and third.
Christchurch Boys.
Fourth is Auckland Grammar. Fifth is Botany Downs, crossing now. And he's coming. Christchurch Boys B team. And then Wanganui High School. And then Otago Boys. And at Wanganui Collegiate. Last runner coming in, 50 metres to go. And that, I think, will be the coverage, pretty much. Not sure we're going to see any more presentations. We'll wait and see. But what a great finish from these runners. I knew James Ford would come. He's the runner in front of him, Kauhirangi. Great 400-metre runners, and he still had a bit of work to do. The legs will be tired. He's done the 8 and the 400 today finals, and now the 400-metre last lap, and proved his worth. So King's College there. Very strong team, and Westlake boys not to be outdone. That's a good effort from those boys to get up there.
And the local lads, Christchurch Boys, in there for a long way as well as we wrap this meet up. The times through, 3:23.53 for Kings. Westlake Boys, 3:24.6. That's as far as we've got. Oh, here we go. Christchurch Boys, 3:26.37. And that was their B team.
This is the B team, yeah.
Third.
Well, I did say earlier, the thing, anybody running under 3:30 is going to be, that's what you're looking at. 3:23 is very quick. 3:24, yes, these are all good times. Anything under 3:30 is going to get you pretty close, and there it is. So the first four teams are under 3:30. That's very good. Very, very good.
Grammar there, 3:28.76. Then Botany Downs, Whanganui Collegiate.
Second position is Tilbury from Marlborough Girls.
And of course, medal presentations to wrap up.
Yes, and
proceedings as
a
well.
lot of teams now, because it's moved to basically a 3-day, 2.5-day meeting, a little bit more cost, a little bit of travel. So some of these teams will be, some are staying down for tonight, others will be sort of trying to get home. End of the year, they've done their prize givings. Some of these people are getting ready to go to tertiary now. But yeah, so good effort from everybody, and I genuinely think, from my behalf, I do very little really on the executive point of views, but that point of view. But the parents, right, the whānau who support them here, they're the ATMs for your kids. The schools, the teachers in the schools, the coaches who are sometimes not affiliated to a school, more often than not now, and just the sports coordinators, everybody that's in behind the tautoko, their rangatahi and their kura to get them here. Talk to a lot of parents, they come up and talk to you and say, oh, you're the guy, blah, 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 and I go, yes, but they're doing the mahi. The athletes do the training. Some of them train by themselves, some train in a group, some pay a lot of money to coaches these days, Mark, and back in the day, I don't think our coaches ever took money. You might get the box of chocolates at the end of the year or whatever, but some days the people say, oh, we pay to play, and these guys, the volunteers here, they've been walking around in red shirts, and they've been doing all the things in the background. They've got their own shirts, and I don't know how many there are, but they have been just in the background doing their stuff, and just awesome. And you can see people out there now, they're packing up gear, they've got chairs. All these people from the local region doing the mahi, and it's, like I said before, the wishbone, the backbone. We want the program to go well. It's gone well, we're on time, the kids have done well, we've seen records, we've seen heartbreak too, and all the elation for the winners, and that comes from everybody doing their bit in the background. The timing people, well done to Richard down there in the van, who's locked himself away. He's coordinating the 4 cameras around, 3 or 4 cameras, and putting up with us guys yabbering in his ear roll. So he's done a great job. So well done to the live streaming boys and for Whakaata Māori for the opportunity to do this.
Better thank our co-commentators. We had Kelly O'Hagan in yesterday. Her insight into the high jump was fascinating. We had Tori Peters on both days, our throws expert, but javelin national record holder, of course.
And Christine, who came in Kelly's
Christina Ryan
with our high jump.
Yep, so that was tremendous to hear from a heptathlete's point of view, covering off a lot of bases there. Of course, we've had Tony Rogers, the President Chair of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Athletics Association. Paul,
Olympian number 496, by the way, Olympian and Commonwealth Games runner, Tony Rogers, yeah.
And so it's been a pleasure to be here, and we've been broadcasting from that particular caravan. But again, thanks to those who've been out there getting us the pictures, the camera people, because they've had to put up with the weather. We've been in here complaining about the noise of the rain on the roof. They've actually been in it and getting wet. So I think I'll say farewell for now, haere, and Paul, do you want to go out and give us the last words?
Well, tēnā koutou katoa, and like I say, thank you very much. Ngami tui to all the mahi and the rangatahi, and Tony, do you want to say something right at the very end here? It's yes, so ka kite, and we'll see you hopefully next year. It will be in Aoraki, Timaru. The championships of track and field will be down there. So well done to everybody, the competitors, the coaches, the managers, the parents, the whānau, everyone, because it's been a great meeting and we've got through it all. And Mark, thank you very much for your anchoring all of this. And like you say, some of the commentary's been absolutely brilliant. So I'll hand over there. So kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Mark, taking the lead for this very long weekend. And thank you to our viewers for tuning in to the 50th New Zealand Secondary Schools Track and Field Championships. It's been a great milestone for us this weekend. Some good reflections. And we look forward to that, and we also want to thank our guest commentators during the weekend. We had Keely O'Hagan, our high jump, Tori Peters, our javelin rep, and we also had Christina Ryan in for a little while. So all the people who contributed to the event for the weekend, it's been great as we get close to wrapping up.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for your hard work, and thanks for the invitation to come along. Tony Rogers there, the President and Chair of the New Zealand Secondary Schools Association. So we'll bid you farewell on behalf of all the team who brought you the action. Ka kite ana.